Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are around the world. And welcome to day 3 of our Coding Bootcamp 2023. Lots of really great sessions today from some superb experts. All sorts of things happening. We're going to be having a session shortly. Let me just get that over here where I can see it. From Ray Konopka, who is a great guy, very, very talented MVP and developer in general. This session is going to be how to make your apps look like $1 million. Worth watching. If you've ever seen any of Ray's presentations, he's a consummate expert on this kind of thing, so it's great stuff. And he'll be joining us live at the end. We've not got a massive amount of time for questions, but people always have a lot of questions for Ray, so stick around for that. Fast reports and interweb session by George DeLuca will follow that. And then Richard Hatherall comes back after that. He's already been on one session before, but this is about AWS SDK. So Amazon's great big burgeoning set of APIs and services, and Cognito will be the thing that he's talking about, which is a very interesting authorization and identity system. But Richard will explain it much better than I do. Followed by that, we have got Glenn. Hopefully, he's having a few issues. How to create a mobile app from a Figma design. So Figma is a very popular design package. It's kind of like the Photoshop of design, really. Everybody uses it if they're a designer out there. So this is kind of trying to bridge the interface between Figma and what your apps will look like using RAD Studio. So quite an interesting session. Hopefully it all goes well because, technology. And then Ray will be back again because he is a sucker for punishment, and he will be doing another session after that called Component Building Fundamentals. Ray, amongst all the Delphi community and certainly amongst the MVPs, is very well respected for his component knowledge. Ray's components are an example of their best-in-class kind of design, and this is a session you really don't want to miss if you're a Delphi developer or even a C++ builder developer, because Ray will tell you everything you need to know about the fundamentals of building components. So if you haven't built a component before, that's the session to watch. And then finally, Bruno Fearens from TMS Software, one of our tech partners, and Ray's a tech partner as well, but TMS Software do all sorts of components as well. And it's going to be a session about building apps for the Raspberry Pi. So the Raspberry Pi is that little very cheap and very inexpensive. Cheap's not the right word. Good build quality, but very inexpensive little device about this big. In fact, I have one down here, but it won't show up on camera. And Bruno is going to show you how you can write an app that will target the Raspberry Pi. And so you've got the great big market available to you to develop your apps, and he's going to show us how to do that, and it's actually very straightforward. So stick around for that session. If you're watching us on YouTube, we've said this before, but if you can click the like button and the subscribe button, that would really help us because it pushes up the algorithm. You can also find us on LinkedIn. We're streaming live on LinkedIn and Facebook Live, Twitch Live, and I'm sure Patrick Premartin, yes, of course, he's in the chat. Patrick will be answering questions, and so will I, and we'll be answering questions live at the end of each session. So we're going to swap over now to Ray's session, how to make your apps look like $1 million. We'll speak to you later. Have fun.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Coding Bootcamp 2023 from Embarcadero. My name is Ray Konopka with Ray's Software, and today I'm going to be doing a deep dive into creating custom VCL styles. So let's get started. So to start, we're going to cover some basics just to make sure everybody's grounded with how VCL styles work, how we add them to our application to customize the appearance of that, while we do that in project options. We'll go over that very quickly. We'll also look at how do we dynamically change the style at runtime, so we can switch between different styles if we want to give our users that ability. That's very popular in current applications to support both light and dark styles. Gives us a way to do that. But the meat of this session is really talking about customizing a style. So there's a preset set of styles that come with Delphi and C++ Builder, but we want to look at what if we want our own? What if we want to make some changes? And we can go as deep or as light as we want with how simple the customizations we might want to do, or really create a completely custom from the ground up style, this session is going to cover everything that you need to know in order to do any of those variations that you might want. So we're going to look at customizing based on color. We'll look at simple element customizations. We'll look at complex style, designing them from scratch. What are some things that we need to do? Along the way, I'll be sharing a lot of tips and strategies. If you want to attack building a custom style, what are the things we need to watch out for? There are some gotchas. Things may not always do what you think they will, and that's based on kind of the limitations of styles, but then also just how they're implemented. And we can take a look at all of those. So, first and foremost, we're talking VCL styles. There is also an FMX style. It's very similar, but it's a little bit more complicated. You have a little bit more flexibility when it comes to an FMX style just because of how FMX, that component library, was created. That's not what we're covering in this. Really, we're talking about VCL applications, and we customize the style by using the application appearance tab inside of the project options. And so we'll look at what that looks like shortly. The key thing is once we add or have access to some styles, how do we change them or switch between them in our application? And we use the style manager in VCL.themes unit to do that. And we can reference the style names property. It's a class property, so it's always there. It gives us a generic array of styles, they're strings that we can get the names, and then we can use either set style or try set style to change it. Basically, we're telling the style engine, hey, use this new style and render everything with whatever the definition of that style shows. So let's just get right into the meat of things and switch over to Rad Studio. I have Delphi 11 here, Rad Studio 11. I have a sample application, which is simply just taking a bunch of different VCL controls, dropping them on the form, populating them with certain things. I have tab controls, edits, checkboxes, radio buttons, of course, common UI elements, toolbars, and so forth. And what we'll see is we need to add some styles to this. So I'm going to go into Project Options, locate the Application Appearance tab, and we're going to see a list of various styles that Rad Studio knows about. And these are styles that are listed inside of the styles directory, and that styles directory is located over in your public documents folder, Embarcadero Studio 22 or whatever version of Rad Studio you happen to be using, and it has the list of styles. And the ones that have VSF are the VCL style files. And so there's a bunch that are listed in here. And if you install any outside or third-party styles, they're going to show up in here as well. So going back over to the IDE, let me go and just pick some. Notice that I'm in this first section, which is Embarcadero's high DPI optimized. We're going to want to pick styles from this set. And the reason for that is that they're the most current and they support different renderings when you're on different scaled systems. So if you're at 100 100% DPI system, great, 96 DPI. But if you're running at a high DPI 4K display and you're running Windows at 200%, you're going to want certain glyphs and elements of the style to be higher res, and that's what the high DPI optimized will tell us, that supports that. So let me go and pick some others. I've got Iceberg and Lavender Classico. It's a pretty standard style. We've got other Windows 10 themes, and I'm going to pick the Windows 11 modern versions as an option. Notice that we have another section for Embarcadero which has a bunch of other styles. These are the older styles that have not yet been uplifted to support high DPI. You can still use them. The challenge will be is that if you run it on a system that's in a high DPI like 200%, radio buttons might not look as good, checkboxes, things that need to scale properly when you get larger may have some anti-aliasing showing up, it's some pixelation and so forth. Third-party vendors will show up with based on their company name. For example, Ray Software has a number of styles that can be added in. I'll talk about color impact a little bit later, and then any other external ones will be in the list. So we're going to just start with these for now, and then default style tells us which one of the ones that we've selected, and all of these get embedded into the resources of our executable, so they're immediately available. We can also deploy a style as a file and dynamically load that if that's something you want to do. So we're going to start with the Iceberg Classico. We're going to keep that nice and simple. I'll hit save. And one of the things that's very nice with Rad Studio 11 is that we can actually see that style applied at design time. In previous versions, that didn't happen. You had to run the application to see it. I'm still going to run it because we want to see dynamically switching it, and there's some other aspects that we want to talk about. So let me go ahead and start this application up. And as you can see, we have all the common elements. Hot tracking on the tab styles is all in there. I've got data where controls, we've got edits, checkboxes, radio buttons, the hot tracking of the buttons, toolbars, tool buttons look a certain way. To switch, I'm populating this combo box. We'll look at how we do that in just a moment, but I'm going to first go ahead and change it. And by just changing it, we're applying a new style, which looks similar but different coloring. I can go and switch to the Windows 11 modern style. Great. I can even switch to the dark style, and we get everything picks up for that. And you'll want to check everything out, like how do the menus look when you have that different style. I'm going to go back to the Iceberg Classico. Some things that, because we want to make sure that drop down menus work. That's a cool, important thing to show. Do the tabs work right? But another area, there's two, is one, if we have a custom dialog, do we want the dialogues to have the same style as the main form? We can choose to, the default is yes, but in this example, I'm actually specifying that the dialogue should use a different style. Just a choice that I decided to play with and show you how to do that. It's actually quite simple. Open dialogues, if you decide to have the open by default, your common dialogues will change to the old style so that they can have and share in the same look and feel. I'll talk about how we get rid of that to show just the new common dialogues, and what, it's all about sacrifices, because if we select one, we don't get the styling, and if we do, we make the change. So let's stop that for a sec. Let's go into the code and see where I've made this change for that, populating that combo box. And that's done with by using the style names property off of the T-Style Manager, iterating over that and adding them to the combo box. And then looking at the active style name. So this is whatever one gets started up at startup. When you put in default style, that is the active style, and we get the name off of that, and we can pre-populate the combo box to match. When it comes time to change the combo box, we simply set the try set style. We call that to try it. We do the try because if we were to allow typing in a name or loading it from a file, but the file doesn't exist, this may not work. So the try is a little bit safer rather than raising an exception if it won't load properly. The things that I have commented out here talk about some of the things I talked about before. And this all has to do with, okay, do we want the common dialogues to do a different style? And so if we were to, right now they came up with the Iceberg Classico, because that was the style that I picked and I showed it. But I could force that to actually show as Lavender Classico or any other style that I wanted. Likewise, use the system style as a default is interesting if you want your app to look like Windows regularly, but you want a style and individual control. And that's one of the things that was really cool and added into 10.4 was per control styling. So you can have an application look with one style, even the default Windows style, but then pick a button or two or some check boxes or whatever you want using a custom style to really hone in and get an interface that you want. I'm not going to show that one here, but I will talk about the next two. The other is sometimes, depending on the menus. One of the things that you get, and I'll show this before turning it on, and then I'm also going to show what happens if we turn off this style hook, and we're going to remove the dialogues from the style hooks. There's built-in style hooks that Delphi and the VCL provide to customize and make certain control elements work properly with styles. The common dialogues is one of them. That's why when we brought up the common dialog for open, it looked like the old style open dialog, but it did match the style. I'm removing that now from that hook, and if we go and run this again, what we're going to see is in the open is now the traditional open dialog. Now, it doesn't match your style, but maybe it's more important to have the new open style or open, the framework format of that dialog box for your application. You can choose that. The other thing that you'll note is that there's no shadow behind the window that you would normally see when you bring up a window inside of I'm running Windows 11 here, and so you see a drop shadow and so forth. When you run as the full VCL style, you don't get that. One way to get around that is that you take off the border, and you can remove that from the style elements, from the form border style, or you can do it through here, and we can just say we're going to use the system style. And what this does, if I run the same application again, you notice that we have the drop shadow now, but our title bar doesn't match the style. It's back to what it should be. And the other thing that you'll note is that depending on the style that you pick, the menu may not actually style properly. And it's based on how the style is set up and what that connects to. So you have to try that on a per case basis. For example, I believe if I pick the Windows dark style, it gets messed up when you take that off for this root bar. Now, there's some hacks that you could do to try to fix that. One option is to use an action bar with action menus. It's an older control, but it doesn't use the main menu because the main menu is tying to the non-client area of the window, and that's what causes that behavioral change. If you happen to be using a light style, then it's kind of okay. So just want to let you know what those options and things are. Okay. We've got various things here. Let's talk more. Let's switch over and talk about some customizations. Already talked about each of those. So that's one level. We're customizing kind of the way our themes work in our application, but now we're going to get into the actual themes themselves. So the next thing that we want to talk about, well, we have to, when we're talking about customizing a style, we have to talk about the bitmap style designer. That's how we do the customizations, aside from the coding things I talked about. This is where we can get access to the individual style elements that are used for the various components and controls in our application. The style designer is broken up into 5 different sections. There's an object section which is broken up by control, and it defines the pieces that make up the style, the various elements. Then you have the images section, which defines all the source images that are going to be used to basically represent what that control will look like when this style is used. And then the 3 remaining sections are all related colors. Even though it says fonts, it's really font color and not font itself. It's be cool, and it looks like you could change it, but it's really not supported in the VCL styles. But it is important that we go in there and we change the font styles, as I'll show. Colors are for control elements, and sys colors are when you load a VCL style into in your application. We're very familiar with CL button face, for example. We've been using that since Delphi was created. You have this, the default color of the form is CL button face, and that comes from the system. Well, if we're switching out and we're using a custom theme, the CL button face, we should really set that to be what we think the new form base color is, or the color of a button, which is how it was really designed to be, how that fits. So there's some extra work that we need to do to fix all of that up. So what's this process? How, if we wanted to customize a style, what do we need to do? Well, you have your choice. You could create a brand new style, or most of the time, certainly when getting started, you're just going to create a copy of an existing style and then tweak it. Fix it up, change it the way you want to, and work with that. And then again, based on licensing and things of what styles you're using, the ones that come with Delphi, you can free and go and change that, make a copy and make a new one out of it. If you're looking to do more than that or try to create them commercially, you're probably going to create from brand new. We're going to update the author information, the style name. This is what shows up inside of Delphi and C++ Builder in order to see who provides it. So it groups it by vendor. It also tells you the name so that you can identify what style. That style is also used to load it dynamically once it's added into your resources of your application. And then the key thing is we're going to customize. The general thing you almost always will do is you'll be customizing and updating the source images, and then as necessary updating the fonts and colors. You'll update the object settings for various features to make sure you're using and extracting the right image, the source images, to render your control. And then save the style, and we're going to add a new style to the appearance settings by putting it in the right spot. That directory that I showed earlier for your version of RAD Studio. So selecting a base style, what do we want to start with? Well, default styles are Delphi version specific, so I highly recommend you pick the one for the version that you're working with. Generally speaking, styles for version 11 right now, 22 will work just fine for 10.4, 10.3, and all the way down. Some things may not be supported perfectly when you get some older versions of it, but generally for most recent versions of RAD Studio, we're good with using 22 as a base, or whatever the latest version of Delphi you happen to have. The key thing is I highly recommend starting with those high DPI ones. Don't start with one of the older styles because you're going to want to support the higher DPI. Make sure it looks good when you're running at 200% on a machine. We certainly want to do that. So I've listed those standard ones that come with the high DPI support. And then the biggest impact you have with a style is in the source images that we create. These are the pieces, the building blocks that make a style look like it does. So if we really want to change it, we're going to change those source images, and that will have a huge impact on what we want. What is neat is that you can support there's multiple images can be loaded into a style, different source images, and in theory you could create an individual image for every control element that you would need. Name it, load it up into the style, but you're never going to do that. You could break it up into sections if you wanted, but as you'll find, for a checkbox, for example, there are several images that are needed just to represent a checkbox because of the states. You have the checked and the unchecked and the grayed. You have the checked highlighted, the focused, hot tracking. You have the checked depressed, that it's pressed, and don't forget the disabled states. And for each one of those, so you have lots of those. You want those all to be together so that you can make sure they all look right, that they have the same size and so forth, rather than in separate files. One of the key things, speaking of checkboxes and radio buttons, there's a subset of images that you need to create multiple versions for it. And it's recommended for high DPI support is to support at least these three: the 100% version, the 150% version, and the 200% version. There is the opportunity to create a 300% version. It's not necessary at this point based on the scaling that is used in the application. The VCL will pick and extrapolate an appropriate style and sizing based on the closest one that's there. So what I'm going to show now is to create a new style based off of the classical version that we were just looking at, but I'm building it for a client that happens to be a floral shop. So we're going to make a floral shop classico style that touches on several of these different things. Most importantly, we're going to customize the images. So let's take a look at what we need to do for that. So I'm going to bring up the Bitmap Style Designer here and go ahead and click Open and start with, let's see, what do I want to start with here? I'm going to start with the Slate Classico. Got to go find it. You could start with any of them, but I'm going to start with the Slate one just so that it gives us I know what the coloring will do that I need to make it work. The key thing is, the first foremost, we're going to update some of this information. So I'm going to go in and you can put whatever you want. I'm just going to put Raise Software, and we can change this to raise.com and then change this to Floral Shop Classico, and then hit enter. Keep the version number at 2. It actually is not the version number of your style, it's the version number of the VCL style framework that is recognized. So if you go and change it, things don't work right. So that's one tip. Second tip is, if you go, next thing we want to do is save this as a different file. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and I'm going to call it Floral Shop Classico, and you can go ahead and save it in the same directory, the 22 styles there. I'm going to go and save that. And then if you go and reopen it, so if I open up something else and I come back and I open up the Floral Shop one of the things you'll see is, oh, sometimes this shows the wrong version information. It doesn't show the right it'll default to showing Embarcadero. If that happens, just click on another object and click back to the top and it will show it correctly. So I'm going to close this down for the moment because I'm not talking about the objects yet, but I do want to talk about the images. So one of the things that I can this helps is you can see I have 3 different source images in here, and if we click on one, you can see where, because we already saw the classico style, this is where all of those pieces are. Now, it's a little hodgepodgey where it's kind of all over the place. Things are somewhat grouped, but not everything is grouped that well. And then when you get to the 150% ones, this is just the images that are scaled. Not every control element does get scaled. Personally, they should be, but that's actually a limitation in the way Windows implements its styling when it goes to high DPI. I'll mention that a little bit later in more detail. But you can see we have all these rendered these images, and if you run the test button here to test it, it opens up a dialog that applies all of those test images. And so we can get a preview of what everything looks like by running that test, which is really powerful. You'll use this a ton when you're customizing it. But what I want to do is I want to basically keep the general look of the borders and the buttons to be the same, but I want to change the coloring, which is a really common thing to do. So the first thing I need to do is export these styles. And so if I go and pick on these and do my image export, so I'll start with the first one, and I'm going to navigate to my my graphics directory, because I have to switch over. I'm going to use sessions, VCL styles, export. We're going to pick this folder, and then what's kind of interesting is that it will export all the files. for you. You don't have to set in each export one. It just exports all the files, the images, and it's there, which is fine. So we're going to keep that there. I've added those, their PNG files over on that side. I'm going to switch to my Photoshop. And so I'm going to go ahead and open, and I've already set up to go to that directory. So now I've just exported these. So I'm going to bring up all of them. I'm only going to change the first one to start just for time here. I don't need to clip it, but I will zoom in on this a little bit. And you can see that this is an image. It's a PNG image. So there's transparency around everything. But that's how it's broken up. And it's the better organized your source images are, if you're going to build custom ones, the better and easier it's going to be to set it all up. But for now, we're just going to be colorizing some things. So really quickly, what I'm going to do is go into my image and my adjustment. And what am I looking for? Hue and saturation. This is all being done in a Mac, so you won't see that there. And I'm going to change my hue to be 57. And you can already see a preview of how we've changed some things. So I'm going to go ahead and pick that. And then I'm going to go into my adjustments, my photo filter, and change that to the filter to be warming. Which one do I want? I picked filter of violet. So that's coloring all of the grayer areas. And then I'm going to, and I can apply the same things to the other ones if I so choose, but for time I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and save that file back to that directory, and let's go see what this looks like when we go back into Delphi. So I now want to update this image, and so pick the image that we want. Now this is done individually, so here's my export of what I had. This is the one I just changed, so let me go and pick that. There's my new coloring. I'll open that up. It kind of shows you what it's going to look like with the transparency applied. I've never modified any of these. This is simply what I use. Go ahead and click that, and now we can see we've made a change. I'm going to go ahead and save my style and run it. And you can see that we've picked up. We've got some brighter blue buttons. We've got the little green coming in from the styles there. We've got toolbar buttons. Here's a dialogue. So not too bad. As you start navigating, we'll see some other things that come through, like oh, there's that gold is creeping up in certain things. How we've got over here that oh, that bar is a little bit different. That's not the one we want, and so forth. List views, but overall pretty easy to change and make some customizations. All right, let's kind of wrap and talk a little bit more what's next when we go through some of this stuff. So one of the things that we need to check for, I kind of touched on it, where you have that the tabs on there. We're still bringing the yellow in from the other side, but we do need to go through and look at the various color properties that are used inside of the style, and we'll do that in just a moment. Source images describe most everything, however, not everything, and so we do want to catch some of those gaps. Then, so what I want to do now, let's go back to the style here, and I'm going to bring the style back up. And some things that are kind of interesting is, the scroll bar coloring. Like, these are gray still. Like, where is that color coming from? And there's other little elements that can come into play that you're not quite sure who's driving that. And the additional ones, for example, there, button color, like the button backgrounds of all of this. One of the so where all of those show up are in the different sections down below. So font colors shows you the coloring of a background of a given text element or a given style element, like button. So our buttons look like this. So the black actually works okay. If this was a little bit darker purple, we would probably want to switch this to be white. So we would go in and you pick the element and you go and change the color and you would see it. We want to go through and make sure that every one of these works and looks appropriate, because this is where you would see that, oh, I'm using white text on a light gray background. That's not going to look very good. You won't be able to read it. Black on a dark background. Here are the colors. So here's where the blue is. If we wanted to change that, we could certainly do that if that was something that was important, although the blue works. The rest of these all look okay. There's no yellow or striking colors. System color is the one we want, because a lot of things use CL highlight, for example, and we want that to be match our theme better versus the yellow. Now maybe you like the yellow, but just to show you what you do, I'm going to make that change. So I'm going to change the highlight to 165, 232, and 143. And I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and that's matching the green color that was used elsewhere. And then for the button face, we have this is the gray color that's showing up in various pieces. Like the toolbar was gray, the scroll bar corner was gray. That's coming from this. So we're going to change the button face color to be more like our form color, which is 227, 218, 240. Hence our light purple. Go ahead and change that. Now I go ahead and save this, and we can see that, like, oh yeah, the scroll bars look right, and the various gaps, the tabs. So there's our green, that shows up better. Some things you can't control. For example, like the background of the scroll of this list box area, it's a control box, so it doesn't fit in as well. It's a scroll box basically, and so that you have to do some extra stuff beyond that. But at this point, everything is generally looking quite good. One of the things that to really get an idea of what all the colors do and what they control, included with the download materials for this, I have a let me go and grab it. There's a style that I call Color Impact, and it's a pure custom. You would never use it in an application, but it's very useful to see what it does. So Color Impact, you go and put it in your styles directory, you go and pick it, and then once you load that up, what you'll see is that I have different colors for all of the different elements that are in here. And what it does is when I go and run it, you can see that, oh, there's one of the orange colors is around the scroll boxes. The combo boxes have different colors that control the background based on the state of it. Same thing with the list boxes. As you go through each of these elements, you can see where they are. And having that, for example, that gray color, that there's a peach color that controls that. So I could go into the floral shop one, find that particular version and change it so that it would be more purple than the gray. A lot of detail, a lot of things to look at that. But that's, again, if you're really getting into that, you find a gap, load this up and see what color value it's coming from, and then go back into the various control elements and find out, oh, well, okay, button face and shadow, those are there. Tweak them, try it again, and you're good to go. All right, next up, want to dig a little bit deeper into customizing an element. And so, yes, the source images allow us to change the appearance and how that looks, but we can do much more. We can actually make things bigger than they are, like a title bar. That's one of the things we're going to change here. Is the title bar in that the Classico style is okay, but it's rather small. And in today's Windows, they're much larger. They have easier buttons to hit. We should kind of make it fit and be closer to that style. Some things that become important when we're doing element changes is you have various bitmap properties, active bitmap and bitmap. There's bitmap disabled, focused, and pressed. As you can gather, these describe the states. So which image from that source image material gets used, but it's a little bit more than that, because you have to define what subsection of that source image gets used. So we're going to look at how do we define those regions. And then inside of there's some margins that we can use. And that's important for image slicing that I'll talk about a little bit later. And a whole bunch of other things that we can try into. But the bitmaps are the most important ones, along with some of the margins and positions to get a feel for what things look like. So what we're going to do next is we're going to update the title bar of our Floral Shop Classico. So let me go and bring back one of the designers here. That's the Classico. Let's bring over our Floral Shop one. And so what we want to do is I'm going to actually keep both of these up just to help. And this is one where I'm using another style to kind of give me the appearance I want. So I'm going to pick the Windows Modern style. And one of the things we note when we do this style, that it's quite big. You know, the buttons are bigger. It's a taller title bar than if we go and run our Floral Shop. These are really close together, and the title bar is quite small. So what do we need to do to change that? Well, where that's defined is in the objects. And so we're going to open up this, and in particular, let's go open up the image, form, and title. So if we look at the title, and what you'll see is, oh, here's this is the control elements. Now that we've delved into it, these make up the different pieces for it. So the title itself is this dotted rectangle. And if we do find the corresponding version over here, when we go to the title, we'll notice that, oh, okay, the title is just the top part of that, and it's got some smaller buttons. Okay, so that's what that's using. And we have various properties that we have here. Like, for example, the height of the title bar is 32, whereas the height over here is just 29. And so what can, let's change that up. So if we change this to be 32, and I could hit enter, you'll note that, oh, the dotted line now goes below that. So we need to fix something up, because that's not going to look right, because the background image it's not filling it as best it should. Then we also can change let me open this up. We go to the caption, and the caption itself is the text that's in there, and that's going to describe where the caption is. And so we're going to match. So the caption height is 31 there. The height over here, we can make this one 31. You can see how it's changing that down as well. SK caption. The top, let's change the top of that to match. So that shifts it up a little bit. And or we could just change that to the client. Change it like that. That fits in there. Then we'll go to, let's see, client. All right, looking at my notes here, client height and client top, which we did. Top of 0, so we're set on that. And then the next thing is we go to the sys buttons and find the button close. And if we look at the button close, we've got drilled down into here. So caption, sys buttons. It's kind of interesting how this is all structured and how it's nested. But what we're looking at is the width is 46 for the defaults, nice and wide. We don't need to necessarily make it that big. We can go ahead and make this 40 instead of 22, and we'll see that that's over. But we're going to go and change the left property to match. And so, actually I will make that the 46 so I can do these numbers right. Match that with the 254. And you can see now that the buttons are bigger. And we go and we'll do it for the next button as well. We'll do the button max. So the button max we're going to change to be 46. The left for that one is going to change to 210. We'll do the restore, again 46. And I'm doing this quickly just so that we can get a good view for 166. You could tweak and change other ones as you go through. So we'll look at the min one, change that to 46, and change its left to be 122. And we're moving those along. And then button help, and I'm only going to do the 100% ones. There's other ones that you would want to do that are larger. Everything scales up, and then finally this becomes 78. And the final thing is let's fix up our title bar here. And so if we go to the title bar and the active bitmap, and we open that up, and we can see, okay, where is it getting its active bitmap? Well, it's a little bit harder to see in the bounds here, but let me zoom this in more detailed, and now we can get a view of where it's getting the title bar from. And so we can control the different points of it. So you click the right mouse button to do the lower right, and the left button to do the upper left. And so you would go and click on the section that you want that to be covered. And so we can go ahead and put that at the various level that we want. Go ahead and apply that and make the change. Let me go ahead and save this, give this a little run, and now you can see that we actually have a taller and more spread out title bar, which actually works quite well. So that's a way we can control the elements. There's a ton of different elements in each of these different sections. So as you can imagine, it becomes very tedious to go through every control element and change it and tweak it if you're doing something completely custom. But it's quite powerful that it's there. A couple things to note whenever you're editing these like the title, any active bitmaps or regular bitmaps. So regular bitmap is the version that's not selected. So if it's not active, that's why you have two versions in there. Sometimes as you get to higher resolutions, these don't, you'll get distortion that happens. So you have to kind of work with clicking on it. I wish you could type in the coordinates to do it really quickly if you knew what they were. Like these are all in a row, so they're all going to have the same top and bottom. I'm just shifting the X coordinate along. You can't really do that. So there's room for improvement for all of those. All right, let's continue on. So if you really wanted to create a custom style, then there's some things you want to consider. And I've mentioned these in passing, but we're kind of listing them down on the screen here. Is you're going to start with a new style, not copy from an existing one. Although when you create a new style, you basically get everything that's in one of the other styles. It's just not named anything, and it's got very basic settings for it. But the key thing is you will want to spend some time thinking about your source material and organizing it in a way that makes sense. And that's one of the things that I've done with all the raised styles that you saw in the dialogue. Is there's source material for each color style, each theme, and they're all organized in the same way, so that when you go to change them or to customize which one, it's easier to set up. I highly recommend using vector artwork to produce your PNG images. And the reason for that is you will undoubtedly need to tweak it. You know, the circle you first make for a radio button isn't big enough. You know, you need it to be 1 pixel larger or, 2 pixels smaller. having to erase a raster image and then recreating it becomes very tedious, whereas if it's a vector based, you can do that. One little side note, that if you are using the Adobe products, I love Illustrator when it comes to vector artwork. It's got some really better tooling for vectors designs. However, Adobe Illustrator does not export PNGs as well as Photoshop does. For example, you have a vector circle and you export it in Illustrator, it's not symmetrical in its anti-aliasing when it creates the transparency for a PNG. In Photoshop it is. So I use the less functional vector-based art designs inside of Photoshop to do the PNG work. It does work better, although a little tedier. One of the techniques that I will do is, if you're doing new source images, you have to go through and update all of those objects. For example, I showed part of it, but if we were to open up, say, let's see here, what do we got here? Where's the radio button, for example, and you go to the radio button, check state, and now you have all of these bitmaps that you need to open up and go find, and then create the border around it. But there's no frame around the radio button because it's curved. So how do you know where you need to click and put the bounding rectangle on it? In my artwork, I create a layer that has guidelines, actual lines in the image that I can hide and show, and I use that to guide and mark my clipping rectangle regions inside the designer. Then I go and take away the guides, regenerate the PNG file, update it in the source images. I don't have to go back and change these. It'll pick up the new image, whatever's behind it. So that's a very helpful little tip when you're working with multiple source images. I already mentioned that, the removable guidelines, use the zoom feature for selecting in the regions. One thing I mentioned before is if image slicing, and if you're familiar with that, it's a way to take an image and support clean resizing of that image. And it does so by sectioning the image into 9 sections. The corners are always rendered as is, so there's no change or transformation that's done on those. The sides and the top and bottom are stretched in one direction only. So the sides, left and right, are stretched vertically. So they're tiled vertically. So the border always remains the same, and it will be any height that you want. The opposite is true for the top and bottoms. And then the client area in the middle of the tic-tac-toe grid is stretched to fill as you stretch that. So this is how Windows and Mac and Android all do like multi-size rendering of an image based on a source image. And it allows us to have the curvature look good for these controls. To set this up inside of the bitmap style designer, we end up using, and we can find if we go to the button, for example, the button face, and if you open up the button and scroll down to it, you notice that there's some curvature on it. And I'm going to take it away and cancel, but that curvature, well, we need that slicing line to be like right here and right here and then over here and so forth. Well, that is defined by the margins of that image. So, and again, you have to have the same margins for all of your images for the buttons, the various states, but that's why they pick it in 7. So it's 7 in gives you the different lines all the way around. So the curvature of the button will remain. If you provide a new source image and you do the test and the buttons look weird, like they're painted wrong, check your margins, make sure you're doing the image slicing correctly. That's where that comes from. So a couple things when you're talking with higher DPI. When you go to some of those elements, corner sizes in your source images need to be bigger. When you're going with a 200%, like if you're doing a checkbox with rounded corners, the checkbox itself is going to be bigger based on your 100% scale. You're going to scale that up to 150 and 200%, but you also need to scale the radius of your curve, because that grows as it scales. The same thing with image slicing margins. Obviously, if you're doing 200%, you can't use the same 7 to do the curvature. You really need to use 14. And so you'll see those changes into it. Same thing with line thicknesses. Line thickness needs to double up from 100% to 200%. This is one of the problems, the reason why Windows, when you run it at 200% or 250%, everything looks washed out. That's because all of the borders that are used for all the controls are still just 1 pixel wide, because they don't create a new source image that has a 2 pixel wide border when you're running at 200%. Mac does, and iOS and Android does. So when you run it, those are higher DPIs, the borders still look the same weight. Windows looks washed out because they don't supply or provide a way to give a different source image for the control when you run at 200%. So if that's, there's nothing we can really do about that until Embarcadero decides to add in high DPI versions of all of the controls, including the list box backgrounds, the edit borders, and so forth. Just real quick, I'll take a moment to show, went too far. One of the things that we've been working, yeah, I'll go and save that. Let me open up the Raise Frost. The Raise Frost is our light style. This is a purely custom style from the ground up. It has a very consistent hot tracking. It's inspired by Windows 11, but glyphs and graphics are much cleaner to read. There's a common theme through the whole piece. We have different highlights, highlighting active buttons. All the menus follow the same style. Tab controls, all the styling is fit in. What's nice is that we support both light and dark styles. So if I were to go and change this to the Raise Graphite blue, here is the dark version of that same style, and so it has a different look and feel for supporting those. And of course, what you saw is there's different colors for each of those. So that's something you can go to the Raise Software website for more information about what the different styles look like and different coloring. And what's kind of neat is when you use the per control styling, you can use like blue by default, but still load up a purple button that if that's what you want to highlight, you can do that. So with that, that's the breadth of my material for this session. You can go to my Delphi by Designs website. In the download section, it has the material. It has that color impact style. The floral shop is in there with the new images are embedded inside the style. If you have any questions about creating custom VCL styles, please feel free to use the contact information on the screen. And I will now be around to answer any questions you might have right after the presentation. Thank you very much.
Fantastic session. I really enjoyed that. And as usual, lots of questions and very little time, but even so, we're going to give it a go. Ray is joining us live today for questions and answers in the studio. Hello, Ray.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, you're that way. There you go. I can never point in the right direction. I have no career in TV for me. There you go. Excellent. Thanks very much. And actually, we did get a lot of questions because it's day 3 and that's how it works. But what we did get, let me just pull them up. Hold on 1 second. This is from Patrick Prematin, who is an MVP and our super question answer. And he's French, and so he always says that our sessions are he's English learning. He's at English school. So, but what he's saying there is he definitely, this was the how to create your personalized styles was needed, and I absolutely agree. I think the session was exactly that. It was, how to create a style that you personalize. And do you know what? I say this every time. I've been around in Delphi for a long time, and I think I know what I'm doing. But every time I see one of your sessions, I'm like, oh, wow. So congratulations. I really appreciate it, me personally, and I think a lot of other people as well. Was there anything you spotted in the questions? Because I know that our guests can't always reply to anything. I don't think we had any specific questions, but
no, nothing that I saw. One of the things I do like when I put together a session like this, one is, as you said, that styles have been around for a long time, and most people have relied on the ones that are built in. They get shipped with the product, or there's a couple commercial options out there that you can pick up and try out and so forth. But one of the things, like I'm sure a lot of other developers and certainly companies that have developers, and they want their own branding, and they're trying to come up with, like, oh, I like the Adobe Illustrator and Creative Cloud suite of applications. Could I mimic that using a VCL style? Or you look at any, like even Office or others, there's a lot of apps that are becoming more styled, and to convey branding, to convey information. Everybody's trying to go with dark styles now, just because it's very popular. It's some people really like it. It's a more soothing experience than the white contrast. I kind of can go both sides, kind of depends on which mood I'm in at the moment. But one of the things that I really wanted was, all right, what are the gaps? What are the gotchas if you want to go down this road? Because I've done the similar talks of customizing your VCL apps with styles. Mm-hmm. And that was initially, it started from the component writer's point of view. So how do I, as a component writer, support styles in my app? And there's a certain set of restrictions and guidelines you got to be aware of. But then the next one is like, well, what if I wanted to tweak this a little bit? And that's the common one is I'm just going to take an existing style that's good enough and color it to match more of what we want, hence the floral shop example. But really where this culminated, this session, was I had a case where, I wanted to make this from scratch. And so I basically did that, like from a brand new style, not taking any image from anything else. Like if I wanted to provide those images, what do I need to do? And so that was what I tried to explain inside of, okay, I initially used Illustrator to do my graphics because I want to resize it because of high DPI. Like certain sets of images, you need to make different resolutions. Well, I don't want to hand paint every PNG image for that. The problem I ran into there was that Illustrator does not export PNG curves as good as Photoshop does. So I literally had to transfer all of my vector design in Illustrator to the vector equivalents in Photoshop to render the PNGs out of it. And you
have a tool for your tool.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, initially I had it a shared document. I opened up a Photoshop file that linked to the Illustrator one, and it worked. But it was like, okay, this is a little much, a little ridiculous. But there's the key things if you are going down that road. I knew from the get-go I was going to support multiple colors. Right. Just because I was thinking kind of like, well, if I'm going to do all this work, I think we could probably make a product out of it. And let me do all of the colors, a good sampling of it, and then go through and come up with a strategy of how to create the images. And if I need to tweak it, because that's the big thing is you go and tweak it. Well, now you have 14 style files that need to be updated. And so again, every one of them is all done consistently so that it's just tweaking some settings. But it was an interesting experience to do all that.
It's a frustrating experience as well because I have done it myself. And if I had hair, I wouldn't have any by now because I'd ripped it out. But I think you made a good point as well about the branding because we can, we provide, obviously, we being Embarcadero, we provide a number of styles. And if you have a paid version rather than the community version, you get some more styles. But, let's say, give a classic example of someone whose branding is quite extreme, and that's Google. They have that multicolored, a simple color scheme, but actually there's going to be no style that fits that exactly. And if your company, you know, there are plenty of companies out there, they've got the opposite. They've got like a monochrome branding, but it's a very specific, you know, they've gone off and paid some designer thousands to come up with a single color, you know. But of course, you want your app to fit in with that, so that if you've got a company logo at the top, it looks like it's homogenous and all one thing. And you know, I think that was a very good point about what you made, that there may be styles out there, but sooner or later, if you write enough apps or you're getting serious about it, you know, understanding
it's definitely something to entertain. And the continuation for it is that by finding the gaps, like, okay, is this an Embarcadero gap or is this a Microsoft gap? You know, for the longest time, I was trying to figure out why doesn't, when I go to 200% resolution for Windows on my machine, why does everything look so washed out? Well, it's because the lines of all the windows are still just 1 pixel wide. And so that's just because of the way they've done their styling. Now you go to the Mac and Mac OS, well, when you go to 200% on a Retina display, the lines are double thick. And so you still have the same weight. And so part of it is like, well, you know, Embarcadero, there's nothing that would prevent you from adding in the ability to have high DPI graphic values for every style element, including the form borders, for example. And so that if you did go to 200%, you could actually have your form rendered with a double wide border. Right now, that's not supported, but that's certainly an enhancement down the road that I would like to see. So even though Windows necessarily isn't doing it right, Embarcadero can kind of fix it and make our high DPI versions of our apps look even better.
Yeah, and that's absolutely it. And I'm a big fan of styles. I think it's one of the things that actually differentiates Red Studio. When we've got the Python guys who are doing, you know, Python apps with the FMX, Delphi FMX libraries and things like that, we show you how you can take one of those styles and then use it in your Python app. So now you've got a magical Python app that looks fantastic as well. So we don't want to promote it too much, but hey, you know, we're here for the developers, not necessarily the sales. Okay, well,
you have another session to do, and I will join you a little later this afternoon for another follow-up. And good luck with the rest of the event.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Ray, and I'll speak to you later.
All right, very good.
Thank you. Okay, so our next session is from one of our newest MVPs. His name is George De Luca. He's based in Portugal now, but he's Brazilian. And the thing about Brazil is there's hundreds and hundreds of developers in Brazil. It's like a little enclave, shall we say. I don't know what we've been doing right, but whatever it is, Brazil has got it right. And this is called Fast Reports and Intraweb. It's one of our basic demos, shall we say, webinars. So a kickstart for that. But we're going to start that now. George will not be here live for the Q&A, so that's fine because we've taken some of his time anyway. But speak to you later after George's session. Thanks for watching.
Hello guys, my name is George De Luca. I am an Embarcadero MVP. I am in Portugal. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jan Barker and Embarcadero, for the invitation. Today I will talk about how we can create a PDF report with Fast Report and display it on the Intraweb form. This is my email and my website. Our agenda is creating the Intraweb project, creating the Fast Report template, and then display the PDF report on Intraweb. Okay, let's do it. So I already opened the Delphi 11, and now I will create a new project from Intraweb. Click New Project. Choose Intraweb and Intraweb Application Wizard. Click OK. Standalone application. Change the project name. I will put Fast Report This base directory, it's okay, and click OK. And now Delphi created a new basic intraweb project. This is the user session. I will increase the size, and here this is the intraweb form. Here I will put EW button. Okay, and I will change the caption property. Display PDF report. Save all project, and OK. Now on the user session unit, on the data model, we need to put some components to create the report and to access the database. So we will need the FD connection, we will need FD query, let's set these two components. FD connection, I will change the name for con, click twice, and I will use employee database from Firebird. Database, I will get the database, I will put the username is sysdba and password is master key. Oh, oops. Sorry. Click in test, and it's okay. Click OK to save the configuration. Change login prompt to false and test the connection. OK. Here on the FD query, I will put the query, the SQL, and first of all I will change the component name. Report. Okay. Click twice. I will write the query here. Select from employee inner join order by click on execute. The query is okay. Clicking OK and click with the right button on the fields editor and add all fields from this query. Okay, save the project, test the query, active true, it's okay. Now we need some components from Fast Report to create the Fast Report template. So we will need the FRX report is the first. Then we will need FRX DB dataset and FRX PDF export. Okay, I will change the names. FRX report I will change to FRX employee. Oops. FRX employee report. Then FRX employee. So on this component, I needed to link the query, FD query, to show the content from the query. So I needed to change the dataset property and link query report. And I will change the username to DS employee. Okay. And next we will create the template on the Fast Report. Click twice on the FRX employee report, and Fast Report will open a tool for create the template. On the left side, we have some components that we can use to create this template. But first of all, we needed to choose what the dataset we needed to use to create this template. I will choose DS employee, click OK, and then go to this icon on the insert band and click and choose page header. It's the first band that, and then page footer. We needed to choose the master data and choose DS employee. Click OK. We needed to choose the group header, and here we needed to choose what the field will break the group. I will select department number. Click OK. And choose the group footer. Okay. And report summary. Okay. Now we needed to put the text to display on our report. First of all, I will put the text on the page header. We needed to use the text object component. Clicking on this icon and left on the band. I will write employee list. Okay. And another boot camp 2023. Increase the size. So Fast Report has a lot of options to set all the components on the template. For this label, for this text, I will change the align property to the left, and this another I will change align property to the right. And for this text, I will change the text align to the right too. I will change to bold, increase a little bit. Okay. On the group header, I will create another band linked on the group header. I need to click on the add child band, and Fast Report will create a new band linked on the group header. So on the group header, I will put another text object here, and I will put the text department number, if I click on this button, I can choose what the field I want to show on the report. I will select department number, click OK, space, and again click on this button and select department. This field is the department name. Click OK and click OK again. All right. Increase the size a little bit, and I will change the text align to the left. Okay, good. So on the master data, I will put the fields from the query to show the content from the table. So I will I will use the same component, text object, and I will put here, and I will select the field last name, click OK, OK, increase the size, and I will change to normal font, click OK again, and select first name, click OK, and increase the size a little bit, insert another text object and choose font extension, click OK, OK again, increase the size a little bit, and then the last one is the salary, click OK. For this field, I will change the format number for this type, and I will put the decimal separator equal comma, click OK, and I will change the text align to the right, and the align property to the right too. Increase a little bit. We can see the preview, and this is our current preview from the table. So I will put some labels for the title, the field titles, on the child band linked on the group header. I will put more 4 text object. One, the name is last name, click OK. I will change the alignment text to the left. I will change this size for the same field size from the master data for all fields on the master data. I will put another first name, on extension, okay, change for the same size, and then salary. Change the text alignment to the right, and I will change to bold. We can put the total of the salary on for the group, and the number of employees for the group 2. So for that, I will put another text group here, and then I will put total salary, and now I will use the insert aggregate on this button. I will use the sum, the function sum, data band master data, dataset is ds employee, data field is salary, and OK. So I will change the format for that, and decimal separator is comma. Click OK. Increase the size. And I will change the text alignment to the right. And align property to the right too. Okay, good. So I will put another text object, and I will put employee total. Function now will be count, data band is master data, and data fields is, I will use amp number. Click OK, and OK. Good. I will change the alignment text to the left and align property to the left too. Increase a little bit. And let's see the preview. Okay. So now we can put some lines to separate the bands. We can do that, for example, click on the first band, on the page header, and on the frame property, there is another property type that you can change or you can select what the side you want to put the line. For this band, I will select the button. When I change to true and click in preview, the line appears, right? So I will use the line on the group footer. I will change here, change to true. Let's see. Okay, better. Good. So there is another property on the group header that I like to use, is reprint on new page. I will change to true. This property, when you change to true, the group footer will print again if the group passed to the next page, and the title will appears again. Let's see again. Let's see the preview. That's it. On this group, research and development, the title group appears again on the next page, because the group total was displayed on the next page. Because of that, Fast Report reprint the group title, right? So now it's a good practice. You print the page number and, for example, the date and hour of the report. So for that, I will put on the page footer more two text object here, and I will put here the date space and time. Click OK, and I will change the align property to the left, and I will put the page number, increase a little bit, and align to the right. Align text to the right too. Good. Let's see the preview. And ta-da! Okay. I will put here the grand total from the salary and the employees total. I can copy this component and paste for the report summary, and let's see the preview. On the groups, the total is for the group, and on the end of the report we have the grand total, right? So let's change the label. Grand employee total, and grand total. Let's see again. Okay, grand employee total is 42, and the grand total, it's this big number. Okay, so our template is finished, and now we will make some codes to make this report from the intraweb. So close this tool, click on X to close. Now I will create a new function to create the PDF report. Here on the public, I will write function create PDF report, returns boolean, the parameters is a file name and Control Shift C. Okay. We need to create a variable as file name string, and I will create a try finally block. I will put the result column equal false, as file name comma equal employee list, underscore plus format date time, and the format is year, month, day, and hour, minute, and second, comma, function now plus dot PDF and semicolon. I put on the as file name variable the employee list text more created date time, because if two or more users are using the same program at the same time, a user can't overwrite the file from the other user. Okay, let's continue the code. I will put a new try except code block. I will open the query report dot open, and I will set the PDF export frx PDF export dot show dialog equal false, frx PDF export show progress if equal false, and frx PDF export file name equal www root backslash more as file name. Okay, so I should create the PDF file on this folder from the project. For that, I will compile the project, Control F9, it's okay. And I go to the folder Win32 debug, and I will create the folder www root, and I needed to create the PDF file here on this folder. Okay, back to Delphi and continue. frx employee report to prepare report, and frx employee report dot export on PDF export. So to finish this code, I will put a file name parameter equal the S file name, and result equal true. If all okay, I will return true on this function. So, and finally I put query report dot close. I will close the query. Here I want to put anything, because if this code executes something wrong, the function will return false, right? Okay, let's compile, Control F9, and okay, save all. Now we need to go to the unit 1, click twice on this button, and we will put the code on the onClick event. So first of all, we needed to use the server controller unit. Select server controller, click OK, because all the user sessions are created inside the server controller. So back the onClick event, we need to create a new variable as file name string type, and now we will call the function from the user session. I will put the as file name on the parameter, and then I will put the command to display the PDF file on a new tab on the browser. And I will call the file on this parameter from the new window command. Let's compile the project, Control F9, and that's okay. If everything okay, click on OK, and then F9 to execute the program. Click on Chrome button or another browser if you prefer, and it will open a new tab on the browser. Click on Display PDF Report button, and the program will create a new PDF file, and it will display the PDF on the browser. If you go on the www root folder, you can see the last file created from the program. And if you close this tab and click on the button again, the program will create a new file, and the program will display this last one on the browser, right? If the information is different from the last one, of course the program will display the new information for the user. Okay, our codification is finished. Okay guys, let's finish this presentation. This is my website and my email. If you have some questions about this presentation, you can email me and I will answer you soon. This is the QR code and the link that you can use to access my social medias. I hope this video was useful for you. I would like to thank you, Jan-Bark and Embarcadero, for the invitation. Thank you all for watching, and see you soon.
Yes, we will, George. I like it. A little salute. Hello, goodbye. Excellent presentation. It's a very popular reporting system, and actually there's a few like that, but this is one of the more popular ones. And actually, I can't remember, but there used to be a free version that was built into the ID, or came delivered with the ID. I can't actually remember off the top of my head if that still happens, but it definitely used to. Someone will correct me, one of the people that's connected on our chat. But great session. George is one of our most recent MVPs. He was the most recent until about 3 weeks ago, and then we got another Brazilian guy actually to become an MVP as well, because Brazil is absolutely packed with really, really good developers. So absolutely crazy. And Patrick says, thanks for the presentation, and welcome to the MVP side. Yes, yeah, welcome, George. And welcome to the other guy as well. See, I should have paid attention to his name. He's Oliveira. Anyway, so I will look that up and mention him next time. The newest MVP. We have a couple of hundred MVPs dotted around the world. So if you do use RAD Studio or indeed any Embarcadero product, including RAD Server and Delphi or C++ Builder, and Interbase is another one of our products as well. And you're stuck. These people are male and female. There's a good collection of them. These people are the best of the best. Patrick Premontin is one of them, and he is quite extraordinary. I've got a lot of good things to say about Patrick, and he's an example. And there's plenty. There's Holger, for example, who you saw yesterday, and lots of others as well. We do have a slight change to our running order. For those of you that are waiting for a session on Figma design, it's looking like we won't be able to do that. It's not the next session, but the session after that, which would have been how to create a mobile app from a Figma design. Unfortunately, that is by one of our MVPs, Glenn, and we've not managed to get the link sorted. And Gabriel Oliveria, it was the newest MVP. Patrick is way better at it than me. Oh, thank you, Patrick. Yes, unfortunately, the Figma session doesn't look like it's going to make it. I'm sorry about that. What we're going to do is replay the opening keynote session that I did. That's really about software development in general and talking about how to make your apps look like $1 million, and lots of resources like where to get splash screens and fonts and things like that. It's quite a long session, and it's designed for people who are really learning to code and want to get better at it. It's one that we've already got prepared, and it just fits into that little gap nicely, but we're guessing that Glenn's not going to be able to upload his session. If we manage to do it, then we'll put Glenn on, but right now we've just said no, we're not going to do that. We'll replace it. So thanks for all of your questions and all the rest of it. Laughing at some of the chat comments there. We do have QR codes for various offers. One of them, which is, let me point in the right direction. I have to look at my badge. If you scan this code here, it will take you directly to a special offer that's running at the moment. I suppose this is me plugging Embarcadero at the moment. If you've got Rad Studio and you've got an older version, there are a lot of people that use Delphi 7. Look, I know it's rock solid, but Delphi 7 is 20 years old, something like that. If you're not sure, download the latest version of Rad Studio, a trial. Take a look. It is a world of difference from what it used to be. If you're an existing Rad Studio user and you're not really up to date with the latest versions and what can be done, and you'll see throughout these days some of the amazing things that can be done with the later versions, and you do want to get up to date, go to where this ticker says, or scan that link. They go to the same place. See, look, I can do it now. I can point at the badges, and you get a great offer. It's 20% off, so it's pretty worthwhile. We know from our sales feedback that a lot of people have gone for it, and you get 12 months of maintenance and all sorts of things. The advantage of that is there will be a new version coming at some point. It's been written about on the blog, so I'm not revealing secrets I shouldn't, which has got some planned features in it that are actually quite exciting, including Skier for Delphi incorporated into it. If you are an existing Rad Studio user and you've got a slightly older version, you're going to notice a real impact, we hope, with using Skier. And even if you just use the Skier for Delphi integration at the moment, it makes things like your cross-platform apps that are written in FireMonkey really fly. And it adds lots of capabilities, which you'll see on my Space Computer video, which shows you things like animations and SVGs and quite incredible, manipulation of images. So if you're going to do like an image editor or something like that, it's actually pretty remarkable what can be done. So scan that offer. Yeah, there you go. And or go to this link down here. We'll keep posting these up. And the other thing as well, and I'm going to say this very briefly because it is actually quite important. If you're watching this on YouTube live, and I know a number of you are, or you're watching the playback right now, so I'm time traveling into the future where it's a bit cooler because it's like 40 degrees or 100 and something outside, and we like winter in Texas. If you're watching us on YouTube, could you do us a favor? Can you click on the like button? And can you click on the subscribe button and the little bell? There's a little bell on YouTube. You're not going to get any spam from us or anything like that. What will happen is it encourages the algorithm to offer you more Delphi-related videos, including ours. And we put a lot of effort into these. For every hour of video that you see, someone has worked probably 4 hours producing that video. Every single person, like George, will have spent hours and hours of time putting it in. We really appreciate you giving us some feedback with that, like and actually subscribing. If you subscribe, you get notified. And the other important thing to do as well is if you haven't done it yet, then please try and register. So go to the learndelphi.org Coding Bootcamp page. And on that page, there is a register button. If you haven't registered, register. And what that will do is make sure that you get all the replays of all the webinar, all of the videos that we've done. It's a long week. I'm starting to fade. But all of the replays of all the videos and all of the slides, all of the blog posts, all of the session materials, example code, you'll get those sent to you automatically if you register. So if you could register, that's probably a good idea. And if you're not sure of where the website is, once again, I'll look at my badge and go to there, learndelphi.tv. Okay, so we are now going to go on to our next session, which is from a good friend of mine, Richard Hatherall, another British accent, we're everywhere. And this is called OAuth Made Easy. And it is about the Amazon Appercept components. He'll tell you how to get them, but they're completely free. You can get them from Get It built into the package manager, get it package manager built into the IDE, or you can go to the Appercept site. But he explains all of that in the video, and I think he's joining us live for Q&A afterwards. It's a very, very interesting, very useful session. Speak to you later.
Hello and welcome to Auth Made Easy with Amazon Cognito and Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi. I'm Richard Hatherall from Appercept, author of Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi and Embarcadero MVP for Delphi. So let's jump straight into Amazon Cognito and what is it? So it's an identity platform for web and mobile apps. It's a user directory. It's an authentication server. It's an authorization service for OAuth 2 access tokens and AWS credentials. So these features are all things that most modern platforms want, but they are, unless you are building an identity provider yourself, they are not your core features. So to develop them, to get started in your application, these are blockers to you actually getting to what you really want to build. If you're building the next generation sales platform, you need identity services to know who's logging in and doing what on your platform, but you don't necessarily need to have built all of the mechanisms for providing identities. It's a pretty complicated business when you consider all of the things you need to take care of. So that's why services like Amazon Cognito exist. They let us get going much faster. So let's jump straight into Delphi and see a demo of how this all works. So here in Delphi, I've got the Cognito demo open from the Appercept AWS SDK samples repository. I'm just going to run this and we'll straight away see what it does. This has loaded a document here, and this document is stored on Amazon S3 in a bucket that is not publicly accessible, and it can only be accessed using AWS credentials. Cognito Identity Pools has issued some unauthenticated access credentials here, which has granted me access. If I now click on the sign in, I get a dialog pop up here, and as long as I get the username and password right, I should get an authenticated user access document. So it's doing the same thing, it's just loading a document from a different bucket that is protected, so only authenticated users are allowed to access it. So I'll sign out now. You can see that will return us back to guest user access. So what I hope to show you in the next couple of demos is the building blocks of this and how we put them together, and you can make use of Amazon Cognito in your own apps very quickly and gain user authentication with very little effort. Okay, now we've seen the Cognito in action. Let's take a look in more detail at the user pools and what they provide. So they provide you with sign up, user registration. They provide you with sign-in authentication. They provide you with a hosted user interface that allows you to very quickly enable these other services like sign up and sign in without really doing much yourself at all. They provide security in the form of multi-factor authentication. There are advanced security features of Cognito, and there are integrations to the web application firewall from AWS, providing another layer of security. And they provide monitoring and analytics, and integration to Amazon Cognito identity pools. More about that a little later. User pools also enable identity federation. So this allows users to sign in through a third-party identity provider. It allows you to associate one or more identities, external identities, with a Cognito user. And it allows you to simplify your application authentication and authorization. So if you're signing in with an external identity provider, you don't necessarily need to worry about the details of those interactions. You have your integration to Amazon Cognito, and Cognito deals with the external identity provider. So these identity federation is not to be mistaken for Amazon Cognito's identity pools identity federation. But we'll come on to identity pools a little bit later. So Amazon Cognito user pools supports a number of standard social third-party identity providers like Facebook, Google, login with Amazon, sign in with Apple. But if you want to sign in with someone that isn't on that list, you can use any provider that is an OpenID Connect provider. Or if you're in an enterprise that has SAML identity providers, then you can integrate with those using SAML. And once we're integrated, or once we've set up a user pool and we're integrated with whoever we need to be, the user pools will automatically create a UI appropriate to your options if you enable the hosted UI. But it's really simple. You enable the hosted UI, you forward your user to the Cognito hosted UI, and then they take care of all the details of authentication, whether you need MFA, multi-factor authentication, or whatever else you need. And then once they've authenticated you, they redirect you back, or your user back to your platform. And it returns a set of tokens, an access, an ID, and a refresh token for use within your application. So the hosted UI by default is pretty bland, but you can customize it. The first thing to do is you want to put your own domain name likely on the front of it. So if you've got example.com, you might want your identity provider at id.example.com. You can add a logo. You can see here I've added my AppSep logo to the top of this example. It's simple. You just provide it a ping file. Just upload it in the console, and you can provide custom CSS to customize the look and feel of the actual forms themselves. So if you want them to fit in with your own color schemes and things, you can do that. They provide you a template. You can then customize that template and re-upload it, and it will take on that CSS. So let's have a quick look. We've seen it in action already, but let's take a quick look at what it takes to set up a user pool and integrate it with Delphi. Okay, before we jump into Delphi, let's take a look at behind the scenes of the demo that I just gave. And we can see here there's a user pool to support that demo, but I didn't manually create that. I created that with a CloudFormation stack. So CloudFormation is Amazon Web Services infrastructure as code service. So you can provide it a template and it will deploy the resources you need. And then when you want to get rid of the template, when you want to get rid of the resources and stop paying money, you can just come in here and select it and hit delete. If you want to have a jump start on that, you can head over to the Appset AWS SDK Delphi samples repository, and inside there is a Cognito demo, and that has not only the Delphi source, it also has a CloudFormation template for the identity provider, this identity provider.yaml, and it has a template there that you can use to deploy the resources needed for the demo. So let's jump back to the Cognito user pools, and we'll quickly run through doing this manually so you know how to do that. So we'll click create user pool. We'll create a Cognito user pool, and we will tick let's just tick username for this, and we'll say allow users to sign in with a preferred username, and we won't make the username case sensitive. That's probably not a great idea. Let's review the password policy that they give. It looks fine, so I'm going to move on. Under the multi-factor authentication, I am going to disable that for this demo because it will just make it easier to do the demo. I'll leave the user account recovery settings as they are, and I'm just going to hit next. I will leave the self-service sign up enabled, and I will leave the attribute verification and user account confirmation set at its defaults, which will verify email addresses, so we know that people aren't giving us fake email addresses. And if you want any additional required attributes, you can come in here. Oops, tick that. So let's not tick that. You can specify what user profile attributes are gathered, and if that's not enough, you can use the custom attribute to define any attributes you like. So I'm just going to go to next, and I'm going to switch on the configure message delivery. I'm going to configure this to use Cognito to send email. Now in production, you are going to want to use Amazon Simple Email Service, SES, and that allows you to configure your own domain and email addresses. But for development purposes, we can use Cognito, which is restricted to send only 50 emails a day. But for development and test and demo, that's fine for us. So you only get to choose emails are going to come from no reply at verificationemail.com, but that's fine. So we're going to need to give the user pool a name, so let's call it Coding Bootcamp, and we're going to tick the box to say use the Cognito hosted UI, and we are going to use the Cognito domain, and that will be a standard Amazon Cognito hosted domain. So it's something, a prefix, .auth, the region name, .amazoncognito.com. So here I am going to just give it a prefix that needs to be unique within the Cognito region. So we're going to say Coding Bootcamp, and hopefully that's available. It is. And then we're going to go configure our initial app client, and we're going to use a public client. The difference between a public and a confidential is a confidential will generate a secret, but for this demo we're going to use a public client, and we'll call it Coding Bootcamp app. And then we need a callback URL, and because we're building a web or mobile application, we don't want to use a web address. We need to use a custom schema, so a custom URL scheme for this. So we are going to use my app / demo. In fact, we can Coding Bootcamp, and then we'll say next, and then it gives us the chance to review these details. I'm just going to skip all the way down to the bottom and then hit create usable. So if I just click into the Coding Bootcamp usable, you can see that we have a created usable ready for us. There are no users in it at the minute, but we're good to go. So here in Delphi, I'm just going to start by creating a multi-device application. I'm just going to choose a blank application, and we'll jump straight in with a toolbar because we want to put a couple of actions on here. So let's just quickly add some speed buttons. So here's a T speed button, and let's put that alongside. I'm going to quickly edit that and say that's just going to be btn sign in, and we'll say sign in, and let's quickly edit this. So we've got btn sign out, and we'll say sign out, and then we'll get a tcognito hosted UI, and we will we'll start off by aligning that to the client, and it's not a very visual component looking at it right now, because it's only invoked at runtime, and it's only invoked when we call cognito hosted UI1 dot authorize. I should point out there is a login method which is very similar. It is subtly different. The authorize has some behavior relating to automatic redirection between external identity providers. So I would default to using authorize. And just let's hit sign out, and let's just say cognito hosted UI1 dot logout. And I'm just going to save this here. I'm going to create a new folder, cognito demo, and we'll just call this form forms.main, and let's run this, and we'll just call this cognito demo, and then you'll see that we have an exception. So this is because the cognito component needs the Edge web browser to function. It uses the T web browser under the hood, and the Amazon Cognito as a service is not compatible with Internet Explorer, so you have to use Edge. So I am just going to break out of this and stop that, and then I just happen to have here a copy of the WebView 2 loader.dll from the WebView 2 installation, and I'm going to paste that into the build directory here, and we'll now try running that again, and you'll see we've got further, but we still only have a blank form, and if you hit sign in, it's not going to do anything because we haven't configured this web view right now. So let's go about doing that. So there are 3 properties we need to require at need to set at a minimum. There is the domain is probably the first thing we need to do. So let's just switch over to our Amazon Cognito console again, and we're going to go into our our Coding Bootcamp user pool, and I'm going to go into the app integration section. And there is a Cognito domain here. I can just click the copy value button next to that, and I can paste that into the domain here. And then I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of the console, and we'll see this app client list, and we will see there is a Coding Bootcamp app that we initially created. We're going to go into that, and there's a client ID with a copy value button there, so I've copied that and I'm going to paste that into the client ID here, and then I'm just going to type this in. I think I remember it. The redirect URI is going to be my app / Coding Bootcamp. So that's the authorized. If you do happen to forget it, it will be down in the hosted UI configuration. There's allowed callback URLs, and you'll see that there. So this is now configured, but we're not. If we just quickly run this, we'll see that we will. If we hit sign in, we should see a sign in form, which is good. There's nothing we can see now. If we sign into this, there won't be anything we'll see. So let's go and update some user interface here to allow that. So I'm just going to create some space here on the right hand side. We'll start with a tab control, and we're going to align that to the right, and we'll just make it a little bit bigger, and then we'll get the Cognito hosted UI again, and we'll put that back to aligning to the client. Then this tab control, we're going to add a couple of tab items. So the first one is I'm going to quick edit that and say this is going to be TI tokens, and we'll just put the label tokens there. And the next tab is going to be TI user info, and I'm going to just put user info on that tab. In the tokens side, we are going to put a string grid, and we'll just align that to the client, and we'll call this tokens grid. And then I'm just going to quickly add 2 string columns. I'm just going to let's make this a little bit bigger, so when the values come through, we can see them. So now we're going to need to populate these tokens. So on the Cognito hosted UI, on token received event, this will be triggered every time something is received. I'm going to just paste in some code here, and this isn't working at the minute because we don't have tokens. So I'm just going to go and define tokens, and this is going to be a read-only property backed with a field, and it is tokens with a type of T dictionary, and it's a string key with a T value value, and because this is a generic, we need to import system dot system dot generics dot collections, and we're going to need to initialize that. So the easiest thing for us to do here is on the form we will say on create, and we will just say f tokens equals t dictionary string t value dot create, and because we're good citizens, on destroy of the form we will just say f tokens dot free. So that will clean up that memory. So let's see if this works now. Yes, well, it does so far. So let's see if I hit sign in. I've got the sign in form, so I've got user 1 that I've already created to help us here, and I type in the password there, hit enter, and you can see I have some tokens and some details about the expiry and the type of the token here. This token value, or all 3 of these tokens issued, they are JWT JSON web tokens. So if you are guarding your own resources, you can use a JWT library to verify the authenticity of these tokens and make decisions based upon the claims within the tokens. In this case, I'm just demoing using them to later be exchanged for AWS credentials, in which case Amazon are going to verify the tokens that we issue to it. So if we hit, I'll just also point out here, because this is backed by a web session, if we close this and then we reopen it and we hit sign in again, if the session hasn't expired, we'll get tokens reissued to us. So that might be surprising at first, but because it is a web interface, we are talking to it with a web session. So if you want to clear that out, you need to sign out of that, and that has invoked a sign out method on the Cognito hosted UI. You see there's nothing happened on the actual UI, it has just revoked all of these tokens. And if you then hit sign in again, it's not reissued new tokens. We've just not updated the user interface here, but it does give us a user interface to sign in again. So let's deal with the user info side. So if we go to this user info here, and let's get another string grid, and we'll align that to the client, and we'll just quickly add a couple of string columns. Again, let's make that bigger. Let's select that, make that a little bit bigger. And then we're going to need to call this something so we know what it is. So we'll call this user info grid. And to populate this, because we don't necessarily want to do it on every sign-in, because it requires more requests that the Cognito hosted UI will take care of for you, but nonetheless it's more web requests. I'm just going to select the tab control here, and we'll just put a new event here. So on change, I'm just going to copy in a little bit more code just to save us some time. And this code here, all it does is, if we change to the TI user info tab, we just check to make sure that the user info is populated. So if it's not assigned, we early exit from this procedure. But otherwise, we know we've got some user info, so we do a user info grid update, and we we define here, we iterate through the pairs of values, because the user info that comes back from the service is a JSON value, which is going to be an object. So that's going to have key value pairs in it. So we iterate through this and just populate the grid with those values. So let's see if we run this now and we do a sign in and we say user1 and our very secure password. So we've got our tokens, we know we're signed in. If we then go over to the user info grid, we can see that this is, let's narrow that down a bit. We can see that we have a set of attributes that have been returned to us from the identity provider. And so sub is basically a unique user ID that you can use to uniquely identify this user. We know that the email has been verified. I've verified that email as support@apposite.com, and the username is user1. Obviously, if you had populated more items in the profile, when creating the user pool, potentially there'd be a lot more info in here as well. Okay, so now we've seen user pools, let's take a look at identity pools or federated identities. So what do they provide? They provide a mechanism for exchanging tokens for AWS credentials. They define access for AWS credentials via an identity and access management or IAM role with policies attached to those roles. You can optionally allow a guest user access, and you can configure it to allow identity federations through social providers. In the context of identity pools, Cognito user pools are just another identity provider that can provide an identity that will allow you to exchange your tokens for a set of valid AWS credentials. So once you have your tokens, you can request those AWS credentials, and they will be issued to you appropriate to your user, whether you're signed in or whether you're a guest access and so on. So let's have a quick look at setting up an identity pool and what it takes to integrate within our Delphi app. So here we are back in the Amazon Cognito console. We're going to switch over to identity pools now. And you can see here that we already have an identity pool. This was for the original demo that I showed you. We're going to click Create Identity Pool here to create a new one for this new app. And we get two options for authentication. We can allow access based on whether a user is authenticated or a guest. So we are going to tick both of these options here. And we are also going to select under the authenticated identity sources. We're going to tick Amazon Cognito user pool because we're going to connect it up to the user pool we just created. We go to next, and under configure permissions, we are then going to define the roles. So we've got two roles to define, the authenticated role and the guest role. So I'm just going to create a name for them. So we've got Coding Bootcamp Authenticated, and then you can see there is a view policy document here that allows you to preview the policy document. For the moment, this is fine. We'll just move on to the guest role. So I'm going to name it the same thing except guest instead of authenticated, and then that will effectively have the same policy attached to it, but we're now just going to move on to next, and it allows us to select a user pool. So If we enter into that box, we'll see that we can select the Coding Bootcamp user pool that we created previously, and you have to choose an app client that is going to be allowed to authenticate to this. So in this case, in our app, we have this Coding Bootcamp app that we have already defined, and then the role settings. There are ways to customize how roles will be selected for users. So in this scenario, I'm just going to say use the default authenticated role. You can do some clever things with rules and so on. But we're just going to use the default behavior here, and we'll just move on. And we call it, and we give it an identity pool name, and we will call it Coding Bootcamp identities. There we go. Oh, if I can spell. There we are. And then we are just going to hit next, and it allows us to quickly review our options, and I'm just going to hit create identity pool. That's fine. So now we've got our messages that says the identity pool's been created, the guest role and the authenticated role have all been created. We could now move on and integrate this into our Delphi app. Okay, before we jump back into Delphi, let's quickly set up a resource that we're going to access. And the easiest thing for us to demonstrate this is using Amazon S3. I'm going to create a bucket here, and we will call this bucket Coding Bootcamp Reading. So it's going to be some reading material for authenticated users to access. And it's located in EU West 2, which is the same region as we've been working in. So I'm going to just hit create button at the bottom here. Create bucket even, sorry. And then inside that bucket, I'm going to grab, I've got a couple of files here that I'm going to upload to it. And it is a guest.txt, which will be readable by anyone, and the book.txt, and we're going to make that so only authenticated users will have that file. So let's just hit upload on those. Now, to enforce those permissions, we need a policy. So if we hop over to the Identity and Access Management IAM console, we can create a policy. So we're going to create a policy, and I'm going to just paste in some JSON here, and this is going to say we want to allow people to read the bucket, and we want to be able to list the bucket and to get objects as long as they match. They are in the Coding Bootcamp reading bucket and any object within that bucket. So I'm going to now say next, and then we're going to say that this is a policy called Coding Bootcamp authenticated. So this is what authenticated users should be able to do. Then we'll create another policy, and this is going to be virtually the same, except for it's only specifying guest.txt. So we will call this Coding Bootcamp guest, and we will create that policy. And then we have to go over to the roles, and in the roles we have a Coding Bootcamp guest and a Coding Bootcamp authenticated role, and we are going to go into each of these, and we're going to attach policies. So this one's the authenticated, so we're going to tick the Coding Bootcamp authenticated policy, and we're then going to add that permission, and then we're going to go back to the roles, and we go back to the roles, and we use the Coding Bootcamp guest role, and we're going to add, and we're going to attach a policy, and we're going to tick the Coding Bootcamp guest and say add permissions. So that should be everything we need to do now with the Amazon resources. So let's jump back to Delphi. So while off screen, I quickly added a little bit of extra user interface here to help us move along. I've added a tab for reading a document, and I have a book, a load book button and a load guest button. So the load book button, we are going to say load document, and it's going to be book.txt, which should only be accessible by authenticated users. And then the load guest, we are going to do the same thing except for the guest, which should be accessible to any users. So now we are going to implement load document, and that is a procedure load document, and that is accepting a document which is a string, and I'm just going to paste in a tiny bit more code here, and this is using S3. So first of all, I'm just going to quickly go and add uses aws.s3 to our unit, and then back here in load document we are initializing some S3 options, and we're adding a set of credentials to it, but at the minute I'm not specifying what the credentials are, so it's still showing up with a red squiggly here. We'll fix that in a second, but for now let's just have a look. Our S3 client is being initialized with the options. We have a request being made of get object, and we are asking for a document from the Coding Bootcamp reading bucket. So if we're successful, we will load the contents of that object into the memo. So let's go and fix credentials, and credentials are going to be a property, but we're just going to add in aws.cognito identity into our uses, because we need to use some credentials from Cognito identity pools. So we are going to say it's a property read only with a field. So this is going to be credentials, and the type is an iCognito AWS credentials. Now we need to initialize that. Let's go and do that in the form create, just like we do with the tokens. So we're going to say f credentials equals t cognito aws.credentials.create, and we need to provide two arguments, and the first one is an identity pool ID. So let's quickly head over and to the AWS console, and we're going to copy this identity pool ID, and we're going to paste that in there. Then the second argument is the region, so that is EU West 2. We can actually see that by it's the first part of the user pool, the identity pool ID. So we don't need to clean it up like we did with tokens, because this is an interface, so it will automatically be taken care of. We don't need to free anything. But what we do need to do is we need to add in tokens when we receive them. So if we quickly go over to the Cognito hosted UI, on the event on token received, we can add in another method here. Add append to the end of the method. We're going to say credentials.add login, and this takes again 2 arguments. So they're both strings, and the first one is going to be a provider name, and the provider name varies depending on who the provider is. So in this case, it's a Cognito user pool, so it is cognito-idp dot the region name dot amazonaws.com / and then it's the user pool ID. So let's pop over to the Amazon Cognito to the console, and then we are going to grab the user pool ID from there, and we're just going to append that onto the end of that. So that will be the provider name for this. But the second argument, this is provided by the Cognito hosted UI. It is going to be the ID token. So the next thing we want to do is, this is effectively signing in, but if we use the Cognito hosted UI on logout event, we can tell it to clear the credentials. So credentials.clear logins, and that will clear out any logins, and if credentials are needed, it will reissue credentials based upon the guest user access. So let's quickly run this, and fingers crossed everything will work perfectly. So if we try loading a guest document, guest access, sign in for your reading material. So that is the document that we uploaded. So if we now hit load book, access denied. Oh, okay. So if we sign in and select user 1, and we managed to type the password correctly, and then try loading the book again. Yeah, there we go. So we've managed to load the book. If we load the guest again, that's great. And if we sign out and then try loading the book, we get access denied again. And that is it. That is Amazon Cognito. Okay, let's finish up with a summary of what we've seen and what you can use. So we've seen user pools provide user authentication. We've used the Cognito hosted UI component available for FMX and VCL. Once we've signed in with a user on the hosted UI, you've seen that we can federate the identity and exchange tokens for AWS credentials, and we use the Cognito AWS credentials provider for exchanging those tokens for credentials, and then you can use that to provide your AWS credentials to any of the services you want to configure and access. So we provide full API access to both user pools and identity pools. All you need to do is import the units and the relevant unit, so aws.cognito identity provider for user pools and aws.cognito identity for identity pools. And once you import those, you'll have access to the clients and all of their actions. So if you want to do something custom, building maybe your own completely bespoke native user interface for authentication, you can do that, as well as use a lot of the more advanced features of Cognito. You'll have direct access to everything you need there. So that was Auth Made Easy with Amazon Cognito and Apcept AWS SDK for Delphi. Thank you for joining. Please check out the samples in the repository, Apcept AWS SDK Delphi samples on GitHub. And please, if you've not already got it, you can get the Apcept AWS SDK for Delphi from Get It. The QR code on the top with the Embarcadero logo will take you straight there. If you are a enterprise or architect edition subscriber to Delphi or RAD Studio, you will have access to that right now through Get It. If you have any questions about the SDK or have any support requests or feature requests, you can email me, support@apcept.com, and you can tweet me at apcepthq. Thank you for joining.
Perfect session, as always. Richard's been live with us, and we've been chatting away in the chat about various bizarre things, both being Brits, as you are. And anyway, the good news is he's joining me live for a Q&A session. We're going to talk about some AWS stuff. Hi, Richard.
Hello.
And Patrick's saying some stuff as well in the background.
Yep.
Yes, we did suggest that we would conduct all our questions in Cockney rhyming slang, but you are not actually from London, so might be a bit of a challenge for you as well. It's one of those things where we were saying it's something about being British that when you present, you kind of go under this and under that, and when we get excited, we talk too quickly amongst Brits as well. I think there's a problem for Americans. I know my wife quite often comments on the speed of British what's the word I'm looking for, banter. That's the British word, isn't it?
Yes.
Great session. You got another session, I mean, or is this it? We actually finally reached in.
I haven't delivered it to you yet.
Yes. Okay.
But as long as time permits, you will get another session from me for Friday.
Good luck. Yeah, I've got one for Friday as well, and I have not got mine ready either. So there you go. I mean, I think it's worth mentioning again that if you go into the Enterprise Edition of RAD Studio or Architect, so the bigger one, shall we say, and go into Get It, you can actually download your SDK is probably the nicest way of putting it. I think components is a bit confusing, and in fact, that's one of the things we brought up before is that, in fact, the Space Computer video is not the next one, but in the Space Computer, I show that it's an SDK, and I think you did as well. I mean, you did say before there were some key points about because I don't think people appreciate how much work you've put into these SDKs, and it's all about you were telling me a little bit about retries and things like that before. What?
Yeah, so it's not just about like mapping REST requests. I mean, that's a fairly simple thing to do, although a little bit laborious, tedious. But what I really want to do with the SDK is I want to replicate the features as close as possible to the official Amazon SDKs. And then the other thing is I want to extend that in ways that is sensible for Delphi. So I want to make sure that the interfaces are as clean as possible. There are convenience methods to do things the Delphi way wherever possible. So I don't consider a service like when I develop a new service implementation, I don't just map the API. I like to go over it first. I mean, so some of them are very basic and they just need the API mapping because maybe they're used under the hood and not really directly interacted with. But like you've seen examples yesterday and today, including S3, and S3 has so many complex interactions with it that to make it really useful, you need to have a set of like encapsulated behaviors over the top of the API. So I go to quite a lot of length to make that happen. And the core parts of the SDK as well, the way they resolve credentials, the way it reads configuration, the way, as you say, it does retries and things. These are to try and behave as close as an Amazon SDK does as possible.
And that makes it easier. I think it makes it easier for the examples as well, because when you're looking at other people maybe using a different language, crazy as they would do, I don't know why they would use a different language, but let's say it's Python or something like that, and interacting with Amazon, because you're using the same SDK in a very close kind of alliance with the examples, it does mean that it's easier to get your head around. Well, in Delphi I do this, but I think it's a very sensible policy to follow. And I'd looked at this stuff before, and I've been in meetings where we've talked about it before as well, because you're a tech partner, and we do briefings and things like that. But when I went to add it to the Space Computer to make the Space Computer speak, which I did using Amazon Poly, which is AWS Poly, which is one of your other SDKs that you've got, I went from 0 to using it within 10 minutes. And I keep saying to people, I may be the developer advocate, but that doesn't make me the best programmer in the world. I'm just a regular guy, So if I can do it, I believe that other people can do it as well. And it just uses AWS dot and then whatever that the service is. And I found it very easy. I looked at the code and I was impressed with the code as well. It's laid out, very sensibly. And I know you get people in Embarcadero looking over them. You're probably thinking, I better make this look good, but honestly, your code is fantastic, and you're a smart guy. We are just a little bit of a selling point here. So looked at my badge to remember, if people scan this QR code here, they'll go and get a special offer because it's running across the bottom of the screen as well. But if you're on an older version of Rad Studio, like Delphi, well, it's not even Rad Studio, but Delphi 7, because I know lots of people are, you're not going to be able to use these components. What's the earliest version you can use? It's quite a way back, isn't it? XE something.
Well, I originally started developing this. Back on, I think it was 10.2 or 10.3.
Right. So a couple of years old version.
At that time, I did try to make it even more backwards compatible. So it may be that it goes back further. I generally don't test that far back now. I test on current version -1.
Yeah, I mean, we encourage tech partners not to try and support for it. I mean, it's very tempting. I know some tech partners, maybe if they're struggling for sales or something like that, then they don't want to, I must support every version back to Delphi 4 or something crazy like that. But first of all, that's a very onerous task. There's a lot of differences between versions, like Delphi 7 and XE versions. But not only that, even 10.2 is 4 or 5 years old, I think, or something like that. So you're starting to get into, we've added so many new features that you really should be looking at later version. If they go for that offer, scrolling across the bottom there, pardon me, you're going to get all the capabilities. And if they get an enterprise version, then these components are there. But they should still go to your website and have a look at what's going on, because I think that the facilities that are offered with Amazon are very difficult to ignore. It's a very compelling system that they have. And Poly, when I used Poly, it was just, this is really easy. It wasn't difficult. Oh, I wonder if I can get it to do a female voice like the Star Trek computer. Yes, it sounded just like it. Oh, okay, well, if I can do this female one, can I do the male one? And I realized that you'd mapped all of the names in a nice little constant as well. So I could see, in your comments, because you've used XML doc or something like that to document the methods, so that, code completion and all the rest of it offers up the things that you need to make it easy for me to understand what voices were available. So, and I even stole your example code. So well done.
No problem.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'll just say that the next session I do also talk about about moving into the like extending gradually into the cloud, how to take existing things to extend there, kind of like what you've done with the space computer, where you've taken your app and you've just moved it that bit further into
well, it seemed to make sense to put a space computer into space, so or at least the ether, or whatever we call the cloud nowadays. So, yeah, it's great. It's a very good SDK, and I think it's very comprehensive. And I know you're working hard, on all the many facilities that Amazon offer. You've got a lot of respect inside Embarcadero. I know first program managers speak very highly of you as well. And if anybody wants to see some examples of what you can do with Delphi when you put your mind to it, you're one of those guys. So, well done. We appreciate your efforts. Okay, so we didn't do any Cockney rhyming slang, did we? So there you go. And I think we slowed down enough that even Americans can understand us. I'm an American myself now, so but I appreciate it. Okay, well, thanks a lot, Richard. And I'll see you in the next session when you come along on Friday, I think it is.
See you Friday.
I'll be there. All right. Well, thanks a lot. And you're probably going off home to eat now or something, I think. Okay, so we have got to change to the session that we are going to have next. We were going to have a session by Glenn Dufke called How to Create a Mobile App from a Figment Design. Unfortunately, for technical reasons, and that's the best way of describing it, we can't do that. And so what we're actually going to do is going to do a session that is a replay of my first day session, kind of like a keynote. It's really about the process of development and what it's like to be a professional developer. It's packed full of tips about where you can go to get free resources to make your app look good, splash screens and graphics and fonts and all the other things that you can do. Also talks about not working too hard at being a developer, and ways and tips and tricks on why using one code base to produce multi-target apps that go on iOS, Android, Mac OS, Linux, Windows, which is the kind of thing that you can do with Rad Studio. That's what this session is about. So it obviously makes my bosses happy, but it is actually, there's a very good reason for doing that, and I go through that quite thoroughly. So hopefully you enjoy this session. There's a little bit of a gap afterwards, so we'll take some questions, but we're live here with the questions. So if you've got any questions, just ask away and we'll answer them. Speak to you later. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on wherever you are in the world and whatever time you're watching this. And welcome to Coding Bootcamp 2023. Learn to program with us from August 14th to the 18th, 2023. We're here all week with loads of sessions for you. This session is Why Work Hard? How to be a lazy coder and still create beautiful apps and a stack of money. This is going to be a kind of overview of development in general, a few tips and a bit of advice on, the business of being a developer. I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm going to give you the benefit of some of my experience, good or bad, and see how it fits in with what your thoughts are as well. If you're an experienced developer, this is probably going to give you not an awful lot of help, but a few tips maybe that, I don't know, I've been around for a long time. But that's what this session's all about, the business of being a developer. My name is Ian Barker, and I'm the Embarcadero Developer Advocate. You can reach me on my email at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. You can follow me on X or Twitter, depending on whatever you still want to call it, and @punctuation, and go to my website and read some more about me and what I do at about.me/Ian Barker. The slides for this are going to be available at tinyurl.com/EMBT So, you want to be a software developer, a coder, a software engineer, a programmer, a computer programmer, whatever you want to call it. I've been called lots of different things. I think once upon a time my passport used to say computer programmer. Now, for occupation, it probably says software developer. They're all the same thing. And it's a career, it's a job where you're writing programs for a living, usually, and you get paid for it. Great. It's the best job in the world, really. Everyone knows you get paid a ton of money to play around with computers all day. Actually, it's also the worst job in the world, really. You know why? Because everyone thinks you get paid a ton of money to play around with computers all day. Isn't that the truth? But you know what? If you still want to be a software developer, then great, because I can tell you, after over 38 years as a full-time professional software developer, I still love my job. I get up really early every day. I start work around about 7 a.m. I work mostly for myself programming, but I do other things as well. But I get up and code for a living, and I love it. It's what I do, and I really enjoy it. I get up every day and I write code, and I really do mean that. Things you'll be told by other developers and people as you're trying to look into the business of becoming a developer. They'll say things like, real developers have to pull all-nighters. That's where you literally stay up all night, write a bunch of code, and you work hard on a particular bug or something like that, trying to get it delivered. And the general term for it is an all-nighter. And you'll be told, yes, you've got to do that. As a developer, it's common, to be working into the small hours of the morning. And you know what? Some developers do work better in the evening. Some developers work better in the morning, and some developers like a 9-to-5 job. I know plenty of them that literally work as if they work in an office, filing papers or something like that, and that suits them. Not all developers are like that, and in fact I would say over the years, the hundreds of developers I've bumped into, that's probably not common. Most developers have got a slight skew one way or the other. If they work flexi time, then quite often you'll find many of them will start late because they prefer to start late. I find I'm more productive in the morning, but who knows, maybe I'm a bit weird. The other thing you get told is real developers prefer the command line or terminal if you're using Mac OS or Linux. And when we're talking about Linux, people also say, oh, real developers, if you're going to be a real developer, you must use Linux. And the other thing you get told all the while, and I know Mark Zuckerberg, I've seen the Social Network movie, and I'm guessing some of it is based on the truth. Mark Zuckerberg, he swears by Vim. I think he actually used Emacs, to be honest, as well. But same kind of thing. They're text-based editors. Emacs is very powerful. You can add lots of scripting to it and things like that. But Vim is, when I first started out coding, I used to have to use Vi, which was the Unix version of Vim. Vim is kind of an improved, modernized version of Vi. And that was the thing. If you were a proper coder, then you sat there and you typed in the command line and you used Vim and you used Vi, and that was how you typed code. And it came out of your head and onto the screen, and just like the Matrix or something like that, you see people banging away on the keyboard and typing lots of impenetrable commands, and that's Linux command line and Vim. And that's what you'll get told. You'll get told that all the time. But you know what? That's not necessarily true. And I say this as someone who's managed many developers. I've had teams of 30 people working under me, to all sorts of organizations I've worked in with other developers. And I'm a developer advocate. My job is developer relations, so I bump into a lot of developers, and I can tell you, it is true. Sometimes you do end up pulling an all-nighter, and the reason is that as a developer, you get into a thing called flow. And I don't know if there are other jobs like this. I'm sure there are lots of concentration required in some jobs or other. But a developer particularly is a creative job. People believe it's a scientific job, but it's as much art as it is science. Not all will agree with me on that, but personally, I think that's true. And that means that sometimes when you're in that creative flow where the things are just coming out of your head, buzzing away, and your programming is just on fire inside you, you don't want to stop. Or, more unfortunately, you've got some kind of deadline to meet and you really do have to have it done by such and such a day. or you're working on something critical. I sometimes work on payroll packages where there could be several thousand employees waiting to get paid. They might not get paid if I don't fix a particular problem or a bug or something that's gone wrong in a server. And you have to keep going until it's done, and that sometimes means, yes, you will pull all-nighters, and I've done it, I don't know, 10, 15 times probably in my career, maybe more. I don't know, I don't remember them all. You kind of go into a fugue after a while. About an hour before you'd normally get up, that's when it really hits in. Doesn't matter how much caffeine you pump down you're still that hour before you normally wake up, it'll kill you. And the other thing that we said was real developers prefer the command line. Nope, not true. Some do. Some like it. Some believe that it's a very terse and very efficient way to interact with the computer. But now I can tell you, I started out on Unix machines in the late 70s and early 80s, DOS machines, and very weird esoteric machines like VAX VMS and mumps even, which is, yes, it's a disease, but it's also an operating system. And yes, you did use the command line a lot, but nowadays, once Xerox invented the idea of a graphical user interface, and then it was adopted by the likes of Apple with their Mac, and Windows, which came about when Microsoft obviously were also inspired by what went on at the Xerox PARC. There was a reason why that became very popular, and it was because you could have normal people using the computers, and the normal people found that it was actually quicker to click on little menu items and things like that than it was to type in commands in a command line. And in fact, even back in the days of Unix, I remember having to write lots of menu systems that would show a little menu up on the screen, and you would type a number so that a command would occur. So you didn't have to remember all these very bizarre command lines. So real developers prefer the command line. Some do, but actually mostly that is not true. The other thing is real developers use Linux. Again, not true. Yes, plenty of developers do use Linux. There are lots of good reasons for it. You can customize it in ways that are not possible in other operating systems. I personally have Linux machines and Windows machines, and in fact even on my Windows machine I use the WSL2, so Windows System for Linux, and I have that open continually all the time. So yes, you do use it, but actually if you're just developing for Windows, you're probably not going to use Linux all the time. So no, some do, but many don't. And Vim is the best editor if you're a masochist. Vim is extremely efficient if you know all the commands to move text around, and yank lines is one of the commands in Vim and stuff like that. And yes, you can do a lot of weird things, but that's like saying, well, I'm never going to use a car, or I'm never going to use a bicycle, I'm going to walk absolutely everywhere, I won't fly and I won't sail. Well, great. But then you'll never go anywhere. You will not progress from, the villages that you grew up in, which is what happened back in medieval times. So, if you want to stick with Vim, go ahead. But it's not really common for regular developers, and it's not very efficient. And this whole thing that I'm going to be talking about today is about efficiency. And efficiency means that you can go ahead and earn money better. In better ways, because you're being more efficient. Efficiency means you save time and save effort, and time and effort are actually a direct cost and a direct benefit to you. Other things you'll be told: mobile app development is the future. You should be doing mobile apps. Oh my word, why are you not doing a mobile app? You're going to be left behind and you're going to be absolutely overwhelmed because it's the future. The other thing you get told is, oh, it should be a web app. Web development is the future. Everything should be a web app. Okay, it should be a web page. It should have a web front end. Blah 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 blah. Desktop apps are dead. They'll tell you desktop apps are completely dead. You'll make no money doing those. It's absolutely pointless. You won't get anything out of it. And the other thing is declarative interfaces are the future. Now, there's some contention over the word declarative, but what it means is, instead of designing the screens of your application using a screen designer, you actually write code to make the buttons appear on your screen. Now, there are some benefits to that. Apple do it very well. with some of their Swift code and things like that, their interfaces. Declarative, very interesting. But once you start to get something very complicated, particularly a very in-depth business app, and don't forget, most mobile apps are not very complicated. They only have a few screens. But once you start to get to a complicated app, it is actually difficult to do declarative interfaces. Web apps, yes, there are frameworks that help with that, but it's just, this is the things you are told. You are told that. And actually, they're all lies. Every single one of those things is a lie. Mobile app development is part of the future. Web app development is part of the future. Desktop apps are not dead. And in fact, they're actually incredibly profitable still to design desktop apps. Most businesses will have some kind of web interface onto their desktop app, so it's not something you can ignore. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that don't believe people when they say that everything's going to be a web app, because there are reasons why that's not going to happen, particularly to do with the higher pressure now to be safe with data and make sure that data is warehoused in places that are obeying laws like the GDPR and HIPAA laws and things like that, which are much harder to achieve using web interfaces. If you think about majority of the viruses at the moment, it used to be in the old days the viruses were on your computer and you would run some app or something like that, download some cracked version of Microsoft Word or some other horrible thing that you shouldn't have got but decided you would, and that cracked version of Microsoft Word or whatever had a virus in it. Well, now actually the most common vector for viruses and Trojan horses is web apps. And that's why if you deal with things like government organizations, if you deal with many hospitals and things like that, they do have applications that may have a web interface, but they're actually reached via VPNs and things like that. So there is some consideration there, but we'll talk about that in a minute, because you still can do web apps. I'm not saying don't do them. I'm just saying that that's not the truth of everything. Other things you'll be told. You'll be told mobile app developers make a ton of money, like thousands. Oh, I know this guy and he invented this app, and all it does is take pictures of statues and identifies what statue it is, and because of that it makes thousands and thousands of pounds, thousands of dollars, thousands of Deutschmarks, euros, or whatever currency you want to make up. I'm not Deutschmark, that's gone, isn't it? But you'll be told that web app developers make a ton of money. Well, you know what? Let's run the numbers. Let's see exactly how much money you could potentially make with a mobile app. So let's say you are living in a Western culture, because obviously the differences of places like Brazil and India, Pakistan, and various other countries. There is a big disparity between what would be a living wage in the United States and what would be a living wage in the United Kingdom, a living wage in rural Spain or something like that, and a living wage in Hyderabad or something like that. But even so, let's just say that what you've decided on is you want to aim for $1,500 US dollars per month as your target income. Okay, now it may mean that in Afghanistan or something like that would make you very, very rich. Okay, that's fine. But let's just say, for example, we're aiming for $1,500, which actually you wouldn't be particularly rich in the United States, but here we go. Okay, so that is an equivalent amount of 18,000 US dollars per year. That's how much you have to earn gross per year, or actually net per year, to get $1,500 per month. Okay, so that's $346.15 per week, every week, or $50 roughly, $49.45 per day, or $6.18 per hour, every hour that you would be working for an 8-hour day. Now, obviously, apps, if they're being downloaded from iOS App Store or the Android Play Store or something like that, then they're being downloaded 24 hours a day. But let's just average this out as if it was an 8-hour day. So you would be looking at that. Now let's how many apps would you have to sell to get that amount of $18,000 per year? Well, an app price of 99 cents, which, according to the statistics I looked at, is the average price for a paid app. So your app's got to be good for a start for people who want to pay it. But they've got to part with 99 cents. That means you have to sell every single week 350 mobile apps all week, every week, for the rest of your time, whilst you want to live off an income of $1,500 per month. Now, if you push your prices up, as you can see in the table on the right there, and start looking at, say, $4.99 per app, which would be considered a premium app, okay, it's very unusual to get an app that's about $5. You'd have to sell 69 of those apps per week, every year, whilst you want to earn $1,500. Even if you pushed it to the absolute maximum and went for $9.99, so $10 per app, your app would have to be outstanding. It would have to be one of the best games apps out there. It would have to be, kind of League of Legends type kind of notoriety, maybe have some tie-ins. You would probably have to pay some money towards licensing or something like that as well to justify a price of $9.99. But you would still have to sell every single week 35 apps, so you could make $6.18 per hour. Now, something interesting about that. In the United States, the federal minimum wage, which means the national minimum wage for everywhere in the whole of the United States, is $7.25 per hour. So if you go and work as an unskilled worker, and I apologise because I have to pick someone, but let's say if you work in a national fast food restaurant, like a burger restaurant or something like that, generally speaking, you get around about national minimum wage per hour, maybe a little bit more if you've been there a while, because they do bump the pay up, but you're around about the national minimum wage depending on where you live, which is $7.25 an hour. That means by working in that fast food restaurant, standing at the window, talking to the cars, handing out burgers or handing out milkshakes or whatever it is that you do, you're actually going to earn $1.07 per hour more working at that burger restaurant than you would earn as a mobile developer creating mobile apps if you're not successful. Now, what does that mean? If you've got one app and you're trying to earn that $1,500 a month or $1,500 a month, you're actually going to lose money if you gave up your job working in a burger restaurant. That's pretty sad, isn't it? Just to remind you, $1 an hour more if you're on minimum wage. So the trick is, what do you have to do in order not to be in that category? Well, the trick is, first of all, don't panic, because you're not going to make one app. That's not what you're going to do. If you want to be successful, if you want to make money, then you need to have multiple apps and or a subscription model and or training courses or books or something like that. But the real secret is to spread the load so that you have multiple ways of earning money. So a versatile developer makes a ton of money. Okay, the versatile developer makes a lot of money because working smart makes money, and that's what versatility means. It means that you're adaptable. You can do the mobile app, you can do a web app, you can do an app that goes to Android, an app that goes to iOS, an app that goes to a Mac OS, and an app that goes to Windows. But you have to be versatile to do that. So if you're going to do that, and by the way, when you do go through the app stores, Apple, for example, or Android, both of those app stores will charge you money for your app. So each app, every dollar you get, they will take a percentage off of that. Now, they have changed their scale just recently because they got a bit worried that they might be seen as being too greedy. And it used to be 30%. So every dollar you earn through the App Store, they would only give you 70 cents, and they would take 30 cents away. They've changed that. It's made it a little bit more agreeable to you until you start to get rich, and then they bump that money up. Which is fair enough. I mean, they're hosting your app and they're providing the ecosystem for it, but even so, you're still losing 30% of your income. So you've worked hard to get those app downloads, put all the app code in, and you're still losing some of it. So working smart really is essential in order to stay profitable and not actually end up doing something that's, you could be earning more money doing something less stressful, like pushing a broom around a floor, or directing traffic, or polishing, I don't know, cars, or whatever it is. I don't know what things would earn minimum wage. Perfectly creditable jobs out there, but minimum wage means that it's the minimum they can get away with paying you, and nobody wants that. Using the right tools is the secret. You need a tool that is going to be the right tool to make you versatile and make you work smart. So working smart means using a coding environment which helps you write fewer lines of code. Fewer lines means faster to create your apps, reduces bugs. And why are those two things important? Because if it's faster to create the apps and you've got plenty of ideas, you're not spending 6 months designing your app where you're not getting any money until you've finished. Instead, you're taking 2 to 3 weeks to design a very good app if you've got a good idea, and then you can move on to the next app, or you can move on to your desktop version of your app, or you can do some kind of web support type thing, offer support contracts, whatever you need to do. You can be versatile, and you can dedicate your time more intelligently. Diversity is important, but also if you choose the right coding environment, then you're going to reduce the amount of bugs, because nowadays choosing the right tool means that you'll have a tool that actually looks for bugs and spots them before you do. It will tell you when you've made a typing mistake. You don't have to go back and go, oh, I ran it and it didn't work. This is time consuming. No, you need the tool to actually be intelligent enough to go through and spot when you've made a mistake. Okay. Now on the left there, I've got some COBOL code. That's what that is. COBOL from the 1970s. In fact, once upon a time, I used to be a COBOL programmer myself. And if you look at that, you can see that every single thing about COBOL is describing exactly how the memory is laid out and how the screen has to be laid out, typing it in longhand. Okay. There it says, I've got a file that I'm reading in, and it contains 28 characters. Who specifies things like that? Well, that's how COBOL works. There's nothing wrong with it. It's very popular. It used to be in business. I used to earn quite a lot of money being a COBOL programmer back in the day. But it asks you to do everything by manually typing in code. So I got very good at typing. In fact, where I worked, when I first left school and became a developer, for the first 3 months, we didn't type our own programs. We used to write them out on sheets, coding sheets. And everybody had been doing that for years. And then all of a sudden, one day we came in and they'd introduced these new remote terminals. They looked like the keyboards that you get today, the mechanical keyboards, and they looked like a monitor. But they were a dumb terminal. And what happened was, now we could type our own programs in. Except, of course, many of the guys that had been there for years couldn't type. They'd always written their programs out by hand. All us young guys, I was about 19 or 20 at the time, writing COBOL code, maybe a bit older. All us young guys, we could type because we'd learned how to program by typing, and that was what we did. And we had a massive advantage because now we could type really quickly. Isn't that crazy? But you know, if you are using an app that asks you to, coding environment asks you to manually describe the user interface by typing in code, then really you haven't progressed that much beyond the COBOL of the 1960s and typing out code like you see there. So choose an environment that helps you do your job more efficiently, because the lower the cost of creating those apps, the more profitability you'll get. Don't use a tool which locks you into a single device ecosystem. What do I mean by that? Well, If you want to, you can go ahead and use tools that are created specifically by the vendors. So Apple have Xcode, which is a great system. I mean, if you're an Xcode programmer, you may well point out the many bugs in it and things like that. But Xcode is the system. But you can only create apps for Apple hardware using Xcode. You can't go into Xcode and write a program that will work on Windows. That's not how it works. It's designed for Apple kit, because Apple aren't stupid. They know how to make sure they keep making money. So don't use a tool which locks you into a single device ecosystem. The same is true of Android. If you use Android Studio, well, again, nothing wrong with it. Great piece of kit. I actually like that editor. But with that, you are only going to be creating programs that work on Android. You can't use Android Studio to then go ahead and create an app that works on iOS or Mac OS. Those two, you need Xcode for the Apple hardware. You need Android Studio or something else for the Android kit. Okay, and then when you want to use Windows, you would then go ahead and need to use Microsoft Visual Studio. Oh no. Now you've got three editors. You've got Xcode, you've got Android Studio, and you've got Visual Studio. And Visual Studio, I'm being a bit unfair, that can do some cross-platform things with Visual Studio as well, depending on what framework you choose, and that's another problem. But at the end of the day, if you only go through these single ecosystem IDEs, when you write a program for using Xcode, you have to rewrite the program completely if you want it on Android. You cannot take any of the code you wrote in Xcode and put it onto Android. You cannot do it. That will not allow you to do it. Same thing if you take your program that you've written in Xcode and try and put it on a Windows machine. Will not work. Cannot do it. There are some versions of Swift that will run on Windows, but they're just there so someone can say, yeah, you can run Swift on Windows. I don't know anybody. I know hundreds and hundreds of developers. This is my job. I can tell you I don't know anybody that uses Swift for Windows. Maybe some do, and I just haven't bumped into them, but that's not what's happening. And the other thing that you get people saying is PWAs or progressive web apps. They're great. They're kind of an alternative for a desktop app. No, they're not. What a PWA does is it takes a web page and it allows you to have that web page put down onto your device. So either your PC or your mobile phone. And it's effectively having that web page frozen with a little thing in the background that's like a web worker that will make that app work as if you are connected online. If you're very careful how you write it, you can make it work even though there's no internet connection. But generally speaking, that is not true of most PWAs. Most of them break. They'll work for a little while, but eventually they will not work properly without an internet connection. They need to be online. Okay, a proper app, a native app, doesn't work like that. Okay, I'm not saying PWAs are completely bad. There's a time and a place for them, but generally though, if it's a PWA, it provides an inadequate user experience. And that is why they're not more popular, because if you think about it, it'd be quite easy if you take your website and then turn it into an app by hitting a magic button and off you go. I've done it, it works, but it's an inadequate user experience in comparison to a genuine native app. So what you do need to do is pick a tool which shares as much code as possible between the device types. Okay, so that you write the program once and then you can have that program go out on iOS, Android, and whatever other mobile devices you can think of, or a desktop app, because there is a difference between a mobile app and a desktop app in terms of size and functionality. That desktop app should be able to target Linux, should be able to target Windows, should be able to target Mac OS from the same code base. Now you can do that with some things. There are Electron frameworks and things like that will let you do that. But in comparison to a native app that is a native experience, it's a poor, inadequate compromise, shall we say. So working smart means use a tool which allows you to design and visualize the user interface at the same time. So you're not double handling the information. You design your screens and you visualize what you want in the same app that you are going to create the code, create the final app. That way, if you're working with someone who's a designer or the owner of the product, the person that's paying you, or a committee of people who are going to be the end users, and you've picked a few of them to say, okay, we're thinking about making the screen look like this. What do you think? Called usability testing. If you do that in the same tool that allows you to actually create the final app, you're guaranteed a better experience. It's not difficult to work out that it's easier to do that in the app than go away and design it with a graphic design tool like a Photoshop or Figma or something like that, and then get that over to the developer, give them that static graphic and say, right, now make an interface that looks like this. Why would you do that? That's crazy. What you need to do is use a tool that allows you to design and visualize the user interface at the same time. So you're only handling that process once and once only, or tweaking it, but you're not having to redo it. And then choose a tool that reuses existing and ready-made code, so you're not reinventing the wheel. You know what? The reason that I can be efficient, and I am a very prolific programmer, I know it sounds like I'm boasting, but honestly it's true. The reason I can do that is not because I'm any good. I'm a very average programmer. I've been at it a long time, and that means I can go and look for code that's already been done by one of my colleagues, or some open source code or something like that, or some examples, and I can reuse that existing code. And in fact, by using things called components, objects and classes that are already made, you can reuse those, and you know that you're not having to do all the thinking and debugging yourself, because brand new, completely novel code means brand new and completely novel ways to make bugs. If it's already existing and ready-made code, then it's very likely been well used, well tried and tested by other developers, and the chances are you're not going to end up with a poor experience. And I think really what I'm saying there is, let someone else do the hard work. And this is where I say, tongue-in-cheek, yeah, be a bit lazy. Why work so hard? If you can use some code that's already been done and it's legal and acceptable for you to use that code, then why wouldn't you do it? Because you'd be an idiot otherwise. Go, no, I'd much rather work harder, thank you very much. I really want to work hard. No, don't be silly, of course not. Working smart means use a tool which allows you to create apps for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS and Android using just one tool. Not Android Studio and Xcode and something else and Visual Studio Code, which basically is an overgrown version of Notepad with some cleverness added in. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not really an IDE. It's a very clever text editor. Use a tool that does the whole lot. And you can see on the screen there is a project, that's a clip from a project manager of the tool that I'm talking about, where you can see my target platforms are all in that one project. I can target Android 32-bit, and nobody uses that anymore, but Android 64-bit, iOS 64-bit, I can hit the iOS simulator, I can hit Mac OS 64-bit, Mac OS X, Mac OS ARM 64-bit. Oh, there's many many ways of saying that. I'll try that again. Mac OS ARM 64-bit. All from the same piece of code. Windows 32-bit, Windows 64-bit, all from that same project. That's what I'm talking about. One place where it all goes. Why just one tool? Well, one set of code and one project to deal with. And that means you're not having to pull up lots of different folders and different repositories and things like that. It's just one set of code, one place to look, and there it is. More importantly, if you choose the right tool, then the same code, if it's written to be what's known as platform agnostic, in other words, it doesn't care whether it's on Windows or Linux or Mac OS, iOS and Android, then the same code will work for everything. Absolutely everything. You write the code and it will work on everything. It's a smart IDE. It's a smart programming language because it targets that. That is what you're looking for. One set of updates to think of. So if you have to go in and you need to make a change, you're only doing it once, and then you can hit a button and you can produce all those versions of those apps all at once. Learn, only one easy programming language, because if it's the same code that programs everything, Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS and Android, then there's only one programming language to learn. If you choose to use Xcode, then you might be using Swift, or you might be using Objective-C or something like that. Okay, but if you're using Android Studio, then you're using Java. And if you're going to Windows, then you might be using C# or Visual Basic, or some other C++ or something like that. Multiple different languages. So you can still, you can go off and you can say, oh, I'd rather use Xcode because it's made by Apple and therefore it's the best. But you're still going to have to go back and use that same language again for that system and that system only. Because as soon as you swap to Android, you're going to start thinking in Java, and Java works differently. So there's very little code reuse between Xcode and Android Studio. They're different. They work differently. Okay, and you can use scripting languages like Python, but you're going to give away all your source code. If you have a Python app, even if you compile it, there are Python decompilers out there that will decompile your app in half a second, no problem whatsoever. You need a native app that can't be decompiled, that is secure. That means you will not get sued by people because you've exposed all their private data. Learn only one easy programming language. Do everything for every device from that one tool. You master one tool, one language, you can hit every single device. Why just one tool? One tool that creates native apps for all mobile devices saves huge amounts of time because you don't have to keep swapping. You don't have to keep going into a different editor and opening that up and how is it I save the project in Xcode? I can't remember. How do I save it in Android? No, you don't need to do that. With one tool, you're saving a lot of time because you're not having to context switch. One set of code means you only have to add new features or fix bugs once in one piece of code, one app. You're not having to go through and look through a bunch of Java and then look at a similar bug but a different way in Xcode because now you're working in Swift. And now I've got to go into C# because neither of those are the same, so now I've got to go and fix the bug. No. Use one set of code means you only add one new feature at a time in one piece of code and goes to everything. Works for every device. And that means you're making fewer new errors because you fix a bug, test it, and you're not doing it the repeated time of 3 different devices, 3 different IDEs. You're only doing it once. That means you've got one chance to get it wrong, and you might still get it wrong, but you've got one chance. If you go to 3 or 4 different IDEs, you've got 3 or 4 chances to get it wrong. So it stands to reason. It's common sense that new errors, could be a problem. And if you get fewer errors, this means customers are happy, and also, more importantly, speeds up your development process. And we know that time equals money. And faster, more efficient, single place to work means more profit and time to work on other projects, because time really is money. It really is that. So let's just take a quick look at what we're talking about here. Okay, so this is an IDE. It's a bit messed up because I've got a weird screen resolution, but here is my IDE. And if I want to go in and say I want to open a new multi-device application, and let's just choose a blank application, why not? Okay, and after a couple of seconds, up opens my blank application. So now what I want to do is I want to go to this thing that's called the palette and choose some components to put on there, some visual elements. Okay, so I'm going to take a button, I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to take a label like this and put it over here, and I think we'll leave it at that for now. And what I'm going to do is click on here, and I'm going to say label 1, and you can see what it's doing here is it is offering me some help to fill in my code. It's helping me learn how to code. So I'm going to just, whoops, type that. Okay. So, oops. No. I did something. So, there is my button click. What that means is when I click on this button, it's going to change this label to say something fairly mundane, which is hello world. So we're just going to run the app now. Okay, and it's going to come over on the screen. So I'm going to move it over so you can see it. And just to check that it is actually working, click on hello world. Well, amazing. Not particularly exciting, but that's what it does. Okay. Now, when we come back to the application and we decide that we're actually going to look at some of the other devices, and we chose a blank multi-device application, you can see it's got targets for Android, iOS, iOS simulator, Linux. Yep, you can do Linux as well, and Mac OS. And by the way, that's talking to my Windows version of Linux there, because that's the way I've got it set up on here. My Mac, I've got an ARM Mac that's sitting behind me. You can't see it, but there's a nice little Mac, great big screen as well, very cool. Windows 64-bit. So let's say, okay, we suddenly decide that, yeah, this is a Windows app, yeah, it's all cool and deadly, but what we actually want to do is do a version for a iPhone 3. And we look at that and go, oh, well, you know what, let's put that button over there, because, you know, that's how it works. And let's put that button there. Now you can see they're in completely different places, okay? But if I go back to my master copy, which is here, you can see that they are not in the same place. That's one of the things you can do with this tool, is you can say, okay, well, you know, Android has navigation at the bottom of the screen, and iOS has navigation at the top of the screen. And you can move your controls around. But still, in the background, okay, is my same one line of code. So one line of code, and I can target my iPhone devices. One line of code, I can target the Windows apps. I mean, you wouldn't do that. You'd probably do Android and that. And just to be, you know, making sure that we're not talking nonsense here, let's do the same thing with Android. So let's say, oh, Android, we're going to go completely crazy. And what we're going to do is put this in the middle here like this. And again, you can see it having line up the buttons. And so for Android, we're going to go, yeah, completely crazy. We're going to have a 7-inch tablet. And we're going to put the button in the middle. I don't know why you do that, but the point is you can design these screens differently depending on what device you're going to. Okay, but notice we've still got that one project. We're managing everything in the one project. And more importantly, if I go back to the code, which is what's behind here, if you can see down here, code and design, flip between them. Okay, I can go in and that's the code for the apps, plural, iOS, Android, Linux, whatever. Because what happens is the language, which is Delphi, Object Pascal, will actually have an adaptation that goes on in the background, so that if I do a file open dialog where I open and look for some files on my mobile device, which you can't actually do, but let's say it was a desktop app like Mac app, and then I had a Windows app, and that instead of making this label say hello world, what actually happened was it opened and searched for a file. It will translate the command to open the file in the programming language into the native API that Windows uses or Mac uses or Linux uses. Because if you don't know, and I'm sure you do, Linux and Mac have backslashes one way and Windows has slashes that go the other way. And so normally you'd have to do some code to make that work, but actually the programming language behind it, which is Delphi, does that all for you. And more importantly, you remember I said about getting all the ready to go functionality. There's a whole thing here called Get It that has got lots and lots of free components in here. Some of them are paid, but most of them are free. You install them, off you go, and that functionality is there for you. So for example, this one, the AWS SDK allows me to actually do the space computer, which is later on today. I think maybe later this week, you'll see me get a space computer that does voice synthesis using AI. I didn't write hardly any code for that, maybe 4 or 5 lines of code, but this SDK does all the hard work for me. Makes me look really cool, but I don't have to do anything. And that component is tested very well. Ready to go, plug in, building blocks of code ready for you. And the same is true of the palette. If we look down the palette here, this is restricted because I'm looking at an Android tablet, but there are all sorts of crazy things like database handling, FireDAC, MySQL handling, talking to big corporate databases, SQL Server, SQL Server, internet connection stuff, HTTP client, data access, talking to all sorts of databases, desktop databases, SQLite, and all those kind of things. All of the types of controls that you could use, like a timer edit, a currency edit, camera component. You want to take pictures? It's all built in for you. It's like 2 lines of code to take a picture. Speed button. You name it, it's got it. Very, very useful. Okay, so let's go back to our slideshow that we were looking at earlier on. Okay, this is the product that I just showed you, and what's important here is that you can get it for absolutely free. No catches. We're not going to charge you all of a sudden. As long as you fulfill the obligations of the license, there are some restrictions. We don't expect you to be a multi-millionaire and get the free version and use it for the rest of life. So once you go over a certain amount of income, then we do expect you to buy the professional version. Same is true of Microsoft and a few other systems as well. But whilst you're a student, whilst you're learning, or whilst you're a hobbyist, or you're trying this system out, you can use this completely free. There is a trial version, the full version as well, but completely free. Just go to that link that's on the screen there, embarcadero.com/products/Delphi/starter. Some other really cool things that you should know about. Pexels.com, completely free graphics of all types. And I mean all, absolutely everything you could ever want on there, totally free, no royalties required. So if you want to put, you've seen some of the cool graphics I've had in the background here, all of those are from Pexels. Go to Unsplash. You can also have splash screens and desktop backgrounds and stuff like that. Also free, no viruses, which is the most important thing, because a lot of these sites that you go to with free backgrounds have got viruses on and all sorts of horrible things like that. Fontlibrary.org, free fonts. So later on, if you watch my space computer demo, you'll see me using a kind of Star Trek-y type font, shall we say, and inspired by Paramount TV's Star Trek series. They're very unusual font. I got those fonts from here. They also had Klingon fonts, because the Klingon language, believe it or not, is taught in some universities. But you can get free fonts from there, absolutely free. Font Awesome, all of the little graphics that you see those on the screen in the green, blue and pink blocks there. Most of the apps that you see that with mobile apps are using Font Awesome fonts. There is a free set, and I actually use the Pro version, which is a paid version, but Font Awesome is the place to go. And also, if you're going to have animations, again, look at the space computer demo that I do. There is a thing there called a Lottie animation. Go to lottiefiles.com and it will blow your mind about the free things that are in there. And lastly, if you want your apps to look really absolutely amazingly cool, go to delphistyles.com and download their free app styles there that are professionally designed, top quality styles for your apps. And in fact, a lot of those are actually built into the Rad Studio IDE as well, so you can just install it from that Get It tool that I showed you, where I showed you the AWS thing. It's very straightforward. So anyway, that's a whirlwind tour. If you stick around with us for the rest of today and for the rest of this week, we're going to show you an awful lot more. Okay, I know this sounds a bit like I'm selling a product, but I'm actually trying to tell you what is good about the product and what is my reason for saying this, I think, is the best tool you can use, and the efficiency you can make. I told you I get up every single day and I write code, even now after 38 plus years, and I still love the job. I still don't regret becoming a software developer. I think it was the best thing I ever did. Okay, you can should have time for live Q&A afterwards, and the slides and the link and the replay of this video is going to be available at tinyurl.com/MBT Coder. And also, if you registered for this bootcamp this week, you'll get notifications through with all the replays automatically as well. So you should hear more about it. Anyway, my name's Ian Barker, and I'm Embarcadero's developer advocate. You can get me at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. Please do feel free to email me. You can also follow me on X/Twitter at @punctuation, and go to my website and learn more about me at about.me/Ian Barker. Thanks for watching. Have a good week. It's going to be a long one. A lot to do. Well, if there's a feeling of deja vu because you think, I swear I've seen this video before, that was the video that we played at the start of the week. Unfortunately, the session that we did have planned, which was how to create a mobile app from a Figma design, we couldn't get that organized. Unfortunately, the person that was recording that had some technical difficulties, and so they had to drop out at the last minute. So we replayed my video from earlier on. A lot of people like that video, and so we thought, well, why not? And a few people saying some nice things. I'm sorry, Thamara. I'm going to assume you pronounce it Thamara. Thank you for the boot camp. Yeah, thank you for joining. We really appreciate it. And also Daniel Lima, who we've been swapping answers and questions on the live chat. We're here all day answering the live chat. So if you've got a question and you want it answered by someone from Embarcadero or something like that, then we'll do our best. But I have said before, email me if you've got a question that we can't answer straight away, or is kind of more involved than I would do on a chat. Yes, Martha, she's sending me a message in my little private chat there. And yes, email me ian.barker@embarcadero.com and ask me the question, and if I can answer it, we'll do. If I don't know the answer, I'll get the answer from someone else. That is my job. I'm the developer advocate. My job is to kind of communicate the best of what we can offer and get some feedback from you, positive or negative, hopefully all positive. But if there's something that's causing you a problem or something like that, I can't give you support. There's hundreds of thousands of you and only one of me. We have a proper support department for that, and all that kind of thing. But I will actually I will do my best to put you in touch with the right people, and I do answer every email. I'm very, very busy, but I'll do my best. And thank you, Patrick, once again. He's putting my email up there. And someone said, yes, I've had this question before, haven't I? Is that I'm going to email you about having a different width on the object inspector in CodeView and Design View. Go ahead. I did say before, you can do it in your desktop settings. If you save your desktop settings in RAD Studio, from the default and things like that, you can change where they are and save them, but it just depends on what the version you get. What else? Don't sequestrate designers, guys. Okay, yeah, whatever. Right, at the end of today's planned sessions, and that will be the last one that's coming up in a couple of hours, by Bruno Firen from TMS Software, about building apps for the Raspberry Pi. That's a session you cannot miss. We have a new session, and Martha, I didn't see what we said it was going to be. Let me. Okay, the new session, I just found the details, is one that we're adding at the end of the day, and it's about AI, and it's about exploring the fusion of AI and Delphi FMX in the Python GUI development. So it's using our Python GUI ecosystem. If you haven't heard about that, you can go to, I've actually got a QR code for this. No, I don't. I've deleted it. If you go to pythongui.org or just go to the Embarcadero website and we look for products and then the Python stuff, you'll see it all there. This session is about a spotlight on creating Python GUI apps using ChatGPT and constructing a stable diffusion app. The session culminates in a work through to build a large language model app to query Vicuna 13b. If you know what that is, great. If you don't know what that is, watch the session and Eli will tell you. And it illustrates the power of Python GUIs in an AI-driven app. Because we've got a great Python for Delphi component that allows you to run Python in Delphi apps, but also for the Python programmers, we've got Delphi FMX and PyScript and a few other things as well, which really, if you create an app using the Delphi FMX libraries, for example, you can do things like add Delphi styles, the beautiful visual styles to your app, make your Python app look incredible. And using PyScript, you can target Android as well. I think that's correct. I get confused, but yes, I'm sure you can target Android as well. Is it under the AI track? Yes, it is. It is part of the AI track as well. Okay, so we're going to go to the next session, which is another session from the wonderful Ray Konopka, who was on earlier on. And Ray said he'll be live again if he can, answering chat questions. And this is component building fundamentals. Ray's the expert on this, the definitive source for it. So sit back and enjoy Ray's session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Coding Bootcamp 2023, sponsored by Embarcadero. My name is Ray Konopka with Ray Software, and in this session, I'm going to be talking about building components, the fundamentals of building components. It's a core feature in Delphi. It's what makes Delphi is its component model. It's the ability to create reusable controls. It permeates the entire product. Obviously, it's the foundation of both of the frameworks for VCL and FMX, but it even inspired changes to the language. The Object Pascal language is heavily influenced by the component model that was there. And while this topic's been around since Delphi 1, in recent years, there's been not a whole lot of coverage to it. And we kind of wanted to take a step back, dig a little bit deeper into, well, what makes the component model work? How does it do its, the things that it does, things that we use every day? We're going to look at kind of behind the scenes is how does all of that work? Why are events the way they are? What is that sender property really doing? Obviously, if we want to create our own controls, what would we do? And so we're going to talk about all of this, to cram a lot of information into this whole hour little section, hopefully with time for questions and answers afterwards. But we're going to look at the process. If you wanted to build your own custom control, what would you want to do? And while initially some people would say, oh, I'd never want to build my own custom control, I think when you start thinking in terms of a little difference, if we can customize things, if we can make things easier for us, you may find it's not so bad. There's some real value in creating a custom component. It helps if you have the right guidelines to do it properly. And so that's one of the big features of what I'm going to be expressing through this whole session is what are the proper ways we want to build our components? How do we make them easy to support, easy to deploy and manage and all of that? But to get there, we have to go through some things. We need to understand what the component library, the VCL, is all about. That's where it started. FMS is an extension of that in essence. It's a different hierarchy, but it shares the same ancestry. We want to know what makes up a component. We use them all the time. We already know these things, properties, methods, and events, but why do we have certain types of methods? What do they mean? How is a property, how is an event implemented? What are the different scoping rules for a property? What can we leverage? What do we have to be worried about for side effects? All of these things come into play when we start talking about a component's anatomy. And what's really cool is as we learn those, as we describe and dig a little bit deeper, we can end up becoming better Delphi developers because we now understand how things are working and the order of events and managing state inside of our component. All of these key things that we're going to touch on. Custom painting is a big important one in the sample I'll be showing. How do we handle keyboard interactions and mouse wheels and so forth. And then finally we'll wrap it up with a discussion on package design, because when you're talking components, you really have to understand packages and the role that they play in the deployment and distribution of your components. It's not terribly hard. Unfortunately, there's some default settings inside of Delphi that do lead people down a more difficult path than they should. But with the right guidelines, this becomes pretty straightforward. So let's dive into the process a little bit, talk about what it means to build a custom component, and then we'll go from there. The key thing is we need to prepare for a new component, and these guidelines are things that I've established for many years now. Whenever I need a new component or a new control, what do I need to do? What do I want to house this? And I always create a new directory and create a new test application, which is just a Delphi application. If I'm building an FMX control, I'm going to build an FMX app. If I'm building a VCL control, I'm going to build a VCL app, literally an empty VCL app. That is the start of it. I will create it in a new directory so it's not amongst all the standard projects directories and so forth. We're going to isolate it. It's going to make it easier. And then I'm going to create a unit. I'm going to create the component unit. This leads to the first kind of design question is do you do it manually or do you use the component expert? Yes, there is a component expert in the component menu still. I never use it. I don't recommend using it. It's not that hard to create a new unit, and we're going to do that and show what we need to do to create that. It's very simple. We need to describe, define what's going to be in our component, what it descends from, and all these things. That will come later. We'll get to how we decide that. The key thing though is then we are going to test the runtime behavior of the component. That is the first thing that we always do. Obviously, we're going to build it, do some changes, and then test it. We don't even think about putting the component inside the IDE until we're confident that the component operates properly at runtime. So we're going to really isolate in our development and testing the runtime functionality versus the design time functionality. And there's a really good reason for doing that, because if your component isn't working properly and raises an exception or causes a problem, well, when you put it and register and load it into the IDE, you're running in that space. So you're creating an exception or an access violation inside of Delphi, and bad things can happen when you do that. So we're not going to even put ourselves into that spot initially. Continuing on, so we've defined our functionality, we've gone through some things, we've got a component that we've defined in a unit, we have tested it at runtime, it does what we need it to do, and then the next thing is, well, okay, we need to register it and install it into the IDE. And there's a couple ways you can do that. Some people do it all in the one unit. I don't recommend that. I will create a registration unit. The reason we want to do that is registration is a design time only functionality. You don't need to register in runtime. And so this leads us to this whole package organization that we are going to have runtime packages. So if you want to build your application with runtime packages to minimize the size of the executable but deploy the BPL files with it, if you want to make a BPL, which you should for your custom component, then we need to have a runtime package. Well, design functionality cannot be put into a runtime package. The required units that are needed won't be there. So we have to make a design package. And so then once we do that, we have our runtime package, design package. We can then load it up into the IDE and test the design time behavior. So that is the overarching little how we're going to do that. So to give you an idea of what this involves, let me do part of this. I'm going to do the full thing by the end of the session, but just to get us started, let's do the first kind of steps. And so one of the things I always like to show is I've already created an empty VCL project. No big deal there. We're going to create that, and I'm going to create a panel descendant. And you're like, why? What's wrong with the panel? Well, if you ever use the T panel that's in Delphi and you drop it on a form, what is the first thing that you do? Well, you go find the caption property and you delete it, because we hardly ever want a caption on our panel. And this is actually one of the common reasons to create a custom component, is to override default values, which is kind of cool if you think about, say, some more complicated controls that you might have that you constantly make changes and you're changing styles or coloring, if whatever it might be. You could simplify things by just doing that. So what we're going to do is create a new panel descendant that gets rid of the caption, so we don't have to worry about it at all. And so to do that, I'm going to go and add a new unit right to my project here. I'm going to keep it into the same thing, but I'm going to give it a different name. So we'll name this, let's see, one of the things you'll get used to, you'll probably want to prefix your units because they go into the IDE, so they can't collide with something else. So don't name your component, panel dot unit or custom panel. You want to give it some identifying mark. So I will do let's see here, Bootcamp panel is what I will name my unit, just because I know there's an RZ panel already in the IDE there. So let me go ahead and save that. So I have my Bootcamp panel, and I'm going to create, I need a type. Well, I'm going to need some other stuff. So I need VCL controls, probably VCL extended controls, because I think that's where the panel is, if I remember right. We'll figure it out. I'm going to create a type, and I'm going to create a T Bootcamp panel. And what's that going to descend from? Well, it's going to descend from a T panel for now. And I don't need to add any other properties at this point or anything like that. But I will need to I'm going to override the constructor. And so I'll create, and I've just created a lot of components. So I know this is the signature, and we're going to override that. And so, of course, I need to implement that. So let me grab that down in my implementation section, and T Bootcamp panel, create. I can get rid of this. So where is T component? And so so system.classes is where T component is. It's very high up in the hierarchy, as we will see when we look at things. I'm of course going to call the inherited version. We want to do that because that A owner property is really important. I'll describe what that does momentarily. But all I'm really going to do here is I'm just going to clear out the caption. Pretty simple. Nothing. Caption is a property of the inherited panel. I'm going to create this. This is what I've got. This should be good enough and good to go. Well, I need to test this now. I talked about testing the component at runtime. How do I do that? Well, I like to drop a button down, and you can do it on the form create, but I kind of like to have the ability to, I'll have lots of buttons to test various runtime things in my app here. And so let me go ahead and save the project. And so this is my unit. So I'm going to say this is my test Bootcamp panel form. And then this is going to be test Bootcamp panel. And so my test bootcamp panel, I have my form, I've got a button, and we're just going to double click this, and we're going to create a new panel. Now I might have other changes that I want to make, so I want to be able to reference that. So I'm going to create a new holder for it, Bootcamp panel, and I'm putting it in the private section. I don't need to, nobody else is calling it, doesn't matter, public, but I'm not going to put it up into this spot. This is managed by the form designer. I'm creating this myself. I'm going to manage it. I'm not dropping anything on the form yet, but the one thing I do need to add in is the Bootcamp panel unit. So now that I add that, it knows about Bootcamp panel. Well, let me go and create it. Well, how do I create it? Well, I need to, just like any other control or class that we build, I'm going to call the create on it. Now, the first question is, okay, well, who serves as that owner? Well, in components, in VCL components, the owner is responsible for cleaning up. So whoever I specify as the owner gets cleaned up. Well, we want that to be the form, and almost 95% of the time you will be using the form as the owner of your controls. Yes, there are exceptions, that's more intermediate and advanced level stuff, but for 99 or 95% of the time you're good to go with the owner. Now, this owner, actually, when you drop a component onto the form designer, like I dropped this button onto the form designer, the owner of this button gets set by the form designer to be this form, and that's what causes it to show up inside the top part, which is actually a published part of this form class. And so this is essentially what we're doing. What we're doing here is we're saying, hey, this form is going to own this instance of this panel, and because of that, we don't have to worry about destroying the panel. Just like when you drop a button on the form, you don't have to worry about destroying the button. That's taken care of for us automatically by the ownership inside the component model. So again, that's how all this stuff works. You may not have been really aware of that level of management there. Now, at this point, I just have a panel that I've created, that I've cleared out the caption, but I'm missing some things. In order to be shown on the screen, to be visible, the control needs to know, like, where does it present itself. Obviously there's a size that we'll get to and a position, but one of the most important things for visual controls is that we need to set the parent. And so we're also going to set the parent to be the form in this example, but parent could be a group box, it could be another panel, it's another control that can accept controls dropped into it to be parents of other controls. Not every component in Delphi supports that, and we'll describe that in a few minutes in more detail. But for now, we're going to create the control, set the parent, and then we're going to go ahead and set the bounds. And there's a shortcut. I can set the left top, width and height individually, or I can do it in one method call. And so I'm going to put this at 50-50 from the upper left of my form. Really, well, it's of the parent because of that's how it's defined. So my parent is driving that, and I'm going to make this, I'll make this 300 by 100. And that's essentially all I need to do. So let me go ahead and run this. And what we see when I click the button is I've got my new panel there with no caption. Woohoo! Great. I've created my design interface. I'm not going to create the design time and the package to load it. I'm going to do that once at the end with a more advanced control to give us, what are the mechanics of it. But this is the start of building a custom component. So once you do this, everything builds off of this step. So let's switch back to the slides and dig a little deeper. So one of the first choices you need to make is, well, if I'm building a custom component, what am I descending from? Typically you could descend from an existing component just like we did, but you have other choices, and it depends on what you want the control to do. So there's, you can go right from T component. What does that mean? We have graphic control, win control, and custom control. Each one of these base classes give us certain functionalities, and based on what we want to do determines what we select to start with. So we're going to dig into that to kind of gather what the rules are. And so here is a subsection of the VCL hierarchy. It's in technically anything above this line is all FMX as well, but for what we're taking the whole thing together. I've highlighted the ones that I mentioned before, and as we see the boxes, here's where we can make our distinctions. So a component allows it to be essentially managed by Delphi. And so it just defines the owner concept. So everything that's inside of the VCL that descends from the component, has this owner capability. Even T form descends ultimately from T component, and so that's why the form can be an owner of any of the components. Now, if you descend directly from a T component, that is how you create a non-visual control. There is no visual representation from inside of T component. It is strictly understanding ownership, streaming, how to be written to a DFM file, and those kinds of features and functionality. So data sources, timers, those non-visual controls descend from T component. The other side of that is T control. T control is this whole extra bounding box, and that is visual component. So if it descends from T control, it means it has some visual representation. But there's a couple different ways in which that can be decided. You can have the distinction between a win control or a graphic control. Graphic control is a little bit easier. Let's start with that one. The graphic control, as its name suggests, is really just graphic in nature. It's UI. It is the key piece is that it implements a paint method that you can override, that along with a canvas on which you can draw your component. And so the component itself, a graphic control, defines its own rendering. It defines the paint method to give it some visualization. So the T bezel, T label is a graphic control. One thing to note is that graphic controls cannot receive the input focus, because input focus requires a window handle, and that's the distinction where a T win control comes in. So a win control is any control that requires a window handle, and there's a lot of them. Anything with keyboard focus, anything that has a built-in representation inside of Windows is a win control descendant, like a custom, like an edit. So the edit box is actually Windows defines the edit box. The T-edit component is a wrapper around the Windows control. And there's a lot, like combo box is the same way, list box is the same way, so forth. You can also have a T custom control. Now, T custom control is like a merge of graphic control and win control. It inherits the win control functionality that manages a window handle and its creation and so forth, but it also introduces a custom paint method along with a canvas on which to draw. So you might want to build a windowed control so that you can take the keyboard focus, respond to arrow keys or whatnot, but do all the drawing completely custom. Now, you might be looking at this diagram and be wondering what the role of these custom label, custom edit, custom panel versions are as these ancestors. This will become a little bit clearer when we talk about properties, but what this does is the T-Custom version implements all of the functionality of a given control, but it hides the various properties that make it. The properties that show up in the object inspector inside of Delphi. And so you never go and create a T-Custom panel by itself. You would drop a T-panel down. But if you wanted to make a custom panel that you made certain, like you didn't want the end user to change the border, like you wanted it to always be a groove and not the default bevel that shows up. Well, you would descend not from T-panel, but from T-Custom panel and not surface the border properties that allow them to make that change. So they would drop it down, go to the component, object inspector, and they wouldn't be able to make that change. So that's the reason why we have this layer there. So those are our different groups. We'll have more to talk about as we dig into this. But again, now that we know the breakdown, depending on the control that we want to build, we know where to start. So digging a little bit deeper, these should be quick kind of summaries. I talked about like the owner property. So that's what T component has. So every component has an owner. It's technically you could have it as a nil owner, but in most everything owns by the form, but it's there. T component also implements the components list. So there's a property called components that you can look at. Like you can inspect on a form the components property to find out all of the components that it owns, which is quite cool. There's also a component state property, which is really important when you want to know the difference between design time and runtime. So if you need to do something different at design time, you can check the component state for the CS designing flag, and if it's in there, then you know you're in design time processing. And in my example, I'll show, I think I showed that toward the end. Well, it might be the next level down. Then the other piece that's added in T component is loaded. The loaded method is important because it is called after the component. Well, all the components are loaded from the DFM file, and we'll try to take a look at the DFM file. It's what's stored. Basically, it's this persistent store of your design interface of your forms. So all the properties that you've changed and you've made differences to it, they get stored into the DFM file. When Delphi reads the DFM file, it creates all the components that are defined in there. Well, oftentimes some fix-ups need to happen. We need to make some adjustments to get the component ready after it's been loaded, and so that's where the loaded method becomes valuable. And then one of the important pieces of important methods is notification, and notification is really important when it comes to component references. And while I won't show an example of a component reference in this session, it's a little bit, it's kind of intermediate and it's next level things, but it's when you connect to one control, you have a property that references another one. So a DB grid, you drop down and you connect that to a data source. That data source is a component reference to the grid. Well, this notification is important for, like, if somebody, the developer deletes the data source, our component, our grid needs to know that happens. That's what the notification method does. T-control introduces a parent property. So the panel is, we set the parent property to be, when we created it dynamically, we set that inherited from T-control. So every control can be parented by a win control. You can't parent a T control by another T control or a graphic control. That's a difference. You have the control style property, which is interesting. So you can have whether it accepts controls or not. By default, the control style for a graphic control does not have that in this control style. Technically, you can add it in because it's a T control. T graphic control descends from T control. It has the control style. You could add accepts controls to it. Don't do it unless you could. Make sure you have nothing that you need saved in the Delphi IDE, and then you could drop a graphic control down, take like a T edit and drop it on the graphic control, and the graphic control will try to accept it because you're telling the form designer, hey, you can drop things on me, but the component doesn't know how to deal with that, and it's spectacular when you do it. If you're going to capture the mouse, there's a control style there, meaning that if you click on it and you want mouse events to stay going to the control as you move off of it, that's what that style does. And there's really the start of the eventing model, common events like the click event and the mouse down event, those base dispatch methods, which we haven't talked with yet, but we will get to those. They're introduced at the T control level. Graphic control, just a couple other things. Again, I've said before, there's no window handle. Can't contain any controls. Don't specify it for a graphic control. You do get a virtual paint method with a canvas property on which to draw. I will show an example of that in a little bit. One of the key things that's interesting this distinction between a graphic control that has no window handle and one that does, it means that a control with a window handle will always be in front of a graphic control. So you can never make a graphic control that goes in front of a Win control. Windows does not allow that to happen. And the reason for that is that the canvas property that you get and the drawing that you get from a graphic control is actually higher up. It's from the parent that drives it, and ultimately it's rendered by the control's parent, not the control itself. And so that's why it always is in the back of any other windowed controls you have. Continuing on with the window controls, it introduces the handle property, which is the wrapper around the H-wind. If you've ever done any old school Windows programming or called in API functions in some of your code, you may have used the handle property, which is an H-wind. That's introduced at the Win control level. The big things is that you get keyboard interactions now. So all of the keyboard events and their event dispatch methods are introduced at the T-Win control level. Focus changes as well are introduced at that level. We have, I should add, the T-Win control also implements a controls property like components from T component. It's controls, which is all the children of that control. So it represents the parenting hierarchy. And T custom control descends from your Win control, but implements its own paint method and canvas, which is truly its own self-contained because it's wrapped around inside of that one window handle. So digging in a little bit deeper, all of these components, I've mentioned all of these in various pieces. I'm sure you've experienced them at some level, but we really want to dig a little deeper as to how they're implemented, what their role is, why do we have different types of methods, how do events work, and so forth. So let's keep digging a little bit deeper. We want to provide access to a component's attributes. We're very familiar with this, using the property. And there's different aspects to it. Obviously, we have the property name, and its data type. And we also need to specify, well, where's the data for this property going to be stored? And typically, could change, but typically it's an instance field of the class, the component that we're building. So by default, we name it with an F for a field, and it stays the same name as the property name. And now your instance field needs to be the same type or a compatible type of the property's declaration. So this is an integer. And then you have a write access clause, which could be the same field, but generally when we're talking components, it's going to be a method. It's going to be a write access method, and we'll see why that's important shortly. And then one of the final things is you might have a default value, and the default value does not initialize the property, in this case to 17, but what it does do is it determines whether or not that property value for that component gets saved to the DFM file when you save your form. Ideally, we'd like to minimize the data that's inside the DFM, and if the property value is its default, then there's no reason to store it in the DFM. However, there is a requirement that we need to make sure that our property is indeed set to that default value when it's created. Otherwise, you get all mixed up and your streams aren't set right. Digging a little deeper, at the write access clause, the real reason why we will use these is to implement side effects. For example, if we're in the sample component, if it has a property called button width, well, there's a button that's part of that control. And if we're changing it, we probably need to repaint it or cause its display to be, invalidated so that we can get it to look right. So instead of, if we just changed it, the button width, the field, nothing would change. But so the pattern is you take your the incoming value of what you're changing it to, check the value against your current instance field, and if it's different, go ahead and make the change. If it's the same, there's no reason to make the change, because the side effect, we don't want to repaint the component if the button's width is the same. So only when it's different, we invalidate. That tells Windows in the VCL framework that, oh, this component needs to be refreshed the next time we do a paint cycle. And so then it will take care of that. There are other ways to refresh and repaint, but invalidate is the most common one. It's the safest one that you can do, certainly to get started. But that's what your write access method gives you. Some other things we have our properties. Those are the base starting points. The methods obviously implement the various behaviors. However, there are some key things when you're talking about components that you need to consider. So you want to do what you can to avoid any interdependencies with your methods. For example, you should not have any initialization methods. When you drop a component on the form, the component should be good to go. So it means you make sure that the default properties of all of the properties in your component have reasonable values, that you can't have it in an invalid state until you call some initialization method. That is bad form and will cause problems in the form designer. Don't require an order in which methods need to be called. Every method should leave the component in a valid state. It may not be the proper state for what the end user wants, but you should not have to require, oh, I have to call method A first, then method B, and then method C. I could easily call method C first, method B, and method A, and at the end, I should be in the same state. So that's important to consider when you're building your methods. There's also different types of methods. The obvious being, constructors and destructors. So constructors, obviously setting up like we did, we overrode default values. We initialize default values for the various properties if we need to do that. If we're creating any kind of resources that we need to, extra objects that we go and create, we're going to need to create them there. We're going to free them in the destructor. So we're going to clean ourselves up. Property access methods, we showed an example of that. We can do a read access method just like a write. One returns a value, one sets the value. Read access methods just get data. They don't do side effects. You also have what are called window or message handling methods. This is how the VCL responds to the underlying window messages. And it also is a way to handle what's something called component messages, which we'll touch on a little bit later. And that is very similar, but there's a whole messaging framework based on Windows that they get passed around, and we can use message handling methods to hook into that. Some of the biggest, or some of the most important ones from a component writer's point of view, are event dispatch methods. And so when we're building an application, we're very familiar with handling events that are in the object inspector. You go to the events page, you double click, you get an event handler, you write your code, and so forth. Well, if you want to hook into the process of a keyboard event that's happening at a control, you don't want to write an event handler for the on key down event, because if you write the handler for it, then the end user won't be able to write the handler for it, or if they do write a handler for it, then they're going to override or replace your handler for it. So we need a different way in order to hook into the eventing. That's what the event dispatch methods do. And we'll see an example of that in our sample component. And then the final thing is, there are times where if we have situations or embedded controls in our own thing, we might internally handle an event from an embedded control that we don't surface, but that's getting a little beyond. So I'm not going to go through these in any real detail, because basically it just shows the mechanism of how we respond to a window message should we need to do that. Component messages are very powerful because certain properties are defined at the T control level. For example, the enabled property or the font property are all done at the T control. They're visual. Well, if I need to be aware of that the enabled property of my component changes so I can display it or draw it differently, I need to know that happened. Well, in the VCL, we handle a component message called CM_enabled change. And when we receive that, we can then redraw ourselves so that we look disabled or enabled. It's changed, so we look at the property appropriately. So that's what those do. The events, the final piece here, events are so powerful in this whole format because they allow us to do customizations through delegation. If you've built with other libraries, the precursors VCL like OWL or TurboVision and other things, to customize things, you always had to create a descendant. And this we don't need to. A button we can use in all kinds of different ways. The clicking of the button is set up to then delegate what happens to something else, to an event handler. And what's cool is that events are just properties. They just happen to be properties where the type is not integer, for example, or string. It's a method pointer. And we'll see what those are. But from a component designer's point of view, we always have to remember that events are optional. A user may not do anything inside their event handler. They may create an event handler and have a comment in it where it does nothing. So you can't make any assumptions as to whether the event is there or whether it's there and implemented and does anything. And so we have to, again, it's all about keeping the component's state, all of its attributes, all of its properties valid after any time of any state change that you might have. So to create a custom event, we need to determine the action that defines the event. We define the type, which basically describes what are the handlers that are going to be passed to the event handler, or what are the parameters passed to the event handler. We declare the property and we dispatch it when it occurs. And then we determine the trigger. We go ahead and we generate the change when it happens. And here's an example. I'm not going to stop on this because I want to get to the code, and we can take a look at exactly this spinner event because that's what we're going to implement in just a few minutes. And then to define the property, to define the event, it's just a property. And notify event is the most common one. That's just, hey, something happened, and it takes a sender parameter. The sender is who generated the event. It's the component that generated the event. And so that's where that comes from. That's why that's there, so that you can know what was going on. And then to dispatch it, one of the things you do have to check to see if that event property is assigned to something. You can't just do is nil, because referencing it is how you invoke it. So you have to check if it's assigned, and if it is, then we're going to invoke it and pass in whatever parameters it might need. Self being the sender of T object, which it is, and that will pass through. So let's take a look at the spinner. And this is one of my favorites demonstrations, because it illustrates so many different features of component building all in one little component. And so I'm going to load up this test spinner, bring up the form here, and there's some things. This is for like part 2 and 3 of this session. We're just going to be talking about the RK spinner. And I'm going to run it first so we get an idea of what it does, and then we'll talk about how it's implemented. And it's a control, it's a visual control, and it's for changing spinner values. And so I can click on it. Notice that it takes the focus away. So this is a wind control, and I can use the mouse to click it. I can also use the arrow keys to change its value, and it repaints itself. It's drawing a custom minus, and I can resize it and so forth. And it's got properties associated with it, so that we can do things like if I go in here and write an event handler. So I want to actually respond to the on change event, and in the spinner change, I'm going to update that label. And here's the property. I want to get the value out of that spinner, convert it to a string because it's going into a caption, and we can see what that does. So now when I go and click and do the change, the value gets updated. So everything is all self-contained in here. And it's a pretty straightforward, easy to use control. So what does it look like? Because there's not much in here. I've just created it. We've seen this before. I've set the parent, I'm setting the bounds, I set some more properties, the value and the color, and you can make other changes should you want to do that. So here's the unit that implements the spinner. And I'll highlight certain things. The source code for all of this is included in the download materials, so I'm not going to spend like every single line, but I do want to highlight certain areas that we've talked about, and then you can go back and kind of digest it a little bit easier. I mentioned the spinner event is one of the things that we have. There's a notify. We'll look to see where that's referenced, but right now to start is the spinner is a custom control, and we know that based on its behavior, because it doesn't look like an existing control, so it's clearly custom painted. So it's either a graphic control or a custom control, but it also supports the keyboard focus and the arrow keys, and so it's it's focus and it's keyboard interaction. So okay, clearly custom control. And then to start, we have a bunch of properties that I've implemented in there. So there's the 2 buttons, and I have colors for the buttons, and what colors are they when they're down, this disabled, when they're hot tracked, how wide the buttons are, and of course the value that's in there. I have 2 events that we have here. There's an on change and an on changing. On changing is done before the event is actually fired and before the value is changed. So if I wanted to put a range on it, like stop, put a max on it, you would implement that in the on changing event, which is actually the spinner event, which is up here, and there's a parameter to it that says, oh, are you going to allow the change or not? Here's some window message handling. This is for handling the arrow keys. So if I want to do the up and down arrow keys, page up, page down, those things, I need to use this to get those events in to be able to respond to it. I talked about handling the component message for when it gets disabled. There's a component message for when the mouse enters the region of the component and when it leaves. This is how it implements hot tracking. And then the rest of this is inside of, now I have this in the protected section because I have descendant components for, as you can see over on the left here, there's a cursor spinner, an imageless spinner, and so forth. For as I continue this on for other sessions, this is the base version of it. So we're going to override that later. But here's my paint override that comes from T-Custom Control. So here's how I'm going to draw everything. Inside of that paint, I'm going to draw the frame, which is the box around everything. I'm going to draw the value in the middle, and then I'm going to draw the 2 buttons. Which area am I in? And so, and then there's a bunch of support methods of things that I would, might need to know. I need to know where I'm clicking inside of the button, the control itself. Am I over one of the areas or not? So do I need to display things different? Incrementing and decrementing the value by some amount. This is a helper function to make that happen. Then we have all the event dispatch methods. So I need to respond to when the keyboards go up or down and move and do things. I need to, when I tab into the control, I need to draw that dotted rectangle around the value and get rid of it when I leave. So we override these event dispatch methods to do all of that. The custom properties that we have, these are the access methods, the right access methods for those properties. These are going to implement the side effects. So when I change the value programmatically, I need the display to be updated so I see the new value inside the center area. And then the final pieces are, these are the definitions of our new properties. There's not many. There's a button color, width, increment, and value. And then we have our custom events. And then since we descend from T-Custom Control, there's a bunch of other properties that are defined at the control level, but they're public. We want to move them into the publish section, and so that we can change other things that we inherit, like visible, enabled, the base color for it. If you want to put a hint on it, that's all at the T control level. And now we're like, okay, how do we implement all of these things? And so just a couple, again, I'm not going to drill too deep, but we're going to initialize our data. So what's our default value, default width for the button width, update some colors. These are different states. So my control is in a good state the minute I drop it onto the form. And again, my right access methods, we've seen these before. So we make the change, we update, we invalidate. The painting is broken up. We're going to draw the frame, the value, the 2 buttons, and whether or not we're focused. So the frame itself, here's how we use the canvas. So you can look up how to use the canvas methods to draw lines, fill rectangles, all of those things. Same thing with drawing the value. We're going to use the text method of the canvas property to display the text inside of that bounding rectangle. So we inflate it, well, we deflate it with a negative value so we know that we're inside the bounds of our control. We move the font that's defined at the T control level into the font of the canvas so we get the right text out. If we change the font over in the object inspector, we want the right one to be drawn. So that's where we do that. Changing the buttons, more canvas work, a lot in there. Then we start going into the event handlers of what we do. We're just going to refresh various controls. Here's handling the change. The event values, changing the values. We call set value the right access method for the value property by changing it that amount. That causes the side effect so that it gets displayed. If we want the arrows, that's why we had to handle this window message. And we need to tell Windows that, hey, we want the arrow keys to come in to the regular events that happen. Don't use that for dialogue focus changes, which is the default. And so by hooking into that, we can then increment and decrement the values based on the arrow keys that are pressed. And the rest that we have is all support information and hit testing for the buttons, and I'll save all of that for your own endeavor in your own research. But there's a few more things I want to cover before we run out of time. Let me switch back over to this, and that is the effective package design. So with all of that, I showed how to run that at runtime. The key thing is we need to get this into design time. And so we need to create different packages, and I have that in the sample code. There's a design package and runtime package. You want to create registration units and only create runtime only packages and design only packages. Delphi allows you to create a runtime and design package combo, don't ever do it. The reason why is you can't deploy it easily because it requires anything that requires design time stuff requires Delphi to be installed. It's not part of a deployable runtime package. So separate your design time functionality from your runtime. Registration units, if you were to use the component wizard that's in Delphi, it puts a register unit inside the component unit. You never want to do that. Registration is for a design time feature. So I put that in a registration unit that does that, and it registers everything. Well, what does it register? Well, let's take a look at the register unit. Simply has this register call. Now I have a bunch of other things that I'm registering there, but the components themselves is simply this. Register components, give it a palette name, so the name that shows up in the component palette, and then the class of the component you want. RK spinner is what's there. And so if we go to a visual form, we will see that here's all the Raise VCL sample components is there, and the RK spinner is there. And so once I've created the registration unit and I've put it into a package and compiled it, I can now load it up by going, well, let me cancel that first, go into component install packages, and this is where you add your component package into the mix. And so that's where we'll find the Raise sample VCL controls. This is the same thing you can load in, and that's once you add that, then you get the component palette page. Once you do that, you can drop it on a form, and here is the component with all of its properties. We can change the button width to 24, and we see that it changes. The value shows up, and we can update that to 10 and make it even a little bigger if we wanted. And now we have a fully working component. And so let me just wrap some of this up. Our runtime packages, again, you want to separate your data aware from your non-data aware, because data aware requires database specific packages. And if you're not building, your customer's not building a database application, they don't need to deploy the database packages as well. So it's good to do that. Isolate that down. This is the same thing I've been talking before. Install them into a product bin directory when you go to deploy it. Don't install them into the Delphi bin or the live directory inside of Delphi, because that can get updated with updates and they'll get destroyed. You don't need to do that. So your own product bin directory, everything inside of the download that I give you has all of this broken out for you. And so when you were to go, let me go to my directory, and you see the Raise samples, there's a zip file that you extract this out, and it's into each of these sections. So you can see the bin directory has the design packages listed in there. The live directory is broken up by Delphi version and by platform, Win32. This is what gets added to the library search pads for Win32 and Win64. And so these are all pre-compiled, they're ready to go. The source code is in its own directory, and it's all broken out into what you need in order to create the various packages. So I know I threw a ton of material into this time slot, and I talked very quickly. I do hope this kind of excited you to consider component building. Again, if you haven't looked at it in a long time, or you're new to Delphi, it's really powerful. That it really drives everything that Delphi does. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out and contact me. I'm happy to help and talk about this, and I will be online to answer any questions right after this session. Thank you very much.
Well, fantastic. And Ray is joining us live again in the studio. Hi, Ray. Or virtually.
Hi.
Should I say? I was laughing at your last comment where you said, I probably should have created 2 sessions on this topic. Actually, you created three sessions, I suppose, in the material you got. But yeah, it is one of those things where the problem is you're just such a master at this stuff that it's like everything comes out of your head. And I do you know what? It's the most valuable session ever on component design. It really is. You know. Yeah, I mean, I could say you are the guy that wrote the book, but you did actually write 2 books on it, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, it's an area that has been around since day one. I mean, it forms the foundation of Delphi itself, and you know, everything in the product is all revolves around these building blocks. And so I just thought it was kind of, we haven't had sessions on like some of these fundamentals, and we're getting a newer audience, newer people coming to the product. And even if you never create your own custom component, understanding how it works under the hood and how Delphi does its work, its magic, if you will, makes you a better application developer. You know, understanding the delegate model, you know, how does that work? You know, because if you go back, if you were coding for way before that, it's quite different. It's quite elegant. Delegation is quite common today, but by looking at the way Delphi implements it, you know, we understand why it's not multicasted, you know, in a way. It's by design of how that's set up. And so, but just some of the mechanics, some of the guidelines, because there's a lot of people that will build components, and I see a lot of the same mistakes, if you will, partly because Embarcadero, by default, when you go and use the expert to create a new component, it wants to create this shared design time, runtime component package. And it's the package organization that really stumbles people, because they'll build it on their own machine and they'll put the single design time and runtime package, and then they go to deploy it, and their customer can install it fine, but then they go to build an app with runtime packages, because you know, not everybody builds with runtime packages, but some do. If you're going to build, like if you're going to have plugins and those kinds of things.
I worked at a few places that did, you know.
Yeah, you know, because
I don't like them myself, because I think you end up with this possibility that you get mismatches and stuff like that.
It's the new version of DLL hell. You know, it's the same
you're
thing.
From the same era as me, and that's exactly what I was going to say.
Exactly. But if you do it right, and you want to leverage certain things like a plugin architecture, you have to use runtime packages in your code. And I'll tell you where runtime packages is really valuable is on the C++ side.
Right.
Because, you know, again, statically linking everything in, it doesn't have the same smart linker, so the executable size can be a lot bigger. So I believe that a number of C++ developers end up leveraging runtime packages more. It can speed up compile time because you're compiling against a known package rather than recompiling all of the object files that are needed. So there's definitely value in doing that.
Well, if people have modules as well that link to the design, you know, they have a custom set of design time packages that they use, and they write a modular code. So they've got these executables that do single functionality, and then might be a bigger one that calls all of those. That can mean that if they're downloading or they're having to ship it around or something like that, or transmit it, which is
exactly.
There are good reasons for doing it, and that was one of the places I worked at did it that way. Lots and lots of people saying, "Awesome session, you're the best. You're definitely the best speaker, Ray. Fantastic session, etc." You know, I mean, it keeps happening over and over again. I've made some notes about where you talked about invalidation and what invalidation does versus repaint and all the rest of it, which is an important distinction for people if they don't understand, to stop flickering and stop unnecessary events being triggered as well, and allowing the system to actually trigger things in the right order. And about the order of methods as well, which was another thing where you said don't use initialization methods. You know, it's kind of like a known state. You know, if it's going to be wrong, at least it's wrong but working, rather than wrong but completely broken. And again, it's tiny little snippets like that where you think, oh, you know what, he's absolutely right. It really is great. And I say that as a fairly experienced developer. We're not going to have a lot of time for questions. Most of them you answered anyway as we went along.
Right. If anybody, we're pressed for time now. If anybody has any, follow-up questions, please, feel free to email me. It's at the last slide of the video itself.
And there you go. And the up there, if they scan that QR code, that goes to your website as well. So
Awesome.
I noticed, by the way, are you still in Illinois? Because I noticed you're in Illinois. The reason I ask is my wife was born in Peoria. So there you go.
Oh, very close.
Yeah, not far at all. I noticed where you're from. I'm like, oh, yeah,
I am still here.
Oh, there you go. Yes, a bit colder than here, I suspect.
Just a little. Although it's a beautiful day today, so far so good.
Yeah,
I mean, who would have thought the Chicagoland area would have like the best weather in the United States these days?
Well, it's 103 in Dallas, so yeah, not so great. Yeah, it's one of those things. Okay, well, again, we don't really have a lot of time, but you did actually, as I tagged the questions as we went along, but you actually answered nearly all of them. And as you said, the only thing that someone did say was the RK spinner, is the code for the T RK spinner available?
Yes. So I'm going to update after, basically later tonight. If you go to the Delphi by Design, my website there, it's my personal blog website. In the download section, there'll be a new entry for the creating for this session. So I need to update that. But yes, the full code for everything I showed, plus more, is all in one big download.
Excellent. Okay. Well, so they can get it and it's not a problem is the answer. So yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, I really appreciate the effort you put in. I know from creating sessions myself how much effort goes into these videos. You make them look like you just brush them off when you're in the middle of a sandwich or something. I'll eat my sandwich and then I'll make a video, but I know that's not how it works. And I really appreciate the effort you put in. You're a big support to Embarcadero, and every single developer out there who's been around for long enough, always admires what you do. And, I appreciate it on a personal level as well. So thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much. Much appreciated. And it's my pleasure. And thanks for putting together a great online event. I know all the attendees are getting a lot out of it. And so,
yeah. And there'll be plenty of replays as well, and that's where it really picks up when, we're creating sort of material for the future, and that's a good thing as well. We
absolutely
new generations. Okay, thanks a lot, then, Ray. Well,
okay, take care.
We're heading out now to someone else who's actually big on components, and that is Bruno Fearens from TMS Software. TMS are a tech partner as well, and they also produce components. Ray does a lot of components, but TMS do an overwhelming amount of components. And this session is, I actually personally asked for this session because I'm a fan of the Raspberry Pi. And this session is about building apps for the Raspberry Pi from Delphi, from TMS Software and Bruno Fearens. We'll speak to you afterwards, where Bruno will be joining us for live Q&A.
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Bruno Fearens. I'm working for TMS Software and I welcome you to this webinar all about using Object Pascal, using Delphi to create applications that will run on a Raspberry Pi. And we will do this via our Miletus technology. So in this webinar, I will present you what a Miletus app is, how the architecture is of such a Miletus application. I'll take you step by step how you can create such a Miletus application from the Delphi IDE, and finally also deploy it on a Raspberry Pi device. With this Miletus technology, you can not only develop applications for Raspberry Pi from the Delphi IDE, you can also create cross-platform desktop applications. So we will also have a look at what's different between creating regular desktop applications with Miletus versus creating them for Raspberry Pi. We will also bring FNC in the mix later on in this webinar, more about what FNC is, how it is architected, what you can do with it. And we will conclude this webinar by showing you a demo that uses a Delphi application deployed on a Raspberry Pi and that works with electronic sensors connected to the Raspberry Pi. First of all, what is a Miletus application? A Miletus application is a native application that runs on desktop operating systems, but also, of course, on the Raspberry Pi. And these desktop applications host an embedded browser. The actual application, the code that you write, runs within this embedded browser. And of course, with the limitation of running in an embedded browser, you cannot do everything you want in a native desktop application, so there is the need to have a bridge that performs bidirectional communication between the application running in your browser and the operating system. And of course, this application not only consists of code that is running in the browser, but also most likely several resources. I'm thinking about images and other UI elements that you might need. And all these resources are also embedded into this native application. And as you can see, this solution is integrated and can be used directly out of the Delphi IDE, but also from Lazarus IDE and the Visual Studio Code IDE. You could not, of course, ask yourself the question, why would we go to do the effort to create an application this way? There are several pros and cons, and so let me highlight a couple of pros for choosing this approach for creating a cross-platform native application. First of all, is that when we create such an application in Object Pascal, we can reuse our code for creating this type of cross-platform desktop applications, and we can also reuse code that we might have used for web applications created with TMS Web Core. TMS Web Core, which is our framework, and using the technology of the Past2JS transpiler to transpile Object Pascal into JavaScript running in the browser. And you might have done developments to create such a web applications with Miletus. You can reuse this existing code to create native applications directly running on the operating system, so not running from code that is hosted on a web server. In terms of creating the user interface, where typically we have been used to creating the user interfaces with the VCL framework, and later on for cross-platform with the FMX framework. Here, in this case, we can use all the advantages that come with HTML5 and CSS3 to create really nice, attractive, beautiful user interfaces. And with that, we can also reuse a wealth of existing web frameworks, web CSS libraries, etc., to create such a nice user interface, or even other web libraries for specific functionality. Of course, cross-platform, we are familiar with it through the FireMonkey framework. Also here with Miletus, we can use one code base to create applications for 4 operating systems, in this case Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and here for this presentation we will focus on the Raspberry Pi. You might want to run this application, this cross-platform application, locally on an operating system, but also use cloud services, for example, to interact with things on the web in the cloud. And as this runs in the browser, this means that it is also easy, straightforward to create applications that also interact with cloud services, for example. Or you might even host a part of the application as being served from a web server, and the other parts of the application running locally and native on the operating system. And finally, also something specific in Miletus is the ability to use local databases and use the standard approach that we have in Delphi applications with the data source and the data set connected to DB-aware controls, to use that approach to create applications that will work together with a local database. If we look at how Miletus works, how it is architected, it is, as I mentioned, architected using an embedded browser in which your application runs. And looking at that embedded browser, here is an overview of what the browser is in each of these cases. So on the Windows operating system, we have the Edge Chromium browser. On the Mac OS, we use the natively available Safari browser. On Linux, this is the WebKit browser, and the same applies to Raspberry Pi, where also WebKit is the default browser. In a nutshell, this means that there is no separate browser engine to install. So in terms of deployment, you do not have to redeploy a browser engine together with your application. Miletus is simply using what is available, what comes with the operating system. And so technically, how do we create such a Miletus application? So remember that I mentioned that the actual application is running in a browser. So therefore, the native language of a browser is the JavaScript language. Therefore, the first step is compiling or transpiling Object Pascal code to JavaScript. This is being done with the Past2JS transpiler, which is a transpiler that is created by the people of the FPC team. For the user interface, it is running in the browser, so it's kind of normal that the user interface is built up out of HTML and CSS3. This HTML CSS combined with the JavaScript generated from Object Pascal is actually what will be running in the browser, and this together is packaged in a native application as a resource, and this native application will launch this JavaScript, HTML, CSS in the embedded browser. In addition to that, there are several classes and components that are being used that make it easy to interface with the operating system from your Miletus application. What is meant with that is, I give an example. If you want to open a file, you could use the operating system open file dialog to pick the file that you want. Here we are launching the actual native operating system open file dialog. And is it launched from the embedded browser where your application is running? And so we offer lots of classes that allow you to do this with open and save dialogues, but many other operating system functions are exposed via these classes and components, so that out of this application running in an embedded browser, you have actual direct access to operating system functionality. In terms of how this is available to you as a Delphi developer, we have integrated this entire workflow into the Delphi IDE. That means that if you have the Delphi IDE, have TMS Web Core installed, because Miletus is actually a sub-part of TMS Web Core. If you have that installed, when you create a new Web Core application, you can choose from the several types that are available. You can choose to create a TMS Web Miletus application. And if you have opened such a Miletus project, you will find forms, components that you can drop on the form. So it's a red component-based approach to creating such applications. And basically you compile directly out of the Delphi IDE the application that you have created, just like you would do actually with a VCL or a FireMonkey application. Now, a brief overview of several classes and components that are available to allow you to directly interface with the operating system. Here is a brief overview. We have two types of classes that allow you to have direct local file access, which is the myletus string list that lets you open and save text files directly on the file system of the operating system, which of course standard in a browser is not possible, obviously, for security reasons. And the same applies for accessing binary data, which you can do with the myletus binary data stream. Interaction with the clipboard, operating system clipboard, is also possible with the myletus clipboard component. Shell functions can be executed with the myletus shell component. Getting typical operating system paths is also directly supported via an API function. You can also interact with files that you drag into your application or to drag something out of your application. Also, that is possible. I mentioned earlier on directly using operating system dialogues for opening files, saving files. The message boxes are also the real operating system message boxes. So these will be the message boxes as you are familiar with on Windows, but also on Mac and Linux. These are all triggered from your application running in the embedded browser, but actual native dialogues. Also menus. So in Windows applications have the typical Windows menu, but the same applies for a Mac OS application, where the difference is that in the Mac OS the application menu is on top of the screen, where in Windows it is integrated within your form client area. The message here is that with the myletus main menu, with which you interact just like you would do in a VCL application with the main menu, you get direct access to the operating system defined menu in your application. And it will it will not only look and feel, but actually it is the native menu that you deal with directly out of the code of your application running as a myletus application in that embedded browser. And the same applies for a pop-up menu. Also, toast messages, which are now a standard part of the operating system, can be directly launched from your myletus application. When we talk about multi-form applications, so having multiple forms in your applications, this is somewhat different from let's say VCL or FireMonkey applications, because this means that we need to provide a method to do the communication between different forms. And this is because if you have different forms, this means that in these forms you will need an embedded browser that runs part of your application in that embedded browser. And so you need a way to communicate from browser to browser, because if form 1 is using an embedded browser, form 2 is also using an embedded browser, at some point you might want to communicate between these two forms. And so for this we have offered the myletus window component, and that allows you to perform this communication between forms, and so underlying communication between embedded browser. Some more components that allow operating system interaction are the myletus tray icon, allows you to specify your application tray icon and send messages to it. A file watcher that triggers events when some files are being changed in the file system. And finally, also shortcuts, global shortcuts, so you can assign your own operating system wide keyboard shortcuts to specific functionality in your myletus application. So how you would create and select the target for your Miletus application. This is done from the project manager in the Delphi IDE. Just like you have a FireMonkey application where you can also specify and configure for which operating system target you want to compile. Here we have integrated this into the build configurations of your Miletus application. And as you can see here on the screen, it offers Win32 64, Linux 64, Mac OS for Intel and for ARM. You can build for Raspberry Pi, and you can build in both in release modes and debug modes. If you want to deploy a Miletus application to the target operating system, or more specifically to the Raspberry Pi for this webinar, this is done simply by Xcopy deployment. So from the Delphi IDE, Miletus generates an executable file and a desktop shortcut file, and simply Xcopying these files to Raspberry Pi allows you to launch this application you created from your Raspberry Pi. And as you can see here, this is the project folder on one side where you have your Miletus project, the source code, and you see in the output folder, you see the generated executable and the shortcut file for it. Let's first have a look at how Miletus is integrated in the Delphi IDE and how you can create your first Miletus application directly from Delphi. So here we are in the Delphi IDE, Delphi 11, and let's see how we will create our first Miletus application. So WebCore is installed. You can see this from the help menu. About TMS WebCore is visible. That means I have WebCore integrated. That means I can select under project types the different TMS WebCore projects. And of course, in this session, we will create a Miletus application. We get a form, we get our project in the project manager, so everything is pretty much the same as we have in a VCL or a FireMonkey application. So what I will do first is save my project, and let's call this project Demo 1. And let's save the files to this folder. And now what I will do something to take advantage on soon, but not in the first place. Let's quickly drop some components on it. I have an edit control. The framework that is used within Miletus is TMS WebCore. That's why I'm picking the TMS WebCore components to create our first simple application. And so, okay, this is what we have, and we will add a very simple line of code. The typical example that we have done many times in VCL, in FireMonkey, we repeat it here for Miletus. Standard. This is configured in debug mode, and this will generate a Windows application. So let's compile and run this application. And here we are. This is the application that we expected. And if we click the button, items are added to the list box. We see here a menu, and this is the menu that appears by default, because we have compiled our application in debug mode. As I explained, our application actually consists of Object Pascal code transpiled to JavaScript running in an embedded browser. When we want to debug our application, we will typically do this from the browser debugger. And so here we can see the source code and step through the code, etc. In this application. So that is why this menu is by default available when you are running in debug mode. So what I wanted to show you is immediately also how you can take advantage of web technology when you choose this Miletus approach. Maybe it's also good to have a look at the files that are being generated, so that you can see that you have actually a Windows executable generated, and that we can actually launch this standalone executable directly from the operating system. So I go to the project that I created, demo 1, and we go to the output folder, and here you can see the executable that was generated. You can see here that this is a 10 megabyte executable. When I launch it, this is the application I get. And so now let's introduce how we can actually very easily already take advantage of web technology. When I first created this application, I mentioned, okay, we'll already preset the setting CSS library to Bootstrap. And that means that our controls that I dropped on the form have already been preset with the Bootstrap, with the recommended Bootstrap class names to give our controls a nicer, more modern looking on this form. We only need to activate Bootstrap at application level, and this is something that we can do here with the options of the project, where we can manage the JavaScript libraries to be used with this application. And so here I will switch on the latest version, Bootstrap 5.2.3. So with that, Bootstrap is applied. Let's have a look what the difference is. Of course, I need to recompile my application before this to take effect. And now you can see how the look and feel of this application already changed by taking advantage of Bootstrap. And with this, you can see how easy it is to give your application a nice look and feel based on HTML5, CSS3, and applying existing web frameworks, CSS frameworks. You can also, at the same time, also apply HTML templates, for example. Many websites offer these templates, many of them free, and with this have a nice modern looking user interface. So now that we have covered the basics to create a Miletus cross-platform native application, let's bring FNC in the mix. So first of all, what is FNC? FNC stands for Framework Neutral Components, and that actually means that with one code base we can create user interface controls, but also non-visual components, for example, for REST API access and so much more, and that we from one code base can use these components and classes to use them on different frameworks for different targets. And these frameworks include by now the VCL framework, the FireMonkey framework, the LCL framework, which is the framework from Lazarus, but also the TMS Web Core framework to create classic web applications, but also here for this presentation to create Miletus applications. Advantages of this approach is, first of all, that there is only one learning curve. So if you have mastered these FNC components once, whatever project lands on your desk, you can reuse what you learned with the FNC components and start right away creating the application that your customer is asking for. Of course, another advantage is that there is only one license needed for the components you can use. You can freely choose where, in what framework, for what target you will use these components. And so the targets include by now Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, Linux, the Raspbian or Raspberry Pi operating system, and of course browsers. All modern browsers are supported. How or what is the FNC framework and how is it architected? We have accomplished this by creating an abstraction layer. And so the abstraction layer sits between the component and the underlying framework. Frameworks being the VCL framework, FMX framework, LCL and WebCore framework. As we code against this abstraction layer, that means that if we write this code once, this code will run in all these different circumstances. And since we started with developing this FNC architecture, we actually started this development back in 2016. Since we started this development, we have a wide range of components developed this way, and we would categorize them into 4 different categories: non-visual components, a lot of user interface components, also components for accessing all kinds of REST APIs, and finally components that wrap existing web technology and make it available as component for Delphi developers. And here you can see results of several visual controls. In this case, you can see a planner here, rich editor, grid, tree view, user interface controls that can be used everywhere, all the targets and all the frameworks. And this is an overview of the many different FNC products that have been created so far. You can find all these products on our website. All products have a fully functional trial version with which you can explore this rich functionality. And so let's now have a look at how we can add FNC in the mix and create Miletus applications that also include FNC components. So now let's bring FNC in the mix. And so here I already prepared this demo. This is a Miletus application, pretty much the same thing, a Miletus application, and I dropped an FNC component on this form. You can see this is the FNC planner, and this component has plenty of properties to control how it looks, behaves, how it presents the data in days, months, weeks, etc. And so in this demo I did not have to add any code because I can already show quite a bit of things out of the box. So when I run this application, it will create a Miletus Windows application. And so we are again in debug mode as our menu is available here. And here you see our planner component. It has some items preset, and as you can see, I can do all the typical operations that you would expect from such a planning tool. And so this is now running in an embedded browser in a native Windows application. When I would choose here, please create a Raspberry Pi application. When I activate this and now build it, application is building. Okay, and that was successful. If we now go on the output folder, so I move to this folder, we can see here the folder where the Raspberry Pi application was generated. And you can see the 2 files needed to deploy to your Raspberry Pi. And with that, you can run this same application directly on your Raspberry Pi. But we will do that in a moment to show you the real application running on a Raspberry Pi. also working with electronic sensors attached to it. All right, and that was FNC. Now let's have a look at what makes the Raspberry Pi Target a little bit different from the other native operating systems that you can use, that you can target Miletus applications for. So what makes a Raspberry Pi different? I think this is in the first place, of course, all kinds of electronics accessories that you can attach to the Raspberry Pi. And the Raspberry Pi actually only becomes interesting when you start playing with these electronics accessories connected to it. So to allow you to take advantage of these extensions, we have introduced an extra unit in Miletus, which is the weblib.miletusraspi.pas. And via this unit, extra components become available specifically for the Raspberry Pi that allow you to access different hardware that you can connect to it. And the kinds of hardware that you can connect to it are hardware that interfaces via I2C, SPI, the UART, and also the GPIO. If we have a look at the Raspberry Pi, you can see the different kinds of I/O that are available through the Raspberry Pi 40-pin connector. So it offers out of the box two I2C interfaces, two SPI interfaces. You have 11 exclusive GPIO pins. That means pins that are exclusively used as GPIO. You can also configure more pins as GPIO, but then you will, of course, need to skip, for example, using some I2C or SPI or UART. And so another way to communicate with external connected hardware is via a UART port. And how can we now access electronic sensors or step motor drivers, etc., that you have connected to your Raspberry Pi via classes, components? And here is, for example, the interface of the component that gives you access to I2C. And as you can see, you can open this I2C port, close it, and read and write to specific addresses on the I2C port. Somewhat similar is what you can do with SPI, which stands for Serial Peripheral Interface. And also here you can open the SPI port, close it, and you can read and write to it. The UART, which is also out of the box in the Raspberry Pi, also the UART you can access with the Miletus Raspberry Pi UART component. You can do all the settings of your COM port through which you want to communicate, open and close it, read and write data to it. And finally, we have the GPIO pins, stands for General Purpose Input Output. That means that on the Raspberry Pi, you can configure each of these GPIO pins as being an output to set a signal to on or off, or also an input, and so you can read the state of some electronic signal via this pin. You can configure each of these GPIO pins to function as an input or an output, which you can do with the GPIO config method. And there is a function to, if your pin is configured as an output, to write to this pin to set the actually the value of this pin to on or off. And you can also read to detect if there is what the state is of the electronic signal connected to this particular pin. For this demo in this webinar, we have chosen the Bosch BMP 280 sensor, which is a sensor that gives you the temperature, the humidity, and also the air pressure. We have chosen this sensor because it has an easy interface, and also because there are different vendors that sell this sensor directly wired, which means that with the wires attached to the sensor, you can directly plug it into the Raspberry Pi connector and start playing with it right away. Otherwise, many other sensors require that you would do some soldering first, and to make it easy for you, to allow you to get started right away without much electronics experience, we have specifically chosen this Bosch sensor. So it has an SPI interface. It uses therefore the SPI pins, SDI, SDO, the clock pin, and then also the common ground pin, the CSB pin. And so this is the map of, let's say, registers that this sensor offers, and it is through reading these register values that you will be able to retrieve the temperature, the humidity, and also the air pressure. And so this is from the docs of the BMP 280 sensor. Here you can see the formulas to apply to get the actual temperature, humidity, and air pressure based on the values from the registers that you can read. So basically what we will do is read the register values, apply these formulas, and if we apply them correct, you will get the correct temperature, humidity, and air pressure. Why Bosch forces you to apply these formulas is, well, I think given by how these sensors are internally designed and the electronics that are used for sensing the temperature, humidity, and air pressure. And so let's now have a look at our Raspberry Pi and start playing with our Bosch sensor. Okay, and here it starts to get exciting because we bring all pieces of the puzzle together. As you can see, what I have here is the Raspberry Pi, and connected to the Raspberry Pi here is our Bosch BME 280 sensor. And here I have, with a VNC viewer, I have my access to my Raspberry Pi operating system. And here I have a folder which is a folder on a network drive. And what I will actually do is generate from our Delphi IDE the application and let it generate the output on the network drive. I will pick the generated application, Xcopy deployment to our Raspberry Pi, and then run it from the Raspberry Pi. And with that, we'll be able to play a little bit with the sensor that is connected to our Raspberry Pi. You can see here that it is connected to the SPI pins on the 40-pin connector of the Raspberry Pi. And here actually the little metal box, this is the BME sensor. You will see in a moment that we can influence it a little bit, and with that proof that actually everything is working live here in this environment. Let us go back to the Delphi IDE where I prepared this application. So this is the Miletus application. As you can see in the project manager, it consists in this case of one form, and I have dropped several FNC components on this form. There's two FNC gauges and one FNC chart. And the gauges will be used to show the temperature and the humidity respectively. The chart will be used to show the air pressure in overtime. And here we have our component to access the hardware, the BME 280 sensor. We also have a timer because we will, as you can see, every so much time poll for the new temperature and the new humidity, new air pressure, read it and update the visual controls on the form. And so if we have a look at the code that is used here, you can see that what I'm doing is reading the values from the Raspberry Pi. So at some specific address hex FA, I'm reading a couple of bytes, and then I have separated the mathematical functions that need to apply it to the values that are read from the register in the sensor, and get with this function the actual temperature out of it. And this actual temperature, which is a double value, I use this as a setting for my first temperature gauge. And the second thing is to read the pressure. So I need to read from other registers in the BME sensor, and I have also isolated the mathematical functions to apply to the values, to the register values read, and calculate the actual pressure from it. And with the pressure, I will actually feed the FNC chart and add a point to the chart, to the one of the series, the series that shows the air pressure. I add the point and basically update the chart with the new point that was added. And finally, this sensor also offers humidity. So I'm reading from yet another address, hex FD, two values in this case, 2 bytes, 2 register values. Read them, apply again the formula that Bosch prescribes to get a real human understandable value for the humidity, a percentage between 0 and 100, and I assign this to the second gauge. And what I do is I stop the timer while these calculations are happening, while also reading from this register is happening, to ensure that if for some reason there is some delay in reading these values, that my timer is not triggered again and does not want to read again while the previous readout was not yet completed. Also interesting to remark here is the use of the await function. This is because the Miletus Raspberry Pi function read buffer is an asynchronous function. So this is the way that internally this works, and that means that the browser reading this cannot immediately return the value. It returns it asynchronously. But by using await, we can still write our code in a sequential way, even when there are asynchronous functions used with it. So you can see that accessing these registers over I2C in this case is asynchronously, but we have, with using await, still managed to write our code in a sequential way. And so other than that, there is not much happening. Here is the math functions that are used to calculate these values, but that is basically it. So let's see what is happening when we compile this application. So in my options, under TMS Web Compile, I will specify my output path to be the path which is the network drive. I will make sure that the output is sent to this folder. this way. So these are the settings for the project, and that means I have also chosen here as a build target the Raspberry Pi. And so let's build this application now. It is being built here in release mode. And so now I can go to my Raspberry Pi and let's refresh this view. You can now see on my network drive that the two files, the executable and also the desktop shortcut, have been generated. You can see that the executable is 7.2 megabyte. And so let's excopy this to our Raspberry Pi desktop and now launch this application from the Raspberry Pi. So this is our application. It is being started, and we can see here that the timer is already running and already read values. We see here that the temperature is 26 degrees and the humidity is about 58%. Air pressure around 1020 hectopascal. To show you, prove you that this is real, this is live, let's now fool our sensor a little bit by manipulating it. So what I will do is touch it, and as I touch it, you can see immediately that the temperature and also the humidity has increased. I release my finger from the sensor, and now we should slowly see values getting back to normal, measuring the room temperature and room humidity. So that shows you how we can here live interact with our sensor and immediately see the effect in our Raspberry Pi application. I do not have with my finger that much control over air pressure. That's why you see in this chart not so much happening. Air pressure is quite constant for now. But this shows you how you can create interesting, I think, Raspberry Pi applications that interact with electronics connected to it. All right, that was an exciting trip into the Raspberry Pi and the electronics connected to it. We only scratched the surface of the possibilities with this. We have done much more with the Raspberry Pi, of which you can see different results. Check our YouTube page where we have videos of other things that we did with the Raspberry Pi and did with Miletus this way. So that brings us to the questions of this webinar. Let us know what you think about it, if you have any additional questions, and of course you can always also reach out to us via email, our support center on our website tmssoftware.com. We look forward to what exciting ideas you have with Delphi in combination with the Raspberry Pi and this Miletus technology. And if you have further ideas to extend the Miletus framework, we would love to be in touch and work on it. Thank you very much for attending this webinar.
Well, that was great. And we have actually got Bruno with us live in our virtual studio. Hi, Bruno.
Hello, Ian. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're super loud now as well. That's funny. Yeah, a couple of people say all the video is a bit quiet, but that's fine. In the replay, we'll make sure it isn't. I wanted to just bring this up as well and hold this up because the Raspberry Pi is inside this as well. This is a Raspberry Pi 400. And this is one of the reasons why we've got this session, because I think they're great devices. And, I talk to lots of developers in the conferences and in various social media and things like that. And Raspberry Pi comes up quite a lot. And as far as I'm aware, you're the only person I know who are actually providing components that will allow Delphi to run on the Raspberry Pi. So I was very keen to have this session, and I'm very grateful for you to have done it. And by the sound of it as well, we've got a few people. Joe Carney has said, thank you, excellent. That was about your demonstration as well. And Patrick has put up my latest website as well. A very interesting demonstration. If people scan that code, they'll go directly to TMS software website as well, because you do a lot more than this, don't you? You haven't just got Raspberry Pi, just in case people think that's all you do. I mean, do you want to just briefly run through some of the types of components you've got? Because you've got a ton. I personally, my personal favorite is the TMS web core, I have to say. Do you want to speak to that for a few moments?
Yes, I'm also passionate about the web core project because for the fact that enables us Object Pascal developers to use what we are familiar with for so many years, and also offer the ability to create web applications with red component-based development. I think we have all been spoiled for the past like 28 years with Delphi for building applications with an amazing productivity. And it has been my kind of endeavor for all these years to reach out to the web with the same kind of approach, productivity, etc. And so that has been since 2018 actually, when we did the very first steps in this development, an exciting period for me, and still is, with bringing the Delphi way of developing applications to the web.
Yeah, and I can personally vouch for that. I mean, and this is not vouching on behalf of Embarcadero, because we've got to be a little bit even about all our technology partners, but on a personal level, I'm working on a very large web core product, and the brief was to take a desktop Delphi app that has been sold for a number of years. It's a client server product, and they said make it into a web app. And that's exactly what we did. I'm not the only developer that's worked on it, others as well, but it is a proper web app. It does all the things that the desktop app does, but it's completely based, they can put it on a web server and off it goes. It uses Xdata and Aurelius, which are two more of your products in the background, and it works. We've taken the Delphi code from the desktop product and used it in the web product. There are some differences because it's a web browser. It's not, Windows or something like that. But, absolutely I'm a big fan of your products. I keep saying, if you stop making good products, I'll stop talking about them. It's as simple as that, And obviously, I've got a few friends in your company as well. Holger's messaging me as we speak, and we had Wagner on the other day as well, talking about some stuff as well. Both of your guys that work with you, but the Raspberry Pi stuff, to just get back to that, I personally think it's got some great potential. Most of the Raspberry Pi options that you see for programming are using either the I forget what they're like, Scratch, I think, is their programming language to program the Raspberry Pi, which is kind of a click and drop language intended to teach young students how to program. But I personally think it's good to start off with, but once they start to do some more complicated things, I actually think it's a bad idea, because it then makes them think the way that particular programming language works, rather than coming up with the solution and then working backwards into how they make the language. And I think using Delphi and Miletus stuff is the right way to go. I think that's a better solution. So very good. We haven't got lots of questions, but we did have a few people just basically saying I'm very pleased with you. As is always the case, once we have the replays of this, there'll be thousands of likes and things like that. So I think it's a good thing. Is there anything else that you want to add before we go away?
I think for all the time we have always tried to listen very good to what your wishes and ideas, etc., are. And actually, it has been for the past more than 25 years always been a driving force between us moving the components forward. So my last words would be one more invitation for the people who get to work with this stuff and have other ideas, more ideas, wishes, dreams for where to bring Delphi. Be in touch, reach out to us. We are always listening, communicating, and as in the past, numerous things that we have developed are a result of communication with customers. I look forward to many more years listening to customer feedback, ideas, suggestions, work on them, and bring them to the Delphi community.
Yeah, I mean, the strength of Rad Studio and Delphi really is that it's component based development. And I said this in actually my video that came out earlier on, and the one I did at first on the first day. Why work hard? The benefit of a component is that functionality is ready made for you. Why would you go and write a load of code if you've got someone like TMS who've actually got lots of customers telling them if there's a problem or a bug? Because sometimes, you know, things change. Windows does something with an API and breaks it. But if there's something wrong, the benefit that you have is that you have hundreds of people, or maybe sometimes even thousands of people, telling you that there's some issue. So what happens is that actually debugs that code in a very efficient way for the individual programmer, because there are lots of input to you, and therefore you're responding and fixing that. But that means then that when we take that existing functionality of the component and drop it on, we're not having to create our own novel code. Your component's doing that, and that's the benefit of you know, component-based development. And tech partners like you do it so well, really. You know, you've got so many components. Sometimes it's actually difficult to choose which one because there's so many choices. And you know, I'd rather have that problem than the other way around, where there isn't a solution. So it's great stuff. Okay, well, I appreciate your time, Bruno. Oh, actually, there is someone asking a question. They're saying, with Miletus, what percentage of the framework is native compiled code as opposed to web-based code? I don't think
Okay, that's a good question. Well, for the good understanding, an Miletus application consists of a native shell application, and basically the functionality of this native shell application is host an embedded browser, because that's where the application is actually, the application that you built is actually running. And an important function, of course, is the bridge between what is being executed in that embedded browser and via the native application, the bridge to operating system functionality. That means that out of your web technology based application running in that embedded browser, you can call operating system functionality, which of course is something that you would never be able to do directly out of a browser because of the secure environment the browser is supposed to offer. So that native shell application is like a fixed code. The size is fixed. And I'm actually at this very moment, I'm trying to get the exact numbers for the demo that I showed here, where the FNC is involved, and where this is embedded in this native shell application. You have seen that the total application size here in this case is around 7 megabytes. So now I'm here actually on my machine trying to figure out if I can see numbers that are more precise. So just a moment.
Sure. And whilst you're looking that up, I'll say as well that the demo that you showed was a very good one in the sense that it showed you talking to the GPIO pins of the Raspberry Pi, because that's one of the things it does. I know people that are doing so I'm just getting messed about the next session. Things like watering sensors for plants and all sorts of weird things. I think I saw someone even have an earthquake sensor made out of a Raspberry Pi, which is pretty incredible. But with the FNC stuff, it's interesting.
Okay. So I found, meanwhile, exact numbers. So for this case, the native shell application, so the compiled native shell application without any web technology based code that comes with it is 7 megabyte in the case of the Raspberry Pi, because the sizes are different for different operating systems. In the case of the Raspberry Pi, it's 7 megabyte. That means that this demo with the BME 280 sensor and the FNC chart added to it are approximately adding 300 kilobyte to this application.
Which is absolutely nothing, really. And even on a Raspberry Pi, when you've got these SD cards, because they all come by default with an SD reader, it's really not a problem. You're not taking hundreds and hundreds, put it that way. And the only other question, which I think I know the answer to this, they're saying they'd love to see this for C++ Builder too. Unfortunately, I'm pretty certain that you can't do that. That's right. It relies on a compiler that only does Delphi. So it's not your fault. It's just the technology that's available. I'm sure you'd love to do C++ Builder, but it's just one of those things. I know the answer to that because I've been asked that about WebCore as well, which is a similar technology. There is a free Pascal compiler and things like that in the background. Okay, and some questions about using this compared to the Arduino. Basically, Arduino is a slightly different device. Boyan Maitov does his Visuino IDE, which does Arduino stuff. The Raspberry Pi and the Arduino are similar, and you get ESP32 devices and things like that for IoT. But no, this is aimed currently at more desktop computer or mini computer type things, whereas an Arduino is more of a smart controller than a computer, and there are some significant differences the way Arduino works. I'm sure
I think the main difference is that the Raspberry Pi actually runs an operating system, which gives you all the things that come with an operating system, including a file system, which is not the case with the Arduino. So as soon as you would want to take advantage of these typical operating system related things, the Raspberry Pi is a natural choice. If it's not needed, and if power concerns, price concerns are important, then the Arduino might be your preferred choice, or even the ESP32.
Yeah, I mean, I've got over on my workbench here, which they can't see because there's the green screen. I've got a number of different devices like that because I like fiddling with things. I'm not as bad as Jim. I never actually plugged my brain into a computer. Jim McKeith, my predecessor in developer relations, actually wired himself up in all sorts of bizarre ways. I'm surprised he didn't embed a chip in his arm, because that would have been the next thing, that he'd have some microchip in. But anyway, well, thanks a lot, Bruno. It's always a pleasure to talk to you and the other TMS guys as well. You're a great tech partner, and it's nice to be able to support you, and you support us. It's a good relationship, I think, and it's always good to talk to you. So thanks a lot. And
thanks, Ian, for having me here, and thanks for everyone watching for your time. And as always, be in touch when you want to move forward with this Miletus project. We are here. We have the team that is ready to help you.
Scan that code. That takes you directly to the website. Okay, well, we're late for the next session, but we're going to move on. That's fine. Okay, so the next session is a bonus session. We weren't planning to do this session, but we decided that we could fit it in. And this is Delphi FMX with AI, and this is by Eli, one of our MVPs and actually a colleague of mine as well. And it's going to be, I think we've got time for a live Q&A afterwards, but it depends on timing. But Delphi FMX and AI beginning now. Stay tuned.
Welcome to this session, Delphi FMX and AI, a recipe for success, unleashing AI and cross-platform GUI development with Delphi FMX. I am Eli M. with fmxexpress.com. I've been a developer for over 26 years. I've delivered content and technology has reached over 250 million people worldwide, including 4 million developers, and I'm the webmaster of fmxexpress.com. Thank you for joining us at Coding Bootcamp 2023. Be sure to watch the other sessions. If you're watching this live, if this is a replay, be sure to check out all the other sessions on YouTube. Today's agenda, we're going to look at the origins of Delphi FMX. Where did it come from? We're going to look at what some of the features are. What is the anatomy of a Delphi FMX application? How can we add styling to a Delphi FMX application? Where to get a free ebook with Hajimoto help information about Delphi FMX, and 15 free styles for Delphi FMX, and what some of those styles are available for Delphi FMX. After that, we're going to look at what is OpenAI.com, and we're going to build a ChatGPT application using ChatGPT, and it's going to have a Python GUI interface. We're going to look at that API call, and we're going to look at the final application and run it, and maybe test it a little bit in PyScripter. After that, we're going to look at what is replicate.com and what is Stable Diffusion. And then we're going to look at, and so part of that, we're going to see how to build a Stable Diffusion type application using Python with a GUI, and we're going to use ChatGPT to do that as well. We're going to look at the replicate API and some more information, and we'll check it out in PyScripter as well. And finally, we're going to find more about replicate.com and can it do large language models like Vicuna 13b. And then we're going to build a application with ChatGPT using Python GUI to access the Vicuna 13b model on replicate.com. We're going to look at that API call, and then finally we'll look at that application in the source code as well. So let's get started. What are the origins of Delphi FMX for Python? Well, Delphi FMX, it comes from the FireMonkey library, which is found in Delphi and Rad Studio. And so Delphi FMX is the Python package that wraps up that library to makes it available to Python. And FireMonkey is a cross-platform framework for Android, iOS, Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. FireMonkey has a number of rendering targets, including OpenGL, Metal, OpenGL ES, GDI+, and GTK, depending on the platform that's running on. There's even a library which allows you to render FireMonkey apps via Skia. And then FireMonkey applications also have a visual designer in Delphi, and which is also part of Rad Studio. So all of that is kind of the origins of Delphi FMX, and so that's packaged up as a Python package, and you get all of that except for iOS. There's no iOS support in Delphi FMX, but the original FireMonkey application does support iOS. What are some of the features of Delphi FMX? As I just said, it works on Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Android. It's customizable, offers flexibility and control over GUI design. There's over 124 components. There's 18 different layout options, and there's a visual designer. You can design the apps in Rad Studio and then export the forms for use in your Python applications. It's GPU accelerated for smoother graphics, and there's an active community with extensive online resources and community around FireMonkey and the Delphi FMX library. So this is the ecosystem, the Embarcadero Python ecosystem, and this shows where Delphi FMX fits in that ecosystem. So Embarcadero sponsors PyScripter, which is a Python IDE, and then there's also the Delphi FMX, which is the cross-platform wrapper around FireMonkey, and there's also the Delphi VCL Python package, which is a wrapper around the Delphi VCL library for Windows 32 and Windows 64. And you can export forms using the D4P exporter to use in Delphi FMX. There's also an FMX app builder, which allows you to build the Android applications using the Delphi FMX library. And then on the Delphi side, you can access Python using Python for Delphi, and you get access to all the Python libraries and things through Python for Delphi. And Delphi uses Object Pascal language, and then on a second part of Rad Studio is C++ builder. So how can we install the Delphi FMX package? It's pretty simple. It's just pip install Delphi FMX, and then you can start using in your applications by adding from Delphi FMX import star at the top. And so here is the GitHub repo for the Delphi FMX for Python library. And so we can scroll down and see some of the information about it here, how to install it, what it supports, the Conda support, the VENV support, and some links to other things, licensing and stuff like that. And then also there is the samples. Here you can go in and you can see the hello world, password generator, other simple to-do lists, things like that. If we scroll down here, we can see some screenshots of those forms that Delphi FMX allows you to edit. So these are all Python applications. So we can close that up, and then let's move on. What does a hello world look like in Delphi FMX? So first you import it at the top with from Delphi FMX import star, and then you can initialize your application, add a title, set some properties, show the form, and then do application run. And after that, you applicate app destroy. So this is the most simple, basic version of it, and we'll get into another version of it later that's more structured, which is here. Here's the anatomy of a Delphi FMX application. So we have their import section, which we just talked about, and then we can have a class section where, in this case, we have a hello form, and there's an init, and inside that init, we do the set properties, and we start creating the various components that will be visible on the form. So in this case, there's a label, there's a button, and then there's as we can see, there's an on-show event, and then a button click event as well. So those are both defined. You can see both of those there. And then finally, there's the main section where we have the main, and then it does what we just looked at above, which was the application init. We set the title of the main form, we show the form, and then we complete the application. So you can see all those samples there. We looked at the samples already in the repo. And so here is all of the different components you get access to in Delphi FMX. So there's a panel, there's a callout panel, label button, speed button, checkboxes, radio buttons, group box, status bar, toolbar, splitters, progress bars, switches, scroll bars, animated indicator. There's an arc dial. There's an image control. There's multiple image controls actually. There's different edit boxes. There's a memo box, and there's list boxes and list view. Tab controls, multi-view. There's an open dialog which pops up a open form to select files. There's different shapes you can use: line, rectangle. I like to use rectangle a lot. Arc, pie, circle, ellipse. There's different color pickers, and then there's different layout. There's a layout which is kind of just a standard invisible box that you can use to help you design your forms. There's scaled layout, there's scroll boxes, vertical scroll boxes, there's grid layouts, grid panel layout, that's one I use a lot. Different scroll boxes. Then there's forms and frames. There's menus, which is the standard Windows style menu that you would get at the top of an application. There's different grids, and some other different things which are kind of unique to this framework. And so let's move on here. So how can we add styling to a Python GUI application that's built with Delphi FMX? So creating a GUI application with Delphi FMX for Python uses the default FMX style for the operating system that you're working on. We can load any other style using the style manager. And so you can get the styles from this link, and also an ebook that provides more information about Delphi FMX. And so once you get those styles, you can load them. You just add in the right below the init in your application, you create a style manager there, and then you set the style from file. In this case, we use the air style. And so here is that ebook. So I'm going to go ahead and click that ebook just to show you this is the form where you go and you can download the ebook and you get the styles. There's styles for Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL as well. And so then we're going to move on a little bit to here. And so here are the styles that I just talked about. There's, I think this one in the bottom left corner here is the air style, but all these are the Delphi FMX styles which are available to you when you get that ebook. And so actually I have the ebook open here. And so I'm going to scroll up here at the top. So here's the ebook. And so we can look at the table of contents, who should read this book, a timeline for Delphi and Python, what the DNA of it, the Delphi VCL and FireMonkey libraries. And so then it has, this is the simple application, which we just talked about. And so here's the VCL version of it. Very similar, except the VCL is just for Windows, and then the FireMonkey is the cross-platform version. So we can scroll through here a little bit and see some of this. So here's a more expansive version, which we also looked at the anatomy as well. And so here's the VCL to-do app. We're going to skip that, but we can go down here to the to-do application. All right, so here's the to-do application for FireMonkey, or the Delphi FMX side. And so you can see we've got a caption. This sets the caption of the form. We have a label. We have a edit box, a button, list box, click event, and that's basically a to-do application. So I'm going to scroll down here and see if there's any other interesting stuff. Okay, so this is good stuff here. You can see kind of how the layout would happen. You can have layouts and panels that you have other controls nested inside of, and so you can hide those layouts and panels, and that hides all the controls that are contained within it. So it's kind of a nice architecture. This talks about VCL styles, and then this is what you end up in a VCL style. That's the glow style, I believe. And then it lists, these are all the Windows ones, different Windows ones. So click through those. Let's see if we can get to the Delphi FMX section. All right, so here's the Delphi FMX styles, and so this one does a little bit different than the way I did it. This one actually loads up the OS import, and then it uses that to get the path to set the style location. And so here's an example of that application. And then there's the various different styles again. We looked at all of them together. Here they all. So here's air. That's the one I like to use, and then this is a larger version of that one slide we already looked at. So I like a lot of different of these. They look pretty nice. And then at the end there's a summary here at the bottom. And so let's switch back over here to our slideshow. Okay, moving on to the next slide. What is OpenAI.com? So OpenAI.com, if you haven't heard about it, it's kind of been taking the world by storm with its ChatGPT application. It has a couple different models. It has GPT-4, which is the most recent one at the time of this session. And then there's GPT 3.5, 3.5 Turbo, and things like that. And so OpenAI, they provide the model that allows you to ask questions, and or the model will also write code for you. So that's kind of what this session is about, is getting OpenAI's ChatGPT to write some Python applications for us. And so you need an API key for that to work out. And so here in the platform, OpenAI.com, they have an account and API key, and you can go there and generate your API key or request. If you don't have access to the API, you can also request it, I believe, there to get access to the API if you don't have it yet. So how can we build a ChatGPT app with a Python GUI interface using ChatGPT? So we're going to build an application that uses the ChatGPT application API interface using ChatGPT. So this was my sample prompt that I created. You are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. I'm not sure how effective it is. I read it somewhere that it was effective, and it does reference some of this stuff when you ask a question, so I believe that it could be useful there, so that's why I include that in the prompt. Create a, or it may not, I'm not sure. create a Python app using Delphi FMX Python library that runs an API call via OpenAI's API to generate text response and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the object Pascal Delphi FMX library, code only and no explanation. So the goal there is for it just to spit out code and not an explanation of that code itself. And then what I do is I provided an example of an OpenAI API call, and I put that example in there. And then I provided an example of the Delphi FMX app format. So I put the Hello World app or another app, some sample code in there, and see what it comes up with. So I set that all up, and here is the example of the OpenAI API call in Python. You have to import the OpenAI package, and then you can call ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo with this command. And so here's the source code for the application. I have it over in GitHub, and so in order to run it, you need to do these 2 pip installs, and then there's the source code for the application. So we're going to move on to the next slide here. And so here we have it running in PyScripter. And so I ran the application. You can see it here, and here's the response that it received. So this is the error style that you can see here running in this Python application through Delphi FMX. And so you can see some of the code here. And we'll launch PyScripter here in a minute and run it from there. So I can click here. So if you don't have PyScripter yet, you can download it from here on the Embarcadero website. It's free. I'm going to switch over to PyScripter. And so here we are in the ChatGPT application. So you can see at the top we have our style manager. It creates a style using the air style. And we set some properties, including the caption of the form. We create a layout, a label, and edit a button, a memo. We set the size, height and width of the form, and then that gets set in the show event. And at the end, it frees up the form. And so here's also the button. So this is the button click that actually launches the OpenAI API call and takes that response and it places it into the memo control. I'm going to go ahead and then run this. And so here is our application, and I'm going to click generate. And so this is going to make the API call out to OpenAI's API and get a response from ChatGPT. And this is through the 3.5 GPT 3.5 Turbo. And so there we have it. Embarcadero Delphi is a object-oriented programming language and IDE for Windows that was first released in 1995. Okay, so that was our ChatGPT application. So I'm going to switch back over here to our slideshow. And we'll move on to the next section. So what is replicate.com and Stable Diffusion? So Replicate allows you to run models in the cloud. So machine learning can be difficult and complex, and they try to make it so that it's not. And so one way they do that is they have all the models loaded up on the cloud, and then you can access them via an API instead of having to do all the work yourself to get that all set up. They also let you to run the models locally. So they have a tool called Cog, and then they also provide you with Docker images that you can run the models locally if you'd like to do that. So they have lots of different models. They have diffusion models for images. They have image editing models. So I like GFPGAN a lot. I like CodeFormer. I use Stable Diffusion model. They also have ControlNet models. So there's also ControlNet Scribble. I like that one. I use that one as well. Image restoration, machine learning makeovers, and super resolution. Lots of people use super resolution. I like Swin2SR. That's one of the ones that I use. So, and then you can go to replicate.com. They have an explore page where you can scroll through all of the models that they have available and see more than what I just had on my slide. So these are popular ones: GFPGAN and ControlNet Scribble. And so here's some of the latest models that other people. So they have hosted models that they have posted, and you can also post your own and access ones that other people have posted as well. Okay, so when you go in, you'll need an API token for this as well. And so where can I get the API.com key? So here's the link, and there's the page. You go there, you grab your key, and get started. So how can we build a stable diffusion app with a Python GUI interface using ChatGPT? So this is very similar to the ChatGPT version of the application that we built, except for in this instance, it's going to the replicate API, and it's going to pull down an image instead of just text. So this is the prompt that I use, and again, it's very similar to the previous one we did. You are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. Create a Python app using the Delphi FMX Python library that runs an API call via replicates API to generate a stable diffusion image and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the object Pascal Delphi FMX library code only and no explanation. So then I provide the sample API call in Python from replicate. I put that in the prompt as well so that ChatGPT knows for sure how to do that kind of API call. And then I provide the sample application from Delphi FMX also in the prompt. So I combine all that together and I send that to ChatGPT, and hopefully it spits out something useful. So here's the example of the replicate API call in Python. You have to import replicate, and then you just run it. And so in this case, what we're doing here is this is the stability AI, stable diffusion ID for the model that's hosted on replicate's system. So we pass that in as one of the parameters. That's the version of it. And we pass in the prompt that we want it to run. And so here is the application that was built using ChatGPT. The source code is here on GitHub. And so you need to pip install Delphi FMX, and you need to pip install replicate. And so there it is, and we'll dig into the code here in a little bit. So we're going to move on to the next slide. And so here is the application running. This is in PyScripter. You can see the application, and you can see we ran generate, and it generated this image. So you can download PyScripter if you don't have it, again, just like the previous slide. And then I'll switch over here to PyScripter and select the stable diffusion application, and we can walk through that a little bit. So we have at the very top, which is above here, is where I define the API key. You need that API key to run the application. Again, we create with Style Manager, select the style from the file. Right here, we set the properties of the caption. We have the on show and the on close events, and those go down here. This sets the height and the width, and this frees up the form. So again, it's very similar to the chat application. It loads up the layout, it loads up a label, it loads up an edit, a button, and an image control. And that image control is where we will load the image that comes back from the API. So we go down here to the button click. Inside the button click, we run the API call. And so this version is very simple. So it's just doing an asynchronous call. So the application will freeze while it waits for the response. They do also offer an example of an asynchronous call where you could add a progress bar or something like that so the application isn't frozen up. But just for the demo purposes, we're just using the synchronous call. We run the call. We have some other things here. We have a negative prompt. There's other prompts that you can go on replicate.com, see what the other properties are that you can send to the input and get different things like the size and the width of the image that you would like to generate. And then finally we save the file out, and then we load it into the image control. And here's the rest of the main application where it runs. So we can go ahead and run that and see how that works out. So here it is. We have our application styled with the air.style. And so this is hooked up to Stable Diffusion, and via the Replicate API, we're going to go ahead and click Generate here, and hopefully it's going to load up pretty quickly. And there you go. We just generated that image live from Stable Diffusion, and so there it is. So we're going to click back to our slideshow now and move on to the next slide. So can replicate.com also do LLMs like Vicuna 13b? So LLM stands for large language model, which is what GPT-4 and GPT 3.5 are. So those are controlled by OpenAI.com, and then in this case, Vicuna 13b is available from some other provider, some other third-party provider, and it's hosted on as one site because Replicate hosts models, different models. They host Vicuna 13b. So Vicuna 13b is supposed to be pretty good at doing answers as well. Replicate.com, they host thousands of models ready to use. Their community of machine learning hackers have shared all those models for you on their site. So here's a list, some of those models. Vicuna 13B is one of them. They also have Dolly. They also have Open Assist model, Flan T5, some other ones there, Llama 7B, things like that. So how can we build an LLM app with Vicuna 13B using Python GUI interface built in ChatGPT? So this is very similar to the OpenAI application that we built for ChatGPT, but in this case, Vicuna 13B is not part of OpenAI. You can run it separately, you can run it locally, or any other model that you wanted to run off of replicate.com. So you can run it on your own GPU if you have a GPU that can handle that. You would be able to load up the Docker image on your machine, and you would be able to connect this app to the Docker image instead of to the remote API. In which case you would be using your own hardware and you wouldn't be paying any API fees. So here is the prompt, very similar to the previous ones. So OpenAI.com actually came out with a prompt blog about how to write a good prompt. So I see here that I wrote ChatGPT prompt, but in this case, all right, so this is for ChatGPT. We're going to create the application using ChatGPT. And so we wrote, as before, you are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. Create a Python app using the Delphi FMX Python library and runs an API call via Replicate's API to generate text response and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the Open Pascal Delphi FMX library code only and no explanation. So then I include the Replicate API call, which is slightly different because we're going to make a call for a text instead of a call for an image. And then we also provide that Delphi FMX Python sample, and this all goes in the ChatGPT prompt, and then ChatGPT does what it does and sends us back a response. So here's that example Replicate API call, and so we import from Replicate, and so as you can see, this goes to a model called the Vicuna 13B version, and there is the prompt that we're going to send it. And so we can click out to GitHub and see that source code available online. So all these source codes are with the MIT license. So you do pip install Delphi FMX, and as before, just to the previous one, we do pip install Replicate, and those are the two that it needs to run. Move on to the next slide. And so here we have it open in PyScripter again. And so PyScripter also supports debugging and things like that. You've got the Code Explorer over there, which is nice. And so you can see that in this case, we have our Vicuna 13B form, and we load it up, and it runs and gets this response. So I'm going to scope out of here and go over to PyScripter and go to the Vicuna app. So I'm going to go ahead and run the Vicuna application, and then maybe walk through a little bit. So here's the Vicuna application. So I'm not going to run this in the scope of this session. So Replicate has a thing where if some models they're not loaded by default, and so they can take 3 to 5 minutes for them to cold boot and load up into cache or something like that. And so then it takes 3 to 5 minutes for it to initially load, and then if you continue using it, then it will be fast and have immediate responses after that. So I'm not going to run this right now because this one I believe would have to cold boot if I did go ahead and click generate here. But we can walk through the source code here. Again, this is very similar to the other two that we built. We have our style manager at the top. Now, ChatGPT did not add this style manager section when it created the application. I manually added this at the top, and I also had to massage some of this code down here as well. So again, we set the properties, the caption, on show, on close. We have our layout, label, edit, button, and memo. And we do this, our replicate run against the Vicuna 13B. And there's some things like temperature that you can set. And then it comes back with, and we concatenate all of those responses onto the memo control, and then it runs. So switching back to our slideshow. So here we go. Here is a roundup of all the links that we talked about in this session. We have the link there at the top for Delphi FMX for Python. We have the Delphi FMX for Python repo on GitHub, where you can get the source code or build it yourself if you need to. So you would need Embarcadero Delphi in order to build that source code. We have the link to the ebook and the 15 plus styles for Delphi FMX. You can get that. And there's the link to the API reference for OpenAI. So if you want to access other APIs or find out what else you can do with their API, you can go to that documentation there. And so we have the link to the ChatGPT client that I built using ChatGPT and Delphi FMX, and that's the repo for that. We have the replicate API, so you can go there and get the documentation for the Python documentation for replicate. And so they have samples there for asynchronous calls, and you'd probably want to use that in a real world application, because then the user would be able to look at a nice progress bar and not just a frozen application. And finally, we have the Python GUI Stable Diffusion client that we built using ChatGPT and Delphi FMX. There's the repo for that. And then we have the repo for the Python GUI Vicuna 13b client and the repo for that. So what's cool about the replicate is you can just swap out that version of Vicuna 13b, and you can slot in Stable Diffusion ML or one of the other models that they host, and you're instantly switched over to that. So it's really nice from my perspective that you can access a bunch of different models, or on the Stable Diffusion side, you can swap out Edge of Realism or any of the other models that they host, or you can actually create your own models and host them there as well. So that, I think it makes it really versatile, that you can use different models all with the same API. That's really nice. And then the fact that you can take those models if you want and run them locally if you need to using Docker, that really makes it a nice combination that I've seen. All right, so here we go. That's we can close out on this session. Thank you for watching, and thank.
It's a little bit juddery. I think there's a few glitches in the sound there. That was Eli Mapstead, and he is from FMX Express. I think the barcode went up there a few times, and up there. And if you scan it, you go to his site. FMX Express is absolutely packed with all sorts of ideas. It's like he never sleeps. I don't know how he does it, but there's tons and tons of examples. But that was a bonus session. It was a redo of one of our Python GUI sessions. We had a little conference about 3 weeks ago. I don't know. It's all blended into one now. Every day seems the same to me at the moment. But that was a session from there. Very interesting stuff about large language models. ChatGPT. It is the topic of the moment, really, isn't it? Whilst I'm here, I need to tell you to register. Go to scan that code, or you can go to this URL here that's scrolling across the bottom. And if you register, you will get all of the replays of everything we're doing all week, every day. So if there's something in and you think, oh, I just missed that thing, don't worry about it. Even if you register after, we will make sure that you get plenty of information about the sessions. You will get slides that were shown by people. You will get replays of the whole day, and also broken up into pick and choose selection box of individual sessions as well, and all sorts of other things to do with what's going on this week. We have got 2 days left of sessions, and tomorrow is a full day. I think we've got one free slot, so we're finishing an hour earlier. And then on Friday, we've absolutely got a packed session. Loads of things to come to do with mobile apps development and other exciting things like that. And it's midweek, so we are going to finish now. I want to thank Patrick, who I think is still awake in the chat and answering questions. Thank you very much, Patrick. Merci beaucoup. It is very useful to have someone helping out like that. I really appreciate it. Patrick's an MVP, but he's gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. He really has, answering the questions. But we're going to finish on a little bit of fun with our Code Monkey tune, and we will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
I loved how readable the Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. A lot. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there, you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.